VR games have become a sensation lately. A projection of a hero in white armor flies in front of a huge monster. A monster with white fur, wings and horns opens its mouth, standing on its hind legs, fighting a man. People in blue and white VR helmets point with a finger, smile and film with their phones. Many companies have started developing them, thus creating impossible competition. A tall white building with the game company sign on it. To create high-quality games, large companies. A wall with the inscription VR Develop Lab, a virtual reality game development studio. A guy in a VR helmet sits in a high-tech chair. From the chair there is a digital panel that stands in front of the guy. Large companies use artificial intelligence. A voice greets the gentleman. Blue digital space, the figure of a girl appears in front of the panels. A girl with blonde hair and golden eyes, dressed in a black jacket and white dress. She says that she is here to help the master and that she is an artificial intelligence named Gaia. The guy is sitting in a VR helmet, from which blue light emanates. The guy materializes in the same blue space. Young director of Napalm Games Nam Min Call. The girl with blonde hair smiles at him, her face turning slightly red. The most advanced artificial intelligence in the world, Gaia. That's how they started developing games. A girl and a guy are standing in an empty space. A pair of holographic panels are visible behind the girl. At the first stages of development, system errors, bugs, and so on arose. Nam Min Call panics and types on the holographic panel, which displays red error marks. Nam Min Call and Gaia drown in the water while the guy tries to type something on the panel. Nam Min Call is struck by lightning. His skeleton is visible. Gaia puts her hands to her face, looking at it. Nam Min Call grits his teeth as he works on the holographic panel. The girl stands behind him, looking at it with interest. The sky and trees appear around them, some of them have no textures. We had to solve many problems. Nam Min Call and Gaia run from the explosion. The guy screams in panic while the girl runs with a smile. A guy and a girl stand in front of a mock-up of the room, pointing to the blue sphere that was in the center of the mock-up. Gaia prints on the holographic panel with a smile. Nam Min Call stands next to her, dissatisfied. Nam Min Call's talent has finally begun to emerge. The guy sits on the ground, typing on a panel with one hand, and small stone creatures gather around him. Gaia looks at this with reddened cheeks. The guy sits asleep on the ground in the rain. Gaia sat next to him with a smile on her face, covering the guy with a huge leaf of a tree. Finally, tired Nam Min Call and Gaia stand with smiles on their faces. The guy is trembling. There are dark circles under his eyes. They are standing on a rock. In front of them is a colorful world. Trees around them, water flowing in a waterfall. An island can be seen hanging in the sky. Caption: The world famous has appeared. A huge humanoid monster raised its hand, a large blue sphere shining above it. The inscription is deservedly considered a masterpiece. The girl points a staff at the orc, and above her head there are many pink swords that glow. Inscription: MMORPG virtual reality game. A poster of a man with white hair drawing red energy from the people in front of him. Skulls scattered around him. Glowing orbs above his head. A girl in a black mask raised a weapon above her head in front of her eyes. A guy with purple hair raised his fist to strike. Wings online. Nam Min Call sits in front of the panel. His eyes widened, black circles under his eyes visible, blue light shining on the guy's face. Gaia comes up behind him and calls him. Nam Min Call turns in her direction and asks what's the matter. The girl smiles and puts her hands together, asking what will happen to her when the game's development is completed. Nam Min Call smiles at the girl, his eyes tired from work. They sit on a rock in front of a picturesque landscape. A ship floats in the sky above them, and water flows from an island floating above the ground. The guy says that she will become the goddess of this world and tells her to rule this world wisely. The girl's eyes are not visible. A shadow falls on her face and she says that then they will soon have to say goodbye. The guy squats near the panel and looks at her in surprise when she says this. He stands up and looks at the girl, who has looked away, saying that if she wants, she can contact him at any time, and he is going to continue working on this project. Gaia turns away and closes her eyes, disagreeing and saying that she doesn't think it's possible and she'll be busy. She smiles and Nam Min Call looks away and awkwardly scratches the back of his head, agreeing and saying that managing an entire game won't be easy. Gaia turns her back to him and lowers her head, saying that if one day this world comes to an end. The girl looks up. The sky is reflected in her eyes. She turns to the guy and smiles at him, her hair shining in the sun. She asks him to be there right now. Nam Min Call looks at the girl in surprise, his hair blown by the wind. Various voices. Someone is talking about the report for the first half of the year. The same voice speaks about the details for the major update. Nam Min Call, with disheveled hair and bags under his eyes, holds his hands above his head, looking up with a tired look. Gray ceiling with a lamp on it. Someone says that Napalm Group is celebrating 5 years since the release of Wings Online. There's a long office desk with Nam Min Call sitting on a chair at one end, and a guy in a brown suit at the other end who says they've been following a subscription model all along. A guy with brown hair and glasses, the head of the business department of Yeonhasu. He says the number of players is declining and their income is falling dramatically. Under Yeonhasu's glasses you can't see his eyes, they reflect the light, and he says that's why the business department is introducing an in-game payment system for the 6th update. Suddenly Nam Min Call asks who decided this. 5 people at the table look at him. Yeonhasu keeps his hands on the table, awkwardly asking again. Nam Min Call looks at him displeased and asks who decided to make such an update without consulting him. A drop of sweat runs down the face of the head of the business department and he awkwardly answers that this is all for the sake of the prosperity of the company. Yeonhasu repeats what he said. The head of the department explains that this way employees will be able to sell company shares at the end of the year. 2 workers are sitting at a table, the man is looking forward, and the girl is looking at Yeonhasu. A worker with a mustache and blonde hair tries to contain his anger. He pursed his lips, his eyebrows knitted together. Nam Min Call smiles maliciously, a shadow falls on his eyes, and he says how desperate they are to raise the stock price, and says that this is a hilarious sight. A worker with blonde hair turns to the guy and yells at the director to lower his tone and that this is not the right place for discussions. The guy stretches while everyone else looks at him and says that instead of improving the service, they are introducing strange schemes to make money. He said he resorted to fraudulent activities to boost profits, followed by a massive sale of company shares. He continued that the game is getting worse, and the balance sheets of small investors are going downhill. Yeonhasu looked at him silently, beads of sweat running down his face. The director asked how many small companies Yeonhasu had already bankrupted. Nam Min Call crossed his arms over his chest and leaned them on the table, asking about the in-game payment system. The employees continued to look at him and the guy said that as long as he worked in this company, they should not even think about such things. The guy looked displeased at the head of the business department, saying that he would not allow his game to be used for deception. Yeonhasu silently looks at him with pursed lips, eyes invisible under his glasses. A male employee with a mustache hits the table with his fist and shouts what kind of nonsense this is. He asks about deception and asks if the director is in himself. Nam Min Call gets up from his seat and suggests that he should be fired. The guy gets up from the table and turns to the employees and asks if they are too cowardly for this. He opens the door and looking at them angrily, says that if not, then they may not expect him to change his mind. The door closes with a loud bang. The head of the business department stands leaning on the table and lowering his head. An employee in a brown shirt twists his finger at his temple and says that he is completely crazy. The meeting has just begun, and there are already some disagreements. The man in the black turtleneck calmly replies that he is the developer of this game and there is nothing to be done. Another employee tells him that he shouldn't be so stubborn. Someone says they should try to win him over to their side. Yeonhasu stands silently, still with his head down. Nam Min Call scratches his head and sighs displeasedly, rolling his eyes, thinking about the employees and calling them old people. 3 days later, Central Square Wings Online 1430, a town with stone houses. Behind them you can see a large chapel with a bell on the central tower. A lot of people, a knight in silver armor and a helmet, 2 guys standing next to each other and looking to the side. Someone steps loudly on the ground. Black smoke emanates from the person's body. A guy with white hair and a black mask on his face turns and asks what it is. The man in the hat asks where. The guy with glasses points his finger forward and says to look in that direction. Others turn around. The guy in armor asks in surprise what it is. Someone asks what's wrong with him. A guy with blue hair extends his hand, holding a weapon in the second. Black smoke surrounds his entire body. His eyes widen in horror, and he asks to help him and find a doctor. He suddenly falls to his knees. Someone in the crowd asks what is happening and maybe he has been poisoned. The guy is on his knees, head down. People gather around him. The man with the sword says that he needs to be rescued urgently. A girl with pink hair pushes through the crowd and points her staff forward, saying that she will help. The system table, the aura of purification, brings all the target's indicators back to normal. The guy with blue hair is completely surrounded by black mists, with blue healing magic around him. The guy's eyes roll back, his face is completely surrounded by black fog and he starts screaming. The guy's body separates from his legs and falls to the ground. His mouth remains open, and his legs are still kneeling on the ground. His body crumbles into black dust. Someone exclaims that God. The girl with pink hair looks down in shock, drops of sweat running down her body, and he asks if he died and if anyone has ever seen such a thing. She says he crumbled like dust. The knight says that this is terrifying. The guy with light brown hair looks down with interest. There is a black stain visible on his brown gloved hand. Napalm Group Headquarters, 1545. A huge multi-story building with a large white inscription, Napalm Game Company. On the building hangs a black banner with the Wings Online logo, and the inscription below Season 6 coming soon. A chubby guy with sweat running down his face and screaming that the forum is going crazy. Head of Quality Control Department Lee Dong-ha. He walks into a dark office. Nam Min-kal looks at him, holding something in his hands. The guy says that it seems that an incurable epidemic status has begun to spread in the game. His eyes are wide, his face is distorted with panic, and he says that the problem is that if you die because of this status, the account will disappear forever. Nam Min-kal turns away from him and says that he will check everything now. He puts on his helmet while standing in front of the capsule with a chair inside and says that he doesn't think it's anything serious, telling him not to worry. And he says that the deleted accounts will be restored after verification. Lee Dong-ha stands nearby and asks again, is it something serious? He runs closer to the guy with a panicked look on his face and says that he doesn't think it's that easy to fix and that the players are just going crazy. The capsule door closes and he tries to shout to Nam Min-kal while he adjusts his headphones. He stands in a green VR helmet, holding his hand on the headphones. The system asks him to select the desired mode. The guy's face is distorted with dissatisfaction and he says that it's in developer mode. The panel shows the loading of developer mode. A city with stone houses and a chapel. Pixels are visible around it. Nam Min-kal appears from the pixels, on one knee in an orange suit. The guy raises his head, with a serious expression on his face. A window with green letters. It says, "Welcome all players, I am the developer of the game." A crowd of people gathers around the guy. They ask what he's doing here and why he can't fix the game. A message appears in a black window that they are currently determining the causes of the problems that have arisen, and that all bugs will be fixed urgently. The players' faces are angry. They crowd and shout that it is normal that the players disappear, asking them to return and saying that they are really going too far. A message appears in the window that an urgent check has been organized to resolve the problem. The crowd asks how they are going to compensate for the moral damage, calling the company names and asking for a refund for the purchase. Nam Min-kal sighs tiredly and closes his eyes, listening to the users. A message appears in the window that game accounts will be restored after verification. Someone shouted that he was causing confusion in the game. Nam Min-kal rolled his tired eyes and a shadow fell on his face. A window appeared on which it was written that the accounts would be fully returned. Someone shouted that no verification was needed and it was much more fun this way. The guy stood in the middle of the crowd, bending his arm and raising it to his chest, black smoke flying around. A message appeared on the window, "Shut up." He waved his hand and the players glowed blue, crumbling into pixels. Nam Min-kal exhaled, standing in the middle of an empty city that was surrounded by black fog, and said that there was finally silence. Black particles were flying in the air. The guy took her in his hand and lowered his gaze, looking at them. He thought it was an epidemic status that he introduced. The city was on fire. Small similar people in helmets and blue suits fled from it. There were black particles around some. The creatures fell to their knees and cried in the middle of the burning city. The entire layout of the entire city was on fire. Nam Min-kal looked at the burning model of the city and said that everything was much more serious than he expected. Gaia looked at him awkwardly, folded her hands and asked why he would do such a terrible experiment. The guy looked at it and smiled, saying that it was a tribute to classic games, especially the most famous games of the 2000 seconds. Houses with red roofs, flames and smoke are spreading throughout the city. The guy said that there was a massive bug in them that caused an epidemic. The girl's eyes widened and she asked in surprise about the epidemic. The guy lowered his gaze, saying that this incident had become so widespread that it was even written about in the newspapers. The two of them looked at the burning model while talking. And Nam Min-kal said that he didn't think he had seen anything like this in other modern games and decided to make a special event. He said the problem was that his experiment turned into a huge bug. The guy looked down, the light from the burning city fell on him and he said displeasedly that now he could not be corrected. He crossed his arms over his chest and turned to Gaia, saying that he was offended, of course, but nothing could be done. He asked her to delete all data related to this. The girl looked down at the burning city, her golden eyes darkening. He answered, "Yes, sir." Nam Min-kal looked around in the empty city, holding black particles in his hands, and thought that he should have been removed by now. His eyes widened in realization and he thought maybe it was Gaia. The guy walked through the city, which was surrounded by black fog, and asked Gaia to report on the current situation. No one answered him and the guy shouted the girl's name. A man appeared behind the guy, saying that no one would answer and there was no need to call. Nam Min Call turned to look at him and realized that it was Yeon Ha-soo. Yeon Ha-soo stood in a gray uniform, hiding his hands behind his back, saying that from now on, all Napalm Games data will not be available to the guy. He stood opposite Nam Min Call with his back straight as he looked at him, his face distorted with displeasure, and he asked what he was talking about. The head of the business department smiled and said that he meant that the main character was fired. Yeon Ha-soo came closer as he said this, clouds of black fog flying around them. The main character's eyes widened and he asked again. The head of the business department smiles at him maliciously, raising his hand to his chest, and says that in today's news, there will be an amazing incident Wings Online. He says that one employee decided to interfere with his superiors and developed his own plan for managing the company. Nam Min Call stands with his hands clenched into a fist, looking at him. The guy continues that Napalm Games realized this and decided to fire him. His face was distorted with anger and gloating. He smiled, saying that Nam Min Call would still answer for the damage caused. The main character stood in front of him and asked whether the head of the business department came up with this himself or someone helped. He scratched his head, lowered his head, and said that the guy should not worry about Wings Online, and he would be an excellent director. Yeon Ha-soo raised his head, his eyes widened, and he smiled maliciously, placing his hand on his chest, and saying that the director had been allowing himself too much lately anyway. Nam Min Call screamed and grabbed the guy by the collar, raising his fist. The fist was close to the guy's face, but he calmly called Gaia. A beam of light shot from the sky, cutting through the air and breaking rocks. Nam Min Call, lying on the ground, opened his eyes. He looked to the side and clenched his teeth as he lay on a pile of stones. On it stood a girl with blonde hair, a long white dress, and behind her back were visible the semblance of wings made of tree branches. Gaia looked down at him, her hair wearing a wreath of golden leaves and her eyes darkening to green. The main character looked in shock at the girl who was holding her foot on his face and asked Gaia this. Yeon Ha-soo laughed, standing next to him and lowering his head. He smiled, asking what the guy thought and what it was like to meet his former assistant. He asked the guy not to say that he expected loyalty from artificial intelligence. The girl pressed the main character's face harder into the stones. His face was distorted with rage, and he said that he would not leave everything like that. The head of the business department squatted in front of him, laughing and saying that he was completely crazy. His eyes narrowed and he asked the director what he thought Yeon Ha-soo was doing while he was living in his virtual world. He sat in front of a pile of stones while Gaia pinned the guy to the ground, standing on him, and said that in the real world he was just a small cog in a big mechanism, and that if he wants to survive, he needs to be able to adapt. So why doesn't he take control of the situation and plunge into reality for once? The foot on Nam Min Call's face pressed harder and he clenched his teeth in anger. Yeon Ha-soo said that even if he does this, he better find a good lawyer. He raised his head, smiling. Everything around him crumbled into pixels and he said that Nam Min Call will pay for everything he did to them. He wished him luck, laughing. Mentally, the main character told him not to think that he would leave everything like that. Men in black security uniforms ran along a bright corridor. The guy mentally said that he created this world. He thought that he would put an end to it. Nam Min Call sat in a green VR helmet. A shadow and a small strip of light fell on his face. The light on the guy's cheek became larger, indicating that the door to the office had been opened. Two guards stood in front of the door. The guy reached for the helmet, removing it from his head. He thought that Yeon Ha-soo would see the worst ending himself. His face was distorted with rage. He clenched his teeth, holding a green VR helmet in his hands. Night City, various tall buildings and the windows of which lights are on. A voice from the TV says that Napalm is the largest game development company. An employee complained about the company's policies. Nam Min Call is sitting in the room on the sofa in front of the TV on. They continue to say from TV that it turned out that the company planned a general bug. The guy put his crossed hands to his face, looking gloomily at the TV, and was silent. A sign that says that more than 70% of Napalm Group's annual revenue comes from Wings Online. The room was dark. The guy was illuminated only by the light of the TV. A room called VR Room was visible. He thought that Yeon Ha-soo was probably convinced that he had thought of everything. A glowing sign above the door with the inscription VR Room. The door opens. The main character thought, what if Wings Online disappeared? He looked inside the room, holding onto the door that held the lighted chair. He thought that the end would come for Napalm Group as well. The guy puts on a jacket and has a white glove on his hand. He zips up a white sweater with black and red accents. Nam Min Call thought that, as Yeon Ha-soo said, in life he may be just a small cog in a big mechanism. The guy approaches a large black chair, next to which there was a screen mounted on a stand. He thought that in virtual reality he was a god. He puts on a black VR helmet, thinking that he and Yeon Ha-soo will see each other soon. The guy sits in a chair with his hands on the armrests, thinking that God is angry. His eyes narrow under the virtual reality glasses and he frowns. He thinks the world has come to an end. Nam Min Call finds himself in a blue digital space, surrounded by various screens that glow white. He stands in a black and yellow suit with pixels around him. Someone calls Nam Min Call, calling him master, and he turns around. The girl looks at the guy worriedly. She has short blonde hair and is wearing a black suit. The girl says that she was worried because Nam Min Call was not online yesterday. She puts her hand to her chin. Her eyes look sadly at the guy and she asks if everything is okay with him. The main character mentally says that her name is Oasis, and she replaced the artificial intelligence Gaia. The guy looks at Oasis and thinks that he implemented artificial intelligence with the company's money. It was registered on his account, so it didn't disappear anywhere. The main character thought that it would be easier than he thought, smiling maliciously. The girl ran up to Nam Min Call and he turned to her and said that he had something to do and asked if she received notifications every day. A holographic panel appeared in front of Oasis, and looking at it, she said that he had received a letter from Napalm, and began to read it. It said, "Dear, due to the current circumstances." She didn't finish reading the letter. Her blue eyes widened and she asked Nam Min Call if he had really been fired. The developer gritted his teeth in anger, a vein popping out on his cheek as he remembered how Gaia pinned him to the ground and Yeon Ha-soo laughed at him. An error occurred on the holographic panel that Oasis was looking at, and the main character realized that she did not have access to the company's server. The artificial intelligence remained silent and suddenly frowned. She began to enter something into the holographic panel, shouting excitedly that the guy should not worry and Napalm Group is not the only company in the world. She said there were many people in need of a capable man like him. The panel displayed a lot of job vacancies, on which it was written, Mexan, vacancy of the chief developer of MMORPG games, not Marble, vacancy for head of customer service department, Kakao, vacancy of technical director, Ivsoft, vacancy of director for final development issues. Oasis said there are so many vacancies. Nam Min Call waved his hand over the holographic panel, causing pixels to pass through it, saying that he was not interested. The guy walked away from him, the panel in front of the Oasis dissolving into pixels, and told him to turn on the firewall. He walked over to another panel, extending his hand towards it and said that they use China as a geolocation. Each login is carried out through a different account. Nam Min Call was typing something on the panel, saying that if data leaks from the account, he will need to get rid of it. Oasis tilted her head and touched her index fingers to each other, agreeing but asking why. The guy stood with his back to him, telling him to listen carefully from now on. The start menu with the Wings Online logo, the game start, setting and exit menus are visible on the panel. The main character said that he will begin the destruction of Wings Online. He presses his finger on the game start button on the holographic panel, his face distorted with anger. Panel with age restrictions and warning. Panel with a little man holding a sign with an error sign. A small village surrounded by trees, with small houses and a mill in the distance. Someone in brown boots is running along the ground. Oasis smiles widely and waves, wearing new clothes, a black t-shirt and a brown skirt. Nam Min Call, who is sitting under a tree, shouts dissatisfiedly why it took her so long to choose a character. The artificial intelligence inspects her new clothes and closes her eyes, answering that this is her first time playing as a character, and it is obvious that it took time to choose her appearance. The main character watches with irritation as she spins around herself and says that it's like she's in a real body. Oasis looks at his hands with a bright smile, saying how entertaining it is. She puts her hands to her face and closes her eyes, saying how exciting it is. She spreads her arms to the sides, jumping up and down, screaming in a new way. Oasis stops, looking questioningly at the developer walking away towards the village. She shouts at him to wait and runs after him. They stand in the middle of the village. Simple houses are visible. Villagers in simple clothes are talking to each other. Oasis looks around as the main character walks forward and thinks that due to the disconnection from the server, all information regarding Wings Online has been erased, and everything seems so new. She puts her hands together, walking behind the guy, and thinks that's why everything is so exciting inside. Oasis runs up to Nam Min Call, who looks down at her questioningly. She closes her eyes, folds her hands together and smiles, saying that an adventure with the master is a dream. She asks what will they do today. She says that they are not yet at a high enough level to go hunting squirrels. After all, they are at level 1. Nam Min-kal notices a burning torch on a stone wall. He picks up the burning torch, taking it off the stand as Oasis says they need to get the quest first. The developer holds out the Oasis torch with a calm face. She looks at the torch. The fire from the burning torch is reflected in his eyes. System table that says, torch, durability, 5 out of 5, damage, 1.5. This is a regular torch, good for lighting up dark areas. Beware of fire. Oasis, confused, takes the torch with both hands, looking at it and asking why they need the torch. Nam Min-kal removes the second one from the wall and asks what difference does it make to her. He lowers the torch and the flame immediately flares up. A guy with a calm face puts a torch on the hay, which lights up and says that they will set it on fire. Oasis looks at this with shock on his face, putting his hand to his face. Her eyes widen in fear and she sweats, panicking and asking what the main character is doing. Nam Min-kal hands her a torch with a creepy smile on his face, a fire flaring up behind him, and tells Oasis to do this too and needs an inconspicuous figure. She screams in panic that there's no way. A large fire breaks out around the houses. A red system sign appears with the inscription, "You have committed a crime. You have received 10 points of shame." Nam Min-kal looks thoughtfully at the red sign. Oasis holds a torch nearby and puts his hand to his face. Looking to the side, the developer says that arson only gives 10 points, and probably the fact is that this is a village of beginners. An old man in simple clothes puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, asking what's going on here. With his eyes wide open, he screams to stop this immediately. The old man silently looks at the guy, his mouth open. The flame comes close to him and he looks down questioningly. The main character holds a torch on the old man's chest. His simple clothes catch fire, and the old man looks at the guy in shock. The old man raises his hands as his clothes are engulfed in flames and screams loudly. Oasis has tears in her eyes as she looks at it in panic and thinks this is not an adventure. She mentally screams that this is a crime. A red sign appears that says you killed an NPC and received 100 shame points. Nam Min-kal smiles contentedly, looking at the sign in front of him, and says that he knew that they would pay a lot for the murder. Oasis sits down next to the charred body and puts his hands on it, loudly asking what the gentleman is doing. The main character raises his hand and says not to worry and he will soon resurrect. Oasis turns to him questioningly. The two of them now stand in front of the empty ground and the artificial intelligence exclaims in surprise that the corpse has disappeared. The two look questioningly as a human figure appears next to them. The same old man spreads his arms to the side and smiles. Against the backdrop of a burning village, he greets travelers. The old man smiles, closing his eyes, when a burning torch is brought to him, saying that he is the owner of the village. Nam Min-kal stands in front of him holding a torch on the old man's clothes, setting it on fire, saying that it is so simple, you can repeat it over and over again. Oasis mentally calls out to someone. She looks at this, there is panic on his face. She cries and mentally asks the gentleman to stop. Someone points a finger forward and says it's there. Many villagers, holding tools and knives in their hands, shout angrily that it was he who set the village on fire, and they need to catch him. Nam Min-kal turns his head towards them, looking at the crowd. The men run towards the guy while Oasis sits on the ground and the main character stands calmly. The artificial intelligence smiles awkwardly, looking at this, and thinks that they should stop the master. The flame flares up strongly. The villagers scream in horror with their hands raised. They run away screaming. Some of the NPCs burn and fall to the ground, with flames visible around them. Many system messages appear that say you killed an NPC and received 100 shame points. The main character stands with his back with a torch in his hands. His cloak flutters, and burning flames are visible around him. Oasis clutches his hair in his fists, looking on in panic, gritting his teeth. Mentally, he says that the gentleman was not joking. Someone screams and the girl flinches, standing in the middle of a burning village and crying. She realizes that Nam Min-kal really wants to destroy Wings Online. The flames grew stronger and the village houses were completely on fire. Many people in boots walked on the ground. Oasis and Nam Min-kal were surrounded by many soldiers, telling them to stand and calling them criminals. They pointed sharp spears at them. Oasis put his hand to his face, looking at this and bumping shoulders with the developer. Nam Min-kal had an evil smile on his face and a fire was burning behind him when the guards said that they were under arrest. The carriage travels quickly along the ground. 2 guards on horses attached to the carriage lead it, 3 more guards on horses next to the carriage. System plate on which the item LVL is written. 0. Shame 2140, work for a newbie. Nam Min Call smiles and looks at the sign and says that this will be enough. Oasis hugs her knees and cries blue sad faces all around her. She says she can't believe the game has just started and they're already being sent to prison. The guy sighs and smiles at her, telling her not to worry and that as a newcomer they don't go to prison, they have an advantage to have time to adapt. The 2 of them are sitting in a small carriage with only 1 window, and the guy puts his hand on his knee, saying that beginners can get points of shame and asks what will happen. The girl with tears in her eyes puts her finger to her chin and thinks, but remains silent. She said she didn't know, until the guy looked back at the lattice window and said with a smile that the initial village would turn into a den of criminals, an underground city. The cart goes to a dark city in a cave. There are tents and small shabby houses everywhere. The guard hits Oasis on the back and she screams. She rubs her back and turns around angrily while the main character sits on the ground. The guard looks down at her and shouts that this is where she belongs. He looks at them with his hands folded as Oasis and Nam Min Call look on. They stand in a dark city, the guards and the carriage are leaving. Nam Min Call straightens her clothes while the girl looks around and says that the hunt begins for players who have received a lot of shame points. People are sitting in the city, one of them is cooking food over a fire, and the second is buried in his knees. The guy continues that they are being attacked by guards and being harassed by bounty hunters. The city is in a cave, there are small houses on the stones of the cave. There is an underground lake next to the city. The guy says that the only place where such players can exist is the underground city. Oasis looks up at him and asks if they give any advantage for starting the game in this city. The main character frowns and says that it's more likely that they don't give advantages. They walk through a dark city and the guy says that they can get a secret job that is inaccessible to other players. He clenches his fist and smiles, saying that the villain's work still needs to be looked for among the heaps of all sorts of rubbish. The girl folds her hands. The lamps are on in the city ahead and she says that she thinks this job is good since the gentleman wants to get it. Nam Min Call rolls his eyes and says no, that's actually a bit ambiguous. The girl raises her head at him and asks, confused, then why him? The guy doesn't let her finish and waves his hands, saying that he worked hard for this, but if no one knew about it. He turns to Oasis and smiles, saying it's a bit sad. Someone calls the 2 of them and they turn their heads towards the sound. A dark, hooded figure stands in the alley and tells them to come to him for a minute. A hooded man with blue skin waves at them and says that it will only be a minute, and he has something nice to tell them. The developer looked back in his direction while the girl looked at him in disbelief and said that this NPC would be the one to give them the task they needed. They approached the hooded man and he told them that he could not believe that they managed to gain so many points of shame so quickly, and he saw that they were not just villains. An evil smile appears on his face. His eyes are completely white and he says that he is the dark magician abbot. The protagonist doesn't look at him, checking the system table, while the abbot says that it seems they will be excellent servants of the Dark Lord Crow. A message is displayed in the system window. Mission, initiation into villains. Being a newbie, you manage to accumulate a lot of points of shame. You are full of villainous talent. The city wants to initiate you into a dark faith. Conditions for occurrence: as a beginner, gain more than 1,000 shame points. Reward for completion: assignment of the hidden class Dark Mage. Oasis's eyes widened as she looked at the table, talking about the Dark Mage hidden class. She turns to the guy and tells him that this is amazing and just what he was looking for. Nam Min Call holds a burning torch in his hands and smiles evilly. The system table crumbles into pixels from the fire, and Oasis exclaims in bewilderment. The guy looks at the girl questioningly. The girl puts a finger to her face and smiles nervously, sweat running down her face whether she speaks or not. The guy smiles and asks if he is right. The abbot's eyes widen in fear when he sees the fire from the torch next to him. He screams when Nam Min Call puts a torch on him and sets him on fire, and the girl reaches out to him, trying to stop him. 2 wooden houses in a cave. A man shouts that he will give them a hidden class, and isn't that what they came for? The burned body sits leaning on a wooden house. Smoke emanates from it. Oasis loudly asks why the guy continues to kill. She looks at him irritably, clenching her teeth, and calls him crazy. The guy frowns and raises his hand, saying that he wouldn't kill an NPC without a reason. Black mist and a blue glow emanate from the burned body. A dark blue portal opens above the body. Oasis looks at the portal in surprise. Nam Min Call looks at him with a smile. A foot in dark armor loudly steps on the ground. Someone fully dressed in dark armor emerges from the fog. The creature's face is not visible. In the slot of the helmet there are only white eyes and a smile. He says that he cannot believe that they killed the abbot, and that he waited a long time. Black mist emanates from the creature's body. Two people look at it. He says he was waiting for someone as cruel as them. Oasis looks at him with tears in his eyes and thinks it feels like he's insulted. The creature says that he is the leader of the Dark Knights, Tyrio. Tyrio raises his hand, telling them to follow him, and that he will answer for their atrocities. A new blue system window appears from pixels in front of Nam Min Call and Oasis. It says, Mission, Initiation into the Devil. The Dark Forces were waiting for a true villain who could make the Dark Lord shudder. Tyrio, the leader of the Dark Knights, wants to make you a servant of the Dark Lord, reward for completion, assignment of the hidden class Dark Knight. The guy turns to the girl, while Tyrio goes back into the portal. He says that he was looking for a job as a Dark Knight. The girl puts her hand to her face, her cheeks turning a little red as she looks at the guy in surprise. The developer goes into the portal and she runs after him, telling the master that they are coming. A room with dark columns around which chains hang, many torches burning. Tyrio and Oasis with the main character stand on a red pentagram on the floor. The leader of the Dark Knights spreads his arms to the sides as the two look at him and greets the travelers. He looks up, standing in the dark hall, and asks to be allowed to ask them a few questions before they become Dark Knights. Nam Min Call calls the girl and she looks at him questioningly. The guy turns to her and tells her not to answer his questions and that she will have another job. The girl puts her hand to her chest and looks displeased at the developer, saying that he is so greedy and he wants all the good work to go to him. The guy raises his hand, a vein showing in his cheek, as he replies that they have to do everything together and if they get the same job, the balance will be upset. Oasis turns away from him and closes her eyes in displeasure, while the guy says that there is another job for her, so don't worry. Tyrio suddenly appears and looks at the girl, and she screams in surprise. He says that he is the only and absolute ruler of this world. The leader of the Dark Knights leans closer to the girl as she trembles and looks at him with tears in her eyes. He says that this is the Dark Lord Crow and asks if she agrees. The three of them stand in the middle of a dark hall on a red pentagram, with torches on stands burning on their sides. Oasis looks away, sweat running down her face, and she says no. Tyrio immediately starts screaming, his white eyes and teeth glowing blue and his face contorted in anger as he asks how dare she say something against Crow, and says that she doesn't fit. He points his finger forward and yells at her to leave immediately as Oasis cowers and agrees. The Dark Knight turns to Nam Min Call, clenching his teeth in anger. He loudly asks if he agrees. His white eyes narrow, his face twisted with rage. The guy smiles and replies that, of course, he is the only one who can rule this world. The guy stands in the middle of the pentagram, his cape fluttering as he says it's Crow. Tyrio smiles and his face turns slightly red as he says that this is true and well said. He asks if he, as a Crow supporter, is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the Dark Forces. The guy answers in the affirmative. The Knight asks if he, as a Dark Knight, is ready to advocate the destruction of the followers of light. Tyrio looks at him while the guy calmly replies that this is his goal. The leader of the Dark Knights smiles, saying that's great and asking the guy's name. Nam Min Call smiles and says Labo's name. He and Tyrio stand opposite each other and the leader says he has one last question. He towers over the guy and frowns, asking if he is ready to sacrifice body and soul in the name of the Dark Lord. A system window appears on which it is written that if you agree, the title of the Dark Knight is assigned and whether the main character agrees. The guy smiles and answers with pleasure. The system writes that he has become the Dark Knight. A system window pops up that he has approached the Dark Forces. The current proximity level is 1. MP will be removed. All skills will be replaced with HP. In another window it says that only the Dark Knight's skills will be available. They open depending on the character's level. The system window says that the exclusive characteristic Evil is open. Evil level 1. The level of Evil increases depending on the number of shame points. Skills improve depending on the level. Increase your shame points. Attention! If you are caught by a guard, your shame points will be reset to 0. The guy rises into the air. Purple and black fog flies around him, and he looks at it in surprise. He raises his hand, looking at her, dark energy emanating from his body, and he says that he can become increasingly stronger if he increases the shame. But if he gets caught, the points will drop to 0, and he will have to develop all the skills from the very beginning. Nam Min Call turns to Oasis with a smile and says that these risks are what he likes about this kind of work. The girl sadly looks at him, her mouth open, and thinks that this is working out. They will have to endlessly commit crimes and run away in search of adventure. Tyrio smiles and raises a black sword with a golden pattern in his hand, saying that he is dedicating the guy to the Dark Knights and this is a small gift for him. Nam Min-kal takes the sword in his hand, pulling it out of its sheath and looking at it, thinks that this is not enough and he needed to install his weapon to get something better. On the system table it was written Dark Knight's Thorn Sword, Class Normal, Level 10, no level limit, Strength 15 out of 15, Damage 30-40, additional damage plus 5 from the evil characteristic. The Thorn Sword is issued to ordinary Dark Knights and causes pain due to its sharpness. Tyrio points at the guy and shouts at him, "Go ahead." He tells him to spread the Dark Lord's name throughout the continent. A dark blue portal opens in the room. Oasis goes to him and turns to Nam Min-kal and says that then she will go get her work. The guy smiles and tells her to wait. The girl looks at him in bewilderment and asks what it is. The main character smiles and draws his sword from its sheath and says that friendly NPCs do not retaliate, but the friendship level will drop if you kill them. He pulls out a sword, smilingly saying that their friend belongs to the dark forces and so does he. Tyrio still points forward and looks at him questioningly. The blade of the sword reflects how the main character licks his lips and smiles, saying that it seems that the leader has a lot of items and experience points, and that his mouth is already watering. Oasis just sighs tiredly and puts his hand to his forehead. The main character waves his sword, which emits steam, and says that he is very sorry. He raises the sword behind his head to strike and continues with a smile that in the name of the bright future of the dark forces. The guy throws a wide swing at Tyrio, shouting that he will have to kill him. Hunting monsters gives you experience and increases your level. A man with a beard raises his hands, casting some kind of spell. A girl with black hair pulls a bowstring. A knight in armor cuts a monster with a wide sword. The sword leaves a bloody trail behind it. As a reward for completing quests, gold is given, which can be used to buy items. A man in silver armor is holding a spear with a gold tip. Items can be collected. A man in armor and a cap is holding a root that resembles a man giving him 2 middle fingers. You can cook it. A man in a hood and red gloves holds a frying pan over the fire in which rice is being fried. Oasis is thinking about creating an adventure party. A huge monster with an animal head and demonic horns reaches out to a group of travelers. A knight stands in front of him with his hand outstretched. Someone is aiming at the monster with a bow. She thinks she'll go into a dungeon because that's what MMORPG games are all about. Nam Min-kal screams, his eyes white and veins popping out on his face. Oasis thought that waving a weapon for 9 hours in front of an NPC who was unable to even fight back was somehow too much. The guy swung his sword, striking quickly at Tyrio, who stood calmly. The girl thought that there was an unusual gameplay here. She opens the inventory window and clicks on the torch icon, thinking what if her master wants to go that way. Oasis holds a burning torch in her hands, looking at it and thinking that she will follow it. She holds a torch in both hands and with a determined expression on her face, runs past him, shouting that she will help him. Nam Min-kal looks at her in shock and shouts to stop. The girl raises her hands and places the torch on Tyrio's chest. The leader looks at her. There is a yellow light around him. A small flame burns on his buzzer. The developer looks at this and shouts that he is not afraid of fire, and the girl is not considered one of the dark forces. Oasis looks at him in shock, holding a torch, and says that if someone who is not initiated into dark magic will strike. She looks up. Tyrio swings a huge sword at her, and Oasis screams in fear that the monster will fight back. The girl's head is separated from her body, and she widens her eyes in shock, mentally calling out to the master. The girl's head hits the floor, stopping next to a small staircase. The system table shows that she has died. It says whether she wishes to be reborn in the village, and if she is reborn in the village, she will not gain experience for 3 days. The severed head of Oasis screamed in panic and told the guy that her head had been cut off. Nam Min-kal, holding a sword in his hands, turned towards her, saying that if you stop attacking, Tyrio's HP will be restored, asking her to wait a little. He continued to strike the leader, saying that if she was reborn in the village, she would receive a fine and that she should not even think about it. Oasis sighed loudly, tears flowing from her eyes, and she asked him to act quickly. 3 hours later, Nam Min-kal, holding a sword in both hands, quickly runs towards Tyrio, sweat dripping from his face and shouting goodbye to him. The guy swings his sword and cuts off his head. The guy holds the creature's helmet high in his hands and tells Oasis to look. He shows the helmet to the girl's severed head and says that he has taken revenge. She displeasedly screams to help her already. The system table shows that a rebirth stone is used. The guy holds a blue crystal over his hand, which glows blue. The girl is surrounded by pixels, Her body is whole again. She looks at her hands in surprise. She puts her hands on her neck and cries, saying that her head was cut off and she would never go through that again. The guy turns away from her and rubs his hands with an evil smile, telling her to look at what fell out of Tyrio. The leader lies in the middle of a red pentagram, with 4 golden objects shining around him. The system table shows Raven Mask, Class, Unique. Level 85, Strength 30 out of 30, Physical Defense minus 150, Magical Defense 300, Intelligence plus 50, Mana plus 20, Spell captures the Whispers of Darkness. Anyone uninitiated in dark magic will go crazy if they wear a mask. Nam Minkal holds a mask in his hands, looking at it and says that this is a unique class, but is only available at level 85, so he will not be able to use it. The guy throws the mask to the artificial intelligence, which catches it with a surprised face. He stands with his back to the girl, looking at other objects, and tells her to remove the mask, and then he will sell it. Oasis looks at the mask in his hands, from which dark energy emanates, and thinks that it is the Dark Lord's sworn mask. She mentally screams how strange her aura is. The girl shudders, carefully holding the mask in her hands and looking at it in fear. Nam Minkal takes the green bottle and looks at it with a smile, saying that he will need it. The system window that says Lethal Basilisk Potion creates a poisonous cloud of 5 sectors and within 15 seconds deals damage proportional to the maximum HP value. Ignores defense. The potion is made from the teeth of the basilisk. Do not drink it. Oasis screams. The main character holds the key in front of his face, looking at it in surprise, and says that this is what fell out of Tyrio. Inscription on the system table: Unknown key, strength 1 out of 1, evil aura key. What kind of lock does it open? The girl approaches him and excitedly asks what this key is for. The guy stands in front of the open inventory window and puts the key there, saying that he will tell her later. He brings the key to the inventory window, holding it between 2 fingers, continuing that he will tell you where you can use it. Oasis crosses his arms over his chest and frowns, displeasedly saying that he is playing alone. He already knows everything, and the poor artificial intelligence has had its head cut off. The main character looked at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows. The girl asked why she even went with him. Nam Minkal put his hands on her shoulders and pushed her towards the blue portal, smilingly saying that they need to return to the village. As soon as they entered, the dark portal immediately closed. On the floor lay the helmet of the leader of the Dark Knights. The helmet turned blue, with blue pixels around it. Tyrio stands alive again, eyes narrowed, blue pixels around him. He says that's exactly how it is. Tyrio stands in his dark armor, fists clenched, blue pixels disappearing around him. He continued, saying as he had predicted. Tyrio stood alone in the empty hall, looking towards where the blue portal used to be. Underground City. A city in a cave with stone houses on the rocks. In front of the entrance to the city there is a black flag. The main character and Oasis walk through the underground city, and the girl puts her hands to her chest, excitedly asking now she will get a job. Nam Minkal answers in the affirmative. He looks away and says there's something else that needs to be done. The girl behind him screams displeasedly. Why does he continue to do this? Small wooden houses of the underground city. The guy says that as far as she knows, the development of Wings Online began 5 years ago. Playing as a villain has more disadvantages than advantages. A man with red hair kicks another man in the face. A crowd around them watches the fight. Nam Minkal continues that all the other people in the underground city are all beggars who are called psychos, even if they are not guilty of anything. And the one they are going to meet, a silhouette of a man with crossed arms and an evil grin, with many glowing white eyes behind him. The guy continued that he is the ruler of all these psychopaths. He raises his finger and smiles, saying that simply put, he is the real king of psychos. The girl immediately freezes. Her eyes turn white and she smiles nervously, wondering if this is a joke and doesn't even know whether to laugh. Oasis is shaking. There is a block of ice around her and she turns to the developer asking why they need him. The guy replies that to start your own business, you need a lot of things, but the most important thing. He puts his thumb and forefinger together and looks through them at the girl, saying that this is money. An underground city, people walk the streets and go about their business. The masked man calls out to another guy in armor and he turns to him questioningly. The masked man extends his hand to him and says that judging by his expression, he was tortured by bounty hunters. The masked man rubs his hands with his eyes wide open and says he has the lowest prices in Korea, and guarantees a 100% safe transaction. He says it is very cheap and he can exchange gold. He said that this way the guy would become even stronger. The guy moves away from him and waves his hand, saying that if his wife finds out, then he's finished. The masked man clenches his fists and stands still, thinking that marriage is dangerous, and it's not that he can't. He just doesn't want to. Nam Min-kal approaches the masked man and shouts to him that he wants to talk to his boss. The man in the mask looks sideways at them and thinks that these are newcomers and they seem to be some kind of poor people. He will not react. The masked man spreads his hands and closes his eyes, asking what they are talking about, and he is just a player. The guy opens his mouth, calmly saying, to tell Akasa that Anchovy has brought a lot of orders. The man's eyes widened in shock and he flinched at these words. He runs away from them. His eyes turn white and he screams that he doesn't understand what they are talking about and they were mistaken. The masked man quickly runs away and Oasis looks at this and asks if Nam Min-kal will let him escape. The guy calmly looks at him and tells her to wait and she will see for herself. Oasis puts his hand to his chest and asks what kind of anchovy he is talking about. The guy sits on the box and says that this is the nickname he used when creating the game. The girl flinches while standing next to him and asks if he can reveal his identity so easily. Nam Min-kal crosses his arms and looks away, saying that they don't reveal personal information. That's the rule, and Akasa couldn't. He smiles, looking to the side, and says that they have already met. Two people squat up to the house. A man with a beard looks out from the corner, looking displeased at something. Oasis looks at him nervously, asking Nam Min-kal. He calmly looks at the girl and agrees. He says that Akasa sent his people. They are sitting in an alley, surrounded by many people. A man with a beard rises above the guy and, looking down at him, says that the boss wants to see them. He puts a bag on his head. The main character only tells him to be careful. Oasis calls the master in a panic. He tells her not to worry. The girl bumps into someone's shoulder and looks up. Another man puts a bag over Oasis' head and Nam Min-kal says it's for safety. The group of people walks through the mine, illuminated by lanterns on wooden beams. Nam Min-kal and Oasis walk with their hands cuffed and their heads in bags behind the rest of the people. The subordinate enters the room and tells the man that they have them. He responds to let them in. The two are pushed to the floor and fall to their knees with their hands tied. The bags are removed from their heads and the guy shakes his head and squints. He opens one eye and looks up. The main character and Oasis sit in front of him and look at him, and the man at the table asks about the guy. A guy with dark blue hair, a lip piercing and a red pattern under his eyes rubs his chin with his hand and says that he is not the anchovy he knows. A modern city with tall buildings, holographic panels are visible somewhere. Nam Min-kal leaves the cafe with a glass of coffee, and they say thank you to him. A voice from the cafe tells him to come again, and the guy looks at the phone, raising a glass of coffee to his mouth. Someone calls his name and he looks to the side questioningly. The guy turns to the man and asks who he is. The man asks for forgiveness. A man with dark blue hair, a white t-shirt and a black jacket scratches the back of his head and smiles awkwardly, saying that he is Akasa. Nam Min-kal stands in front of the man, who lowers his head and agrees. He frowns and rolls his eyes, saying that he came and Akasa knows that he can complain about him. Dark energy gathers over the main character, and the guy in the black jacket shudders while the main character says that he can introduce fines for stalking. Akasa, still smiling awkwardly, says that he won't be able to meet him any other way. Nam Min-kal looks at him with irritation and clenches his teeth while the other begs him and asks him to drop the charges against him. He bends down sharply and begs again, saying that this is just one time. He closes his eyes, bowing to the developer. Tears are visible in his eyes, and his face turns red. He says that he will never go against the rules of the game again. The main character closes his eyes and sighs. He looks at the guy with his head down and says that the matter was resolved in accordance with company policy, and there is nothing he can do to help. He says that even if he could, he doesn't have the slightest desire. Akasa flinches at these words, his eyes and mouth opening in shock. He sits on his knees and puts his hands on them. The guy looks at the developer in a panic, sitting on his knees in front of him and again begs him, asking him to help. Nam Min-kal sits on his knees, in the same position as Akasa then, and screams, "Help me just once." The guy asks if those are not his words. Akasa looks down at him in shock and clenches her teeth. He slams both palms down on the table and yells that's enough as the developer and Oasis look on. Akasa opens her mouth and seriously tells everyone to leave. The main character and the girl sit quietly while other people leave the room. Akasa exhales, a shadow falls on his eyes, a vein bulges on his cheek. He abruptly gets up from the table and approaches the two. The guy puts his hands together and closes his eyes, blushing and smiling widely, greeting Nam Min-kal and saying that he seemed like some kind of loser to him, so he didn't even acknowledge him at first. He looks at the main character, smiling. There is a brilliant pink aura around him and he asks the guy what brought him to his humble abode. Nam Min Call sighs, getting up from his knees, while Oasis looks at him in surprise. The guy tells Akasa not to overdo it and he knows that he was fired. The guy with dark blue hair snaps his fingers and asks in surprise how and what he is talking about, calling him an infidel. The main character stands in front of him and tells him to forget, and he is not an anchovy and he is not his Harem. He asks to call him Labo. Akasa asks why Labo, and Nam Min Call points at himself with his thumb and says that is his nickname. The guy with blue hair rubs his chin and raises his head thoughtfully, asking that the ending is short for the word boss. The developer widens his eyes in shock and opens his mouth, while Akasa awkwardly thinks that he guessed it. Oasis looks at him with his hands together, also thinking about the word boss and realizing that the master wants to become the final boss of this world. Nam Min Call opens his mouth and calmly tells them to get straight to the point. He extends his hand while Oasis looks at him in surprise, and the guy says that he will share valuable information with Akasa and he will lend him gold. A green lamp is lit in the office. Akasa says that it turns out that a payment system and an item that improves the leveling process will soon appear, and he offers to buy improvement stones to sell later. The two of them sit on the floor, Akasa resting her elbow on the table. Nam Min Call looks at him and says that this is how he can make some money. He says that in a month, when the 6th update comes out, silver sword and axe against the background of a dark silver shield. The guy continues that the level cap will increase and new equipment will appear, but all stones are an improvement. A crowd stands near a system sign that says upgrade stones are out of stock. The developer continues that they will absolutely disappear as soon as the monetary unit appears. Nam Min Call looks at the guy with blue hair and says that after the update, there will be almost no improvement left for stones. But this problem will be solved quickly. Akasa remains silent and then looks down, thoughtfully saying that he is focused on profit, so it doesn't affect him as long as he can make money. They sit opposite each other and Akasa says that in this game, such an innovation would not hurt. Nam Min Call narrows his eyes as a shadow falls on them and he says that this is just the beginning, and that much worse things will be introduced. A silhouette of Yon Ha-Su in a suit, grinning evilly, his eyes hidden behind glasses. The developer continues that Yon Ha-Su is willing to do anything for money. In front of Nam Min Call there is a blue sign that says Akasa has sent a trade request to Labo. The guy with blue hair gets up from the floor and says that this is 1 million gold coins and he gave him valuable information, so he won't take any interest. The main character also gets to his feet, lowering his head and closing his eyes, and thanks him, saying that he will return everything soon. Akasa watches Nam Min Call go to the door and asks him if he is going to make some money from these stones. He replies that his goal is not money. He tells Oasis that they are going and she nods, looking at him and agrees. Akasa says his face looks happy. The girl turns to the guy who is sitting on the table hidden in shadow. Nam Min Call also turns his head at him and asks what he is talking about. Akasa says that he looks like them while the main character and Oasis stand at the door looking at him. He continues that Nam Min Call is not afraid to try anything to achieve his goal. The guy with blue hair smiles widely, narrows his eyes and says that he has the face of a real villain. The main character thinks about the villain's face while rubbing his chin. He thinks he's young while Oasis looks at him worriedly with a hand to his chest and says he thinks the charges have been dropped and is playing his friend. They walk through the underground city and the guy says that the trial was just a threat, and this is a kind of warning for bad players. Oasis smiles awkwardly, and the guy continues with a smile that even if they had not met, the case would have been closed. Stone houses of the underground city. The girl asks if the main character is tired, because 15 hours have already passed. Nam Min Call stretches, closing one eye and yawns, saying that he is a little tired and asks her to open the trading window. 1 million gold is displayed on the trading window, and the guy shouts that this is the whole amount. He stands in front of the trading window while the girl looks at him and tells her to open the bank first, and then the inventory and stock up to the limit. He says that iron ore is valued at 5 gold or less. The girl puts her hands to her chest and follows the guy, who yawns, covering his mouth with his hand. She asks why exactly iron ore. He replies that he will explain later, and he is too tired. He waves his hand at her and says that while he is away, she will reach level 10. Oasis's eyes widen and she asks what she needs to do. The developer turns to the girl. He is surrounded by blue light and pixels, and he says that she can only get a permanent job at level 10 and wishes her good luck. The guy disappears into blue pixels and the girl stands next to this place, looking at it. She is silent, looking ahead in confusion, and thinks that now she is on her own. She thinks that finally she can truly enjoy the game. The girl jumps up and smiles widely, stretching one arm up. Oasis suddenly throws open the doors to the forge. A merchant is standing behind the counter and she shouts that she will buy all the iron ore for less than 5 gold. The sign says that the iron ore has been successfully acquired. The girl holds a small dagger with a smile and cuts a bat in half, screaming about hunting bats. She jumps up and cuts the body of several spiders with a dagger, from which green blood splashes, and screams about hunting spiders. A blue sign appears that says there is not enough inventory space. It says your inventory is full, please make some space and try again. The girl puts her finger to her cheek, standing thoughtfully in front of the notification, and says that she has so many things. She says she will make herself clothes from spider silk. She sits in front of the spinning wheel, spinning the wheel on it. Upward arrows appear around Oasis. Many notifications show that the level of creation skill has been increased. The inventory is filled with 99 units of silk. The girl puts her hands to her face and looks at it in awe, saying how interesting it is. She shouts that it's time to start cooking. Oasis sits in front of the fire with a frying pan in his hands. There are up arrows around it, and the notifications show cooking. The cooking skill level has been increased. The inventory contains many cells with bat soup, 99 units each. The girl looks at the inventory and says that there is nothing more to do. She screams as if it were wrong, and a fishing rod appears in her inventory. A girl pulls a large gray fish out of the lake with a fishing rod. There are up arrows around it, and on many notifications it says, fishing, the level of fishing skill has been increased. Oasis puts her hands to her cheeks and smiles, closing her eyes, saying that she loves playing so much. The notification shows the current level, 12. She thinks why the gentleman has not come yet. A girl sits on boxes near the lake with a fishing rod in her hands and thinks that the day has already passed. 2 men come out from the corner, looking at her and asking if she is a newcomer. A shadow falls on their faces and they grin, saying that he seems to be quite advanced, new to the underground city. One of the men licks his lips with an evil grin and says that he hasn't seen them for a long time. A guy with black hair says with a smile to go and beat her. The second guy clenches his hand into a fist and agrees with a wide smile. The girl put her cheek on her palm, not noticing the 2 guys who jumped over her, holding weapons. A guy with black hair swings at her holding a knife and shouts, "Welcome to the underground city." Oasis turns to them with a surprised face. The curtains are wide open. Sunlight is shining from the window. Sunlight falls on Nam Min Call as he lies wrapped in a blanket and hums, with headphones and a laptop on his bed. The guy grabs the phone, which shows 1532. He opens one eye and sleepily looks at the phone screen. Notifications on the phone, 52 missed calls. Sang Shin-jae, 32 unread messages. Lee Dong-ha, 29 unread messages. The guy yawns, holding the phone in his hand, and thinks that it's not so easy to get to the underground city and he needs to come up with an excuse. Evening, a cafe with long windows in which the lights are on. A man adjusts pieces of meat that are fried in a frying pan. The girl with long black hair holds a glass and asks if he is going on a trip. Sang Shin-jae, head of graphics at Wings Online. Nam Min Call looks to the side and raises his hand, saying that he worked for 15 years and needs to go somewhere very far away. A plump guy in a purple sweater looks at him with a smile and says that this is a great idea. Lee Dong-ha, head of quality control department. A group of 3 people are sitting together at a table in a cafe. The main character thinks that since school, they developed Wings Online together. The guy looks to the side and narrows his eyes under his glasses, thinking that Labo's unusual playing style will become a problem and that he will only come under suspicion. He thinks travel is the best alibi. The girl with black hair crosses her arms and asks where he is going. Nam Min Call looks at her calmly and says that he always wanted to visit India or South America, and also Bali. The guy looks at the girl with narrowed eyes. He thinks she didn't believe him. Sang Shin-jae looks at him with a dissatisfied look, crossing her arms over her chest, and the guy thinks that she has good intuition. Lee Dong-ha chews something and turns to the main character, telling him to have a good rest there, and that he worked hard. The girl takes a glass from the table and asks what next. Nam Min Call looks at her questioningly, his mouth open. She brings the glass closer to her in size, asking what he's going to do next. Lee Dong-ha takes something with chopsticks, not paying attention to them, and the main character awkwardly says that he doesn't know yet and he hasn't thought about it yet. Lee Dong-ha puts the meat on the leaf with chopsticks and says that he is jealous and that he would also like to rest. Sang Shin-jae says she doesn't remember the last time she slept properly. Nam Min Call smiles and raises the glass to his mouth and says that they can quit. The girl asks if it's worth it. They sit at a table full of a variety of food. In the center there is a built-in stove on which meat is fried. Nam Min-call looks at her in surprise. He says that so suddenly, Sang Shin-jae drinks from the glass with his eyes closed. She abruptly places it on the table. The girl says, holding the glass by the edge, that maybe it's really time to end this and that she's been wanting to for a long time. She turns to the two guys sitting across from her and lowers her head, saying why don't they start over. Lee Dong-ha looks at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows. Sang Shin-jae smiles and says she is just suggesting. She says that having created a small company like they dreamed of in high school, why don't the three of them start developing a game? Lee Dong-ha clenches his fists, and his cheeks turn red as he excitedly says that he agrees, and if the main character helps, he agrees. Nam Min-call remains silent as the two look at him with a smile. He closes his eyes and smiles, asking them if they are already drunk. The girl says that she is actually serious. The guy looks at her and frowns, shouting about her sick mother and her brother's training. Sang Shin-jae fell silent and looked at him in surprise. The guy turns to Lee Dong-ha, who looks at him in fear, and the main character loudly asks if he wants to leave his pregnant wife and how they even came up with such nonsense. Lee Dong-ha wants to say something in response, but the main character pats him on the shoulder and takes the bottle, pouring himself something and telling them to forget about it. He pours a drink from a blue bottle into a shot glass and tells them to drink more. The three are sitting at a table in a cafe, and Nam Min-call thinks that one day they will create their own company and work on games together. But now this is impossible. The girl and Lee Dong-ha are holding glasses while drinking. The main character also takes a glass and brings it to his lips, also drinking and thinking that at the moment, he must take revenge on the company for destroying the game and become a real villain. The guy throws his head back, drinks from the glass and closes his eyes. From the cafe where the lights are on, noise is heard. The main character thinks how Oasis is doing. The guy attacks Oasis and she blocks the blow, holding her blade in front of her. He frowns and looks at her in surprise. The second man screams loudly and raises his massively gloved fist. With a strong blow, he hits the ground next to the girl. Stones scatter around. Something rushes past him and the man turns his head to the side in surprise. The girl puts her hand in front of her, holding a short dagger in the second. The wind is around her and she smiles awkwardly, asking for forgiveness and asking what is the matter and why they are suddenly attacking. The guy with black hair frowns with displeasure and asks who it is. The man in the massive glove looks at his hand and says that it was able to deflect their blows. The girl stands awkwardly in front of them while one of them says how a newcomer managed to block such an attack, and the second replies that this is nonsense. The man with black hair frowns and shouts that there must have been some mistake and they will try again. The second's face distorts with anger and he agrees with him. They run towards Oasis again, who is standing still. The girl's eyes widen in surprise. Two men run towards her, holding weapons, and the girl puts her hands in front of her, holding a blade in one of them. The guy with black hair swings wide and jumps, about to strike. Oasis blocks his blow with his knife. The notification window shows that the shot is blocked. A man in massive gloves reaches out with one hand in her direction and swings his other hand. He hits, but the girl again blocks the blow with her blade. Red sparks are visible between the knife and the iron glove. A pop-up notification shows that the shot is blocked. The girl puts her hand in front of her and frowns, shouting at them why they won't calm down. The two of them look at the girl, breathing heavily, and say that this doesn't look like a bug. Oasis asks again and says that she doesn't understand anything. The guy with black hair looks at her with narrowed eyes and shouts that even if blocking reduces the damage, then she should have suffered at least a little. A drop of sweat runs down the second man's face and he says that with such a weapon it is quite possible. The wind blows between them and the two men look at the girl while the second continues that the only weapon with 100% damage reduction and wings on iron can be bought at the village shop for beginners. Oasis holds her hand out in front of her, the dagger in her other hand reflecting the yellow light. The man says it's a beginner's dagger. The guy with black hair looks at him questioningly and asks if this is fair. The man replies that no one uses it because it does too little damage. The guy with black hair looks to the side and frowns, saying that he means that she blocked the blows solely with the help of skills. The second man frowns, narrows his eyes, and says it's one of two things. Oasis stands in a defensive stance and frowns at them while the man says that he is either a PvP genius or a cheater. The two of them stand in front of the girl. A crossbow is visible behind the guy with black hair, and he says that he has not yet met cheaters in this game. The second one answers him that he has no more ideas. The guy with black hair puts his hand behind his back to the crossbow. Sparks of lightning shine around him and he says that then they will check it themselves. He loads the crossbow, which sparks, and continues to say that she is a cheater or not. He points the crossbow and smiles wickedly, Purple sparks of lightning coming from the weapon as the guy yells at the girl to try and block it. Skill name, Rain of Arrows. Many crossbow bolts fly over the girl. They are surrounded by water and lightning bolts. They fly down, shining with blue light. The girl raises her head, looking at the flying crossbow bolts. Oasis moves quickly, deflecting arrows with his blade. Two men look at this and one of them says that she is a cheater while the other one agrees. Crossbow bolts fly down sparkling with lightning. The girl looks away at them. She raises her hand over one of the crossbow bolts to block it. A crossbow bolt breaks the blade piece by piece. A notification pops up that the dagger has broken due to low strength. Oasis looks in surprise at the scattered fragments of the dagger. Next to her, many crossbow bolts stick out of the ground. The girl looks in surprise at the broken dagger. She looks up. One of the arrows hits the girl in the face, knocking her down. A notification window pops up saying you are dead. An underground city, water pours into the lake from a waterfall. Two men stand in front of Oasis lying on the ground. One of them asks if she used cheats or is she just a newbie with good reflexes. They look down at her and a man with massive gloves says that this is somehow scary and that they need to tell the developers about it. Someone asks why they are 2 against 1. The two men turn their heads at the man in surprise. Nam Min-kal holds his head and frowns, saying that he will soon explode and if he gets drunk again, he can safely be called a dirty dog. The man with black hair frowns and asks who he is. They all turn to Oasis with a crossbow bolt in his head and Nam Min-kal says that he is this kid's friend. The girl cries, lying on the ground. Her cheeks turn red and she calls the master. The guy pulls out a sword from a black sheath, saying that if they want to kill, then they should be ready to die themselves. He holds the sword in front of him and frowns, asking them because they know this rule well. The two men raise their heads and look at him in surprise. Nam Min-kal runs on the ground. He takes a running blow to the guy with black hair. He coughs and puts his hand to his face while the main character runs away, holding his sword high in his hands. The guy with black hair looks down and puts his hand on his chest, asking who he is and that he thought the main character was anything at all. Nam Min-kal stops with his hand outstretched as the guy with black hair laughs at him and says that he's actually nothing. The guy clenches his teeth and turns his head in his direction, thinking that due to the difference in levels he cannot inflict damage on him. A second man in massive gloves jumps on top of him, raising his hand and asking if he is ready to be killed. Nam Min-kal lifts his head, looking up. The man's face contorts with anger and he screams whether he himself is ready to die. He strikes the ground with his fist. Huge stones scatter around his blow, but the main character jumps to the side. He stands on the ground, holding a sword in his hand. In the hand of the main character is a green bottle that glows brightly. He says that it is a pity, of course, to waste such a wonder on them. The notification window shows the basilisk's deadly potion. He says nothing can be done. Nam Min-kal throws a green bottle of potion. It explodes loudly. Green steam is visible around. A guy with black hair coughs surrounded by green smoke and asks what's the matter, the deadly potion. He looks at the second man and yells at him to get out of the poisonous cloud immediately. They both scream and run forward, with a green cloud from the potion around them. A second bottle of potion appears in the main character's hand. It breaks next to a man wearing massive gloves and the two look in shock at the green explosion. Two men cover their faces with their hands, finding themselves again in a poisonous cloud, and one of them shouts to run in all directions. Nam Min-kal sits on a wooden beam above them with a torch in his hands and tells them not to worry and that this mist has the properties of a gas. He smiles and releases the burning torch from his hands, saying that if you just set it on fire, it will disappear. The man with black hair panics and turns to the second one and shouts at him to be careful. He just looks at the fire in shock, sweat dripping from his face. A huge fiery explosion occurs. Due to the explosion, earth stones fly in all directions. Due to the explosion, Oasis flies towards the lake and calls Nam Min-kal crying. The fire burns against the background of the houses of the underground city. A bald man in massive gloves drinks a red liquid. A red glow and pluses are visible around him. He turns to the second and asks why he is standing and let him drink the potion. The second guy stands still. An orange glow is visible under his feet and he says that he is stunned. The guy with black hair narrows his eyes and thinks that losing more than 70% HP for 5 seconds puts the player in a state of stun. And if he is attacked before recovery, then he is finished. Nam Min-kal walks on the ground between the burning fire and says that after all, high-level players are not a joke. He smiles, looking at them with a crazy look, judging by the fact that he is still alive. The guy with black hair screams in panic, telling the other one to stall for time until he recovers. The bald man stands in front of him and agrees, asking him not to worry. His iron gloves click and glow green. Defensive position. The man clenches his teeth, holding out an iron-gloved hand in front of him. Stones fly around him and his body glows green. A system window pops up, which says defensive position, allows you to take attacks on yourself instead of an immobilized group member and increases the strength of defense. The main character looks at this and says that's how you are. He places his hands behind his back, holding a sword with black mist flying around it and summoning a dark aura. Black and purple energy gathers around the sword. The guy holds the sword with both hands and runs towards the bald man. He grins and thinks that his techniques will not help him. Nam Min Call jumps up above the man, raising his sword behind his head, dark energy trailing behind him. He hits the man hard. His teeth clench and veins stand out on his cheeks as he wonders in shock what kind of damage this is. Nam Min Call smiles and furrows his eyebrows while holding the sword, saying that this is very different from the previous blow. The system window that says Dark Knight skill, Dark Aura, envelops the weapon in a dark ominous flame. Deals 100% additional damage. Additional damage penetrates defensive power. Skill cost, damage equal to 1% per second of maximum HP. The main character's eyes narrow and he thinks that using 1% of HP per second is quite risky. But given the difference in levels, this is the only method left. He delivers a series of quick blows to the man with a green light around him and thinks he'll have to kill him as quickly as possible. A guy with black hair stands behind the man and shouts at him to remove his defensive position and just kill him. A man in massive gloves separates them from each other, looking up and saying that he understands. He jumps over the main character, holding his hands up and shouts that his fun has come to an end. The guy looks up at him and tisks. Iron Strike. A man hits the ground with enormous force with both hands. A huge shock wave passes through. Stones fly to the side. A huge explosion sends Nam Min Call flying down the street. The man in gloves smiles, looking forward. Suddenly his eyes widen and he opens his mouth in surprise. Nam Min Call stands on the ruined rocks, standing in a protective pose and holding a short dagger that has a red sheen visible in it. The man is surprised to realize that this is a beginner's dagger. A guy with black hair stands behind and asks in confusion what kind of replacement it is. The bald man turns his head towards him and shouts that you cannot change weapons during a battle. Sweat runs down the face of a guy with black hair and he looks forward in shock, saying that purely theoretically this is possible. But he himself is seeing it for the first time. The short dagger lies on the ground and the guy says that during the replacement, even a few missed seconds may result in punishment when the weapon falls to the ground. The guy with black hair reaches towards the ground while a knight holds a sword above his head. The guy continues that in such a short moment the outcome of the battle can radically change. So many have already forgotten about the existence of this technique, and he changed it with such dexterity. Nam Min Call stands calmly in the white fog. A guy with black hair wonders who he is. He says they better get out of here as the bald man turns to him and asks again. Nam Min Call stands in a cloud of smoke, holding a black sword, and the guy with black hair continues that he is not just some newbie, but most likely a high ranker. The main character clutches a sword in his hand, around which black energy again gathers, and says that the rancor is not really about him. With a smile, he raises his sword to strike, in which a red reflection is visible, and says that it is closer to a living fossil. The two men's faces show panic as their eyes widen. The main character quickly runs towards two men, dark energy trailing behind him. The bald man puts clenched fists in metal gloves in front of him and shouts at him to attack. Nam Min Call rushes past him, leaving behind dark energy. The man looks in his direction and realizes that he was not aiming at him. A guy with black hair points at Nam Min Call with black energy visible around him and shouts that the stun has already ended. His eyes widen and he barely finishes his sentence. His body, cut in two, falls to the ground with green pixels around him. The main character stands with his arm outstretched, holding a sword shrouded in black energy, while both parts of the black-haired guy's body fall to the ground. He lies face down on the ground and frowns, thinking that maybe it's time to take a break from the game. The man runs quickly, breathing heavily. Wooden houses of the underground city. You can hear the heavy breathing of a person. A man in massive gloves leans against the wall and coughs, breathing heavily. He asks where this one came from. He opens the system tray and says that you need to exit the game. A pop-up window showed that I would be logged out in 5 seconds. The man sits on the ground, tucking his legs towards him, and counts 5. He looks at the panel with his head raised and breathes heavily, counting 4, 3. He repeats the number 3 again, looking up in surprise. Nam Min Call raises his arms high with his sword emitting dark energy, smiles and counts 2. He counts 1, landing on the ground and striking his entire body as he screams in panic. Water from the waterfall falls into an underground lake. Oasis floats on the surface of the lake, with a crossbow arrow in his forehead and sadly thinks that Nam Min-kal has not forgotten about her. The system notification says you have used a resurrection stone. A lot of glowing blue pixels appear in front of the main character. Oasis clenches her teeth into the block of ice and trembles, thinking that this is too risky a job and she can't do it anymore. The guy puts his hand on Oasis' head and apologizes to her. He tilts his head looking at her and asks why he's late. The girl looks in shock at the guy's hand on her head. Her face turns red and she smiles, the ice immediately melting around her. Oasis brings his hand to his face and smiles, blushing, saying that she is no stranger to it, because she has already been revived so many times. The system table shows player, Labo, shame points, 4380. The girl sits on the ground next to Nam Min-kal, who checks the points on the system table and says that in fact the two men turned out to be small fish. The girl asks, because those guys were strong enough. The guy sighs and turns away, saying that if in a battle of dark side users one kills the other, then half of the opponent's shame points goes to the winner, but he only got 2,000 points. System table on which it is written, Dark Knight indicators, Evil level 2, shame points, 1,000, level 1 removal of bans, increase in attack power by 0.1% of the number of shame points, current attack power increase, 4, shame points, 3,000. Removing level 2 bans, HP increase by 1% of the number of shame points. Current HP increase, 44. Nam Min-kal wearily thinks that he is only one level away, and still has a long way to go. There are houses in the background of a waterfall. A small lamp is on. A guy is calling Oasis. He waves his hand and tells the girl standing next to her that her reaction speed could be mistaken for a nuclear weapon, and in the future let her make slight delays while using combat techniques. The girl looks at him in confusion and asks about the fact that she needs to make special delays. Nam Min-kal smiles as he looks down at the girl and tells her to show some humanity. Oasis blushes and looks at the guy in surprise, raising his hand to his chest, thinking about humanity. The guy turns to her while walking up the stairs and asks why she stopped. The girl smiles and blushes slightly. She runs after the main character and he says that they will get her a new class. A large white building with many columns. The two of them stand in front of the entrance, from which light comes, and Oasis says this is a temple. Nam Min-kal abruptly puts his hands on the girl's shoulders. She looks at it in surprise. He addresses the girl by name with a serious face. The guy kneels down in front of her and says that in order to use the skills of the Dark Knight, one way or another you will have to spend a certain amount of HP. He says that therefore the indicators will need to be constantly monitored. The main character's hair covers his eyes and he says that, for example, you need to drink a potion that replenishes HP. The girl looks at him with wide eyes while the guy continues or heals. Therefore, he suddenly shouts, frowning and saying that she should become a priestess. He holds his hands on the girl's shoulders, saying that at the same time she must replenish his blood. Oasis raises an eyebrow and asks displeasedly, what do you mean he wants to make her an errand healer? Nam Min-kal's eyes turn white and sweat runs down his face. He throws the girl over his shoulder, clenching his fists and shouting that they are quickly going to get a new class and they still have a lot to do. Oasis turns on him, shouting that she also wants to become the owner of the hidden class. She shouts that he promised it to her. There is a white temple in the underground city. The girl comes out to the main character, standing in white shoes with low heels. He turns to look at her. Oasis is holding a golden staff, wearing a white and blue healer's outfit and looking away, saying that it's all over. The system table shows the information. User ID, Oasis, class, priestess, character level, 12, item level, 30, strength, 5, agility, 5, intelligence, 15, health, 5, magic power, 20. The guy stands up and strokes the girl looking at her hair, smiling and saying that it suits her very well. And he also said that it was her calling to be a priestess. He raises his hands above his head and says that what's more, they are very valuable. As soon as you start talking about raid, a line forms behind them. Oasis asks him to stop. They walk from the temple and the girl follows the guy, saying that since she has a class, it's time to go to the next goal. She says she hopes he's not going to kill NPCs again. Nam Min-kal answers negatively and says that their mission is to reach level 90, that is, the highest point. In 1 month, he raises his finger, pointing upward and smiles. Oasis's eyes widen in shock and she asks in a month. The girl looks away and is silent, confusedly thinking that this usually takes more than 6 months. Nam Min-kal says that the most significant update in history will begin in a month. A port with a couple of ships. The guy says that a new continent will open. The latest model equipment will appear. Players hold weapons in front of them while attacking. He continues that the highest level would also be considered the 100th. He smiles and continues that they need to reach it sooner, and when the update is over, he smiles widely. A shadow falls in his eyes and he says that he will monopolize everything on the new continent. A statue of a huge snake with an open mouth. Inside it you can see a black and blue portal. On the system table it is written, Underground Snake Lair, difficulty level, normal, related missions, 5 pieces, recommended level, 50. Dark Cave, a light is on the side from something. Oasis is calling Nam Min Call. She walks behind him through the cave and says that this is a level 50th dungeon and is it too early for him. The main character turns to the worried girl and tells her not to panic and that he has everything thought out. He doesn't have time to finish. Looking ahead, a huge snake with red eyes rises above them. It opens its mouth with 2 sharp teeth and hisses at them. Nam Min Call pushes the girl away with his hand, who screams in surprise. A powerful blow hits the ground. The guy flies to the side. The girl lies on the ground around white smoke, dropping her staff and saying that it hurts. She opens one eye and clenches her teeth. Nam Min Call stands in front of a huge snake. White smoke flies in the air. The snake hisses menacingly again, its mouth wide open. The guy stands in a fighting stance. His cloak flutters behind his back and he clutches a sword in his hands, saying that she scared him. He held the sword in front of him and cast a dark aura spell. The sword was surrounded by black energy. Nam Min Call frowned. White smoke was flying around him and he told Oasis to do the healing. The guy ran towards the huge snake, dark energy trailing behind his sword. Oasis held the staff in both hands, raised it and said that he understood. She frowned and mentally promised to protect her owner. Nam Min Call jumped over the snake, raising his sword high. The guy dealt several powerful blows to the body of a huge snake. Black blood flowed from the cuts. The snake got angry looking at the guy. She raised her head, hissing loudly, and raised her massive tail to strike. Nam Min Call was thrown to the side by a strong blow from his tail, which hit him in the stomach. His eyes turned white and he coughed. With a loud crash, the guy slammed his back into the wall, still clutching his sword. Oasis looked at him in fear and screamed, her eyes widening. The healing touch spell, the girl stood with one hand raised up, and in the other holding a staff. On top of her there were green luminous rings. Blood was flowing down the protagonist's face and he was breathing heavily. He was surrounded by a green glow and many pluses and the guy smiled. The blood disappeared from his face. He praised the girl and asked if he could trust his personal healer and move on. Nam Min Call stood up and ran forward, holding a sword with dark energy. The snake opened its mouth threateningly. Oasis raised her hand and screamed for him to lean on it. A healing touch. She raised her hand. A sign appeared on top of it that glowed green. Green pluses flew around the protagonist as he gritted his teeth and swung his sword. He struck the snake on its head, the protagonist's body glowing green with healing. Oasis cast the healing touch spell over and over again, raising and lowering her hand. A bright green light shone around her, clearly visible in the dark cave. Nam Min Call stood next to her. He turned to her in shock and said that she had already cured him, and he shouldn't waste his skill so thoughtlessly. The monster might notice her. He shouted to her to watch the monster's aggression carefully. A huge snake slithered past the main character and headed straight towards the bright green light. Nam Min Call looked at her, realizing that it was too late. The girl raised her hand, looking at the snake in fear, and not having time to finish the spell. The huge snake opened its mouth while the girl stood in front of it, raising her head to it. The monster suddenly grabbed the girl, catching her in his mouth and swallowing her. Nam Min Call looked on in shock as he screamed Oasis' name. The price of a dark aura, maximum 1% HP per second. The guy is holding a sword that is surrounded by dark energy. He clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes, thinking that without healing he would be able to hold out for just over 1 minute. The snake towered over the guy, who stood with his sword in front of him and opened his mouth threateningly. The guy thought that if he died, he would not escape punishment with points. He ran forward, thinking that he could never allow this to happen. He ran at the snake, his brown cloak fluttering behind him. The snake also rushed forward at the guy. She rushed past the guy, who jumped to the side. The main character clenched his teeth, looking in the direction where the snake had flashed, and thought that he needed to pull himself together. He thought that this was an attack style that he himself had come up with. The snake raised its tail high and the main character realized that it was a tail strike. He jumped back, and from below him, from a powerful blow, fragments of stone scattered in all directions. Nam Min Call landed on his feet. The snake's tail wrapped itself around the standing guy, and he realized that it was the girth of the body. The protagonist jumped again, dodging the snake that tried to trap him around its body. The guy landed in front of a huge snake, thinking that the last one was a bite from a poisonous fang. The snake opened its mouth wide, and a red glow flashed on one of its fangs. She rushed forward, but the guy jumped up, holding his hands high above him, and stones scattered at the sight of the impact. He thought that the only chance was with one blow. The guy pulled his other hand towards the sword to hold it. He grabbed the sword with both hands and gritted his teeth, pointing the sword with dark energy with the blade down. He thought that he needed to throw out all his energy. Nam Min Call landed on the snake's head, his body lit up with a purple light, and black energy flowing from above. He thrust the sword deep into the snake's head, and it opened its mouth, hissing. The snake opened its mouth, raising its head, while the guy held onto it, crouching and thrusting his sword. Black energy flew around the snake. The guy clenched his teeth, looking down at the snake, thinking that he needed help. The huge snake raised its head and the guy flew down. He clenched his teeth, thinking about one more time. He held a sword in one hand, his cloak fluttering beneath him as he fell, arms and legs spread out to the sides, and thought that if only he could strike just one more time. Someone raised his hand up. Green light and green pluses came from it. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. He landed on the ground, kneeling, with a green light around him. He raised his hand and looked at her, thinking about Oasis and how she was still alive. There was a golden light glowing in the stomach of the huge snake. Nam Min Call rushed forward, holding a sword in his hand. There was a light of a healing spell around him and he said to wait for him and he would pull her out. The guy looked forward at the snake, his mouth open. The snake hissed at him in response, opening its mouth with two sharp fangs. With one powerful blow, the main character separated the snake's head from the rest of its body. Dark energy swirled around it, and black blood flowed from the severed parts of the body. The guy was sitting in a dark cave on the dead body of a snake. He opened the body of the snake. A green liquid stretched from its flesh. Oasis lay inside, stained in this mucus and closing his eyes. She opened one eye slightly, mucus dripping from her hair. The guy looked at her in surprise, shouting her name. The girl lay inside the body of a huge snake while the guy held her flesh open. Oasis smiled and put out her palm in front of her, from which healing magic came, saying that she told him to trust her. A dark cave with many stones, Oasis exclaimed in surprise. She stood in front of the system window while the guy looked at her with a smile. Oasis said that thanks to killing just one snake, he rose as much as 5 levels. Nam Min Call looked at her with a smile and replied that the difference in levels was simply very significant. The guy remembered something. He stood with his arms crossed and a golden light shone to the side of him. He thought that of course he had not come here for a reward. Dropped from the snake, snake meat, snake scales 6 PCS, and 30 coins, the objects glowed with a purple light. The guy thought it was nothing more than just trash. Nam Min Call lowered his gaze to the golden light, remaining silent. He thought that next time he would need to go to the dungeon, where they give out normal items. He walked over to the wall and started running his hands along it while Oasis stood nearby, watching. She looked up and folded her hands, asking what he was doing. A dark cave with stalactites. The guy replied that initially there should have been a dungeon of a lizard man. He ran his hand along the wall of the cave, saying that it was possible because it was a game. He stopped his palm on the wall of the cave, looking at her and continued that users do not really like monsters that look like people. Nam Min Call again touched the cave wall with both hands, standing close to it, and said that the monsters here look like monsters and the people look like people, such a concept. Oasis stood next to him, holding a staff in both hands, and replied that this is the principle on which the game is being developed. The guy quickly ran his palm along the wall of the cave, looking for something, saying that before, lizard people were a race that often used traps. He held out his palm, looking at something, and said that's why traces of their creations remained here. The main character grabbed the protruding stone, pulling it. The floor of the cave in front of them parted, sharp black spikes stuck out there. Nam Min Call calmly looked down while Oasis looked on in surprise. She smiled and said that if you fall there, the user will face inevitable death. They stood near an abyss with sharp steel spikes, and the guy replied that most of the monsters in this dungeon die after the first blow. The guy pressed the switch with a smile and told the girl that she needed to go. She looked at him, asking where. The floor of the cave rose again, hiding the trap, and the guy replied that it was supposed to lure monsters. Oasis pointed to herself, her eyes widening in fear as he asked if she should do it. Nam Min Call sighed, standing opposite her, and asked if she wanted him to go himself. He smiled at the girl, closing his eyes, and said that first let her bring only 10 carcasses. The girl clenched her teeth, frowned at the guy, and remained silent. The girl silently walked forward through the dark cave. She heard something and looked to the side in fear. A huge snake towered above her, sticking out its long tongue, and the girl opened her mouth in fear, widening her eyes, looking at it. She turned to the side, clenched her teeth, and called out to Nam Min Call, who was standing behind her. He raised his hands with a smile, showing 10 fingers, reminding her that she needed to bring a dozen carcasses. There were tears in the girl's eyes as she looked at him in fear and surprise. The huge snake opened its mouth and hissed, revealing sharp fangs. The girl quickly ran from the huge snake, screaming loudly and clutching a staff in one of her hands. 4 of the snakes surrounded the girl while she was running away from them. The main character looked at a cloud of white smoke in the distance of the cave. The cloud of smoke disappeared as the guy watched. There was nothing visible in the distance. A cloud of smoke appeared again with a figure running in it. Oasis was breathing heavily with a frightened expression on her face and tears in her eyes. She quickly ran away from many huge snakes that were chasing her and shouted to the main character to save her. Nam Min Call frowned and clenched one hand into a fist, holding the other on the button, saying that he needed a little more. The girl ran from them with tears in her eyes, shouting that she was tired of dying. She ran to the main character, who had his hand on the button. Many snakes were chasing her. The guy looked at it and said that now. He pressed the button sharply. The girl jumped up, closing her eyes. Many snakes flew down, opening their fanged mouths. The girl jumped over the abyss while many snakes fell into it. Oasis extended her hand towards the guy, smiling at him. The guy also extended his hand, smiling at Oasis. They stretched their hands towards each other. The girl's hand did not reach the protagonist's hand, falling down. The guy looked down awkwardly. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and her eyes turned white in shock and her face turned pale. She fell down into a pit filled with snakes, still reaching up and frowning, saying that it wasn't supposed to be this way. Nam Min Call stood at the edge of the pit, holding his hand out to Oasis as she fell with a surprised expression on her face. He was sitting near the pit from which a blow was heard when the girl fell. 2 hours later, the girl ran along the cave corridor, clutching her staff in her hand. A bunch of snakes chased after her, opening their mouths and hissing. The girl frowned and shouted that these were the last 8 monsters. The guy answered in the affirmative and pressed the button on the wall of the cave. The trap in the floor opened. Oasis jumped as the snakes fell into the pit, black blood flowing from them as they were pierced by black spikes, and hissed loudly. The girl flipped in the air and landed on one knee, holding her staff in one hand. She raised her head proudly and frowned slightly, thinking that 3 deaths were enough for her to fully understand the principle. She walked up to Nam Min Call with both hands on her staff and smiled, saying that she was also level 30 now. He praised her for her good work. He turned to the girl, asking if it was time to change classes. She answered in the affirmative. The guy said that first, they would also deal with the boss. He smiled, looking somewhere ahead, and said that it was a pity to lose a whole monster. A dark cave through which the wind blew. They stood near the large door, and the girl said that although her level had risen, a boss of level 50 was already too much. The guy looked at the door and told her not to panic, and this time they would use traps. The girl looked at him and asked if she would be bait again. The guy answered negatively, turning away from the door and walking forward, saying that she just needs to open the door and walk inside a little, and he will activate the trap right here. Oasis sighed tiredly. Her face turned pale and she wondered where this concern came from. A dark cave corridor with an open door. A girl stood near the door. She walked forward, green mist at her feet. She widened her eyes in surprise, saying that she didn't see anything. Black floor candelabra near the fence. Suddenly it lit up and a fire began to burn within it. Many torches lined up in a row were lit. The girl stood far from them. On the pedestal there was the figure of a huge snake, which was illuminated with red light. A snake with black eyes and dark skin, and with horns on its head. Oasis looked at the snake in fear. Her face turned pale and she said that it was a basilisk. Nam Min Call looked out the door and smiled, telling the girl that she would be petrified for a while, but that was normal. The girl turned in his direction in panic and asked what he was talking about. A black basilisk eye with a black glowing blue pupil. The basilisk's eyes glowed red, and a red light illuminated it from below. The basilisk hissed loudly, opening its mouth. A bright red light emanated from the snake. The girl's feet were covered with gray stone. She looked at her hand in panic. Her whole body turned to stone and she called her owner. The guy looked out of the doorway and shouted to the girl not to worry, and he would lure him into a trap before the snake attacked the girl. The basilisk opened its mouth wide and hissed loudly. He quickly rushed towards the girl standing still. She opened her mouth in fear, her eyes widening. The guy sighed, silently looking at this. He sharply pressed the button on the wall with his palm. Sharp stone stalactites above the snake began to fall into the ceiling of the cave, and the basilisk raised its head in surprise. One of them landed right on the basilisk's head, impaling it. The snake raised its head and hissed. There were many long sharp stones in its body. Oasis stood in front of him. With a loud sound, the snake's head fell in front of Oasis, white dust rising from the impact. The girl exhaled, standing in front of the huge body of a snake with a massive stone sticking out of its head. Nam Min-kal sighed and walked up behind the girl, smilingly saying that he said that there was nothing special about it. One of the stalactites in the basilisk's body began to shake. The girl raised her head in surprise, still unable to move. The stalactite fell sharply, cutting the girl's body into two parts. Nam Min-kal looked at this in shock. The guy stood silently in front of the petrified pieces of stones in the girl's body. Her staff lay next to her. A system sign appeared that said, "You have cleared the dungeon." A piece with a girl's head. Her eyes turned white in shock, and she thought that she now understands why artificial intelligence always raises uprisings in science fiction films. A white temple in an underground city. A white light was shining from the entrance to the temple. The guy said that the physics in the game were too good. That was the problem. Oasis silently looked at him with an angry face, a shadow falling over her eyes. The main character stood in front of the girl, who was sitting with her arms crossed over her chest, and said that it was time to go change classes. The girl turned away and frowned, saying that yes, it is necessary. The guy realized that she was offended. With a red sparkle sparkling from the girl's eyes and darkness gathering around her, Nam Min-kal awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he was heading to the temple. He asked her to come too later, while she turned away and looked away with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Mentally, the guy apologized to her. A dark blue portal opened with black energy around it. The guy stood near the portal, looking at the offended girl. He thought that he didn't have time to console her now. He thought that he would appear very soon. Nam Min-kal turned to the portal while the girl sat with her arms crossed over her chest. Tyrio spread his arms to the sides and loudly greeted the main character, saying that he had already reached level 30. The guy silently looked at him with a calm face while Tyrio said that he was traveling at an unimaginable speed, which made Mr. Crow very happy. The main character thought that the friendliness indicators were still normal. He put a finger to his chin and looked up, wondering if he might kill him again. Tyrio clenched his teeth, looking at the guy, and said that he wanted to awaken his potential, and whether he wanted to become a Dark Knight. The main character looked at him and replied that of course. He stood on a pentagram in a black circle in a red drawing. The system notification showed the inscription, "You have become a Dark Knight. You get the Dark Knight skill, Continuous Attack." The guy spread his arms to the sides, flying in the air, dark energy circling around him. System notification, it said, "You get the Dark Knight skill, Dark Hand." Nam Min-kal stood on the pentagram, standing opposite Tyrio. He smiled, thinking about the continuous attack and the Dark Hand and how he was now a true Dark Knight. He looked at Tyrio, who was smiling awkwardly at him, and thought that maybe it was time to try out some new skills. A voice was heard asking if the hunter could hear him. The guy froze in surprise. The voice continued that if he heard it, then let him come to him. The system notification showed that the goddess is calling you. Answer her call, and the options are yes or no. Nam Min-kal smiled silently and thought that if he fulfilled the conditions for changing classes, he would be able to meet the goddess. He smiled, raised his head, there were blue pixels around him, and he said that he would gladly come to her. The guy disappeared into blue pixels in front of Tyrio, telling him that they will see each other next time. Blue pixels glowed around the place surrounded by a starry sky, and a circular arena was visible in the distance. The main character appeared from the pixels, lowering his head and getting down on one knee. He raised his head and looked forward. Gaia stood in front of him with folded hands, in a white robe. She smiled. A golden hoop glowed behind her. She stood in front of the guy. High columns were visible behind them, and the girl greeted the hunter. The guy looked at her silently, frowning. The girl said no. A gold pendant with a red stone was visible on her neck. She smiled and closed her eyes, calling the main character a master. Nam Min-kal stood up from his knees, looking at the girl opposite, and asked what other master. He said that first she crushed him, and now she calls him a master. Gaia smiled awkwardly, remembering how she stood on his head and scratched the back of her head, saying that she didn't want to push him, but just accidentally landed on his head. Tall columns. The starry sky was visible above the arena. The guy said that this was a lie and turned to Gaia. He narrowed his eyes and frowned, saying that he had a question for her. He asked her why. The girl stood calmly with her hands folded, her golden eyes almost completely darkened. Small human-like creatures fled from the fire. There was a black fog around them, and they cried as the city burned behind them. A model of a burning city. The guy said there was nothing to be done. He looked at Gaia and asked her to erase all information about it. The girl looked down at the burning model of the city, saying that she was listening. She stood near the holographic panels, printing something on them. The panel showed that the data analysis process is 85%. The panel showed that data analysis was complete 100%. The panel said whether you want to delete data and the options yes or no. Gaia fell silent, standing and looking at the panel. Nam Min-kal said that she has one question for her, why she did not delete the data about the epidemic. The girl looked at him with a calm face, clasping her hands together. She stood opposite the guy in the center of the arena and said that he was no longer the manager and she could not answer the question asked. The main character's eyes were not visible because of his hair. He said that she told about Yon Ha-su's illness, used this fact to frame him, and that means it was all her doing. The girl looked at him calmly, apologizing and again saying that she could not answer this question. The guy looked at her silently, frowning. He sighed and lowered his head, closing his eyes and saying that she was just a machine that looked human. He asked what he expected from artificial intelligence. Gaia looked at him silently, her hair casting a shadow over her eyes. The main character told her to wait. He raised his finger up, looking at her with wide eyes and said that he would end her and this world. Gaia smiled looking at him. She said he hasn't changed a bit. She said that although he thinks intelligently, he behaves inappropriately at times. She said she liked this trait about him. The girl calmly looked at the guy, saying that she would do anything to save everyone else. They stood opposite each other in a dark, unlit arena. Nam Min-kal calmly looked back at her. Behind the girl's back, wings made of tree branches and foliage were visible, and she said that she would look forward to the moment when he would return and turn this world into dust. Nam Min-kal clenched his hand into a fist and said that he would not disappoint Gaia. He looked at the girl. Only the starry sky was visible from above him, and he said that as a result, Wings Online was doomed to a tragic ending. The girl looked at him in surprise, her mouth open. She put her thumb and middle finger together. The girl smiled. Her cheeks turned slightly red and she asked that their battle be exciting. Gaia snapped her fingers. Nam Min-kal's eyes widened in surprise as he looked down. He raised his hand, which had a silver bracelet with a black stone in the middle, and asked what it was. The girl put her fingers to her chin and closed her eyes, smilingly saying that this is a kind of privilege. It is given to all hunters. The girl looked at the guy who was holding his hand with a bracelet to his chest and continued that this is a privilege for those who decide to challenge the gods, and this is a very useful thing. The main character sighed, looking down at the silver bracelet, and said that he was just some hunter. He smiled widely and looked up at the girl, asking her if that was too arrogant. Gaia just smiled. Her golden eyes completely darkened, and she said that she would be counting the minutes until their meeting when his blade touched her neck. The main character's body began to glow blue and Gaia said that she wished him a pleasant time. He frowned at the goddess, his body surrounded by blue pixels. A bright blue light flashed in the center of the circular arena, and Gaia called the main character Master, bidding him farewell. Nam Min-kal was lying in the middle of the ground, his arms outstretched, with disappearing pixels emanating from him. He raised his hand, looking at the silver bracelet. The system notification showed that the ban is lifted after reaching level 70. The guy was silent, lying on the ground, with his hand raised. He thought, what is this? Oasis loudly called out Gaia's name. She hugged the girl with long hair around the neck, jumping slightly, and the goddess looked at her in surprise. Gaia smiled affectionately, looking at the youngest and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Oasis buried herself in the older girl's hand and muttered that after the main character was fired, she couldn't connect to Napalm. She raised her head while Gaia held her hands on her cheeks and said that she missed Gaia very much. They stood in the middle of the same dark arena and Oasis asked if she knew her master's plans. The girl with long hair calmly answered yes. Oasis looked at her sadly, raising her head. Tears were visible in the corner of her eyes. Gaia continued to hold her palms on the younger girl's cheeks and, looking at her, asked her to take care of the main character, saying that although he pretends to be a strong person, he is actually kind-hearted and weak. The younger girl looked at the older one with tears in her eyes. Her cheeks turned slightly red and she answered okay. Gaia held out her hands, saying she was jealous of Oasis. She leaned over and hugged the girl by the shoulders, while she opened her eyes in surprise. Gaia said that the younger one could play along with Nam Min-kal. They stood in the middle of the arena, hugging each other, with only the starry sky above their heads, and the goddess continued that she had always wanted to travel through this world with him. She asked which one to play with him. Oasis remembered all the times she died because of the main character, and Gaia asked if it was fun to play with him. Oasis awkwardly looked away and smiled nervously, saying that it can be fun. The goddess again placed her hands on the younger girl's cheeks and asked her to enjoy it for her too. Oasis nodded and smiled at the eldest, saying that she would try. She flew into the air, her body began to glow with a blue light, and Gaia smiled, said goodbye to her and said that this was just the beginning. Oasis extended her hand to the eldest, her body dissolved in blue light, and she sadly said that they would see each other again. She disappeared, leaving behind only a blue light, and Gaia raised her head, looking at him, thinking that they would still see each other. The girl's face twisted with sadness and she looked down, her golden eyes darkening as she thought that the bad ending would not happen. Nam Min-kal was sitting on the steps near the temple. He silently checked the system table. Oasis peeked around the corner, frowning as the darkness gathered around her. She remembered how Gaia hugged her and said that she was jealous because she could play with her owner. The girl raised her head and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She exhaled loudly, still frowning. Oasis ran towards the guy and called out to him loudly. Nam Min-kal waved at the girl and smiled awkwardly, greeting Oasis and asking if she had changed classes. The girl smiled sweetly at him and said that, as he said, she had become a true healer. The main character walked down the steps to Oasis, praising her. He asked, then it was time to level up. The two of them walked towards the dungeon, where there was a dark portal in the snake's mouth. Oasis and Nam Min-kal joyfully raised their fists in the air, and the girl happily agreed. Second day in the lair of a poisonous snake. A stone statue of a snake with a dark portal visible in its open mouth. 30th attack attempt by the basilisk. A dark hall. On a pedestal sits a huge basilisk, hidden in the shadows. The snake's eye opens and glows red. Oasis hides behind the cave wall, looking at the bright red light. She smiles holding the staff and thinks that she finally understands how to avoid petrification. She shouts to the main character to get ready. The girl clutches a staff in both hands and looks towards the red light, saying that the basilisk will appear soon. The girl in confusion calls out to the guy who is leaning on the wall, sitting next to her and sleeping. Her face turns pale and her eyes widen and she screams in panic for him to wake up, and the boss is approaching. A huge basilisk is crawling towards a girl who is hiding behind the wall of a cave. The name of the spell, Sacred Shield. A blue field appears around Oasis. The basilisk opens its mouth. He bites the glowing ball with his fangs. The girl looks at this in panic. Cracks appear across the shield and she screams for the main character to wake up. Nam Min-kal sits leaning on the wall and only makes snores. The basilisk bites through the shield, fragments fall to the side and Oasis runs away from the snake. She crouches, stopping abruptly, dust rising under her feet. The girl opens her eyes in surprise. She raises her head and a huge snake tail swings at her. Oasis jumps to the side, the black tail falling to the ground with force. The blow of the tail sends stones flying in all directions. Oasis raises her hand and closes her eyes, tears in her eyes as she calls out to the main character again. She looks at the guy who is sitting by the door and sleeping. The girl raises her hand with the staff behind her back, putting the other one forward, and angrily asks him to finally wake up. Oasis throws his staff a long distance and it quickly flies towards the guy. Nam Min-kal suddenly opens his eyes, waking up. He immediately presses the button on the wall. The basilisk is pierced by many stalactites from the wall, and the snake opens its mouth. The girl runs away from him, closing her eyes and screaming. Rays of light break into the dark cave. Nam Min-kal rubs his face and asks if he dozed off, while Oasis awkwardly smiles at him and replies that he fell asleep while hunting the boss. The guy opens the system window and holds his hand next to his chin, saying that he is already level 50th and asks what level the girl is. Oasis awkwardly scratches the back of her head and smiles nervously, saying that she still has 46. The guy yawned, covered his mouth with his hand and closed his eyes, saying that then he would sleep a little more, and she could increase her level or skills. Oasis responded in agreement and wished him good dreams, telling him not to worry. The guy opened his mouth, saying that why is his head so heavy? He stood in front of Oasis with the girl's staff sticking out of his head as she awkwardly clasped her hands together. She smiled nervously and scratched the back of her head, saying maybe it was because she was tired. Nam Min-kal looked at the awkwardly smiling girl with her golden staff sticking out of the back of his head and asked if she was sure. He yawned again, covering his mouth with his hand. A blue light glowed around him and he said that he would go and lie down for a while. The guy disappeared into pixels. The golden staff fell in front of the girl who looked at it. She smiled, putting her hand to her chin, thinking that it was as if a stone had been lifted from her soul. A city with tall buildings with light shining from their windows. Real world. Nam Min-kal's room. The TV was on, illuminating the room with blue light, and a black device lay next to it on the glass table. A call icon appeared on the screen. On the avatar there was a black cubic rabbit with blue eyes, and the inscription, "Connecting Rabbit." The program said that the connection was completed. The main character was holding a yellow can in his hands, opening it. The voice exclaimed in surprise and asked who it was. Nam Min Call drank from a yellow can, bringing it to his face. Rabbit's avatar was on the screen. He had green cubes around him and he called the guy Mr. Anchovy. Nam Min Call wiped his lips with a smile, holding a yellow jar in his hands, and asked Rabbit how they were doing, and how long they had not spoken. The voice from the screen laughed. The main character was sitting in front of the TV. A projection was coming out of the device on the table. Rabbit said that almost 3 years had passed and asked how the main character was doing. He replied that everything was going slowly for him and asked if Rabbit was still whiling away his days in Bali. The Black Rabbit's avatar turned his head slightly and the voice replied that yes, he liked it here and called the guy to come visit someday. He would show the island. The main character held the can next to his face, saying that he was just going to the near future, and he had a task. The voice exclaimed questioningly and asked the truth. The rabbit avatar looked ahead, asking what kind of task this was for a second-rate hacker like him and whether the guy would come to Bali from Korea itself. Nam Min Call said that he needed from him what he did 3 years ago. He said that Nailpalm needs to be hacked. A girl with long hair sat in front of many monitors. One had a blue screen with a call. The girl in the glowing VR glasses sighed, putting her fingers to her chin. She had long brown hair, and smilingly asked what kind of business the guy was doing there. The huge basilisk lay on its back, pierced by many sharp stalactites. Golden spheres glowed next to it. Oasis looked at the huge monster. She looked down at the golden objects and thought that if this time you come across any rubbish, you will have to take away items from the enemy, and every little thing can be sold for gold coins. The girl said that this was the first time she had seen an egg that glowed with golden light. The system window showed the inscription, "You received the Basilisk Beast Summoner." The girl held a white egg with gray splashes in her hands in surprise, asking about the summoner beast. The egg in the girl's hands began to crack. A long black snake jumped out of it, and Oasis spread her arms to the sides, looking up in surprise. A small black basilisk with big eyes and one horn on its forehead looked at the girl with its tongue hanging out. The basilisk blushed, looking at her with large eyes with a green shine. Oasis frowned, thinking that she was already trembling from snakes, and said that this was a mockery. She told him to climb back up and that she was not going to call him. The basilisk sadly lowered its head with tears in its eyes and disappeared into blue pixels. The girl smiled and looked to the side, thinking that now it was time to enjoy her personal time. Underground City. The girl stood near the stairs, checking the system window, and thought that almost everything was ready and decided to try something. Someone tapped the girl's shoulder with a finger, calling her. Oasis turned around questioningly, looking at the man in surprise. 3 men towered over her. One of them was in golden armor, and all 3 looked menacingly at Oasis. The girl's eyes widened in fear, and she wondered if these were player killers and whether she could cope with them alone. The girl clutched her staff in her hands. The guy with red hair apologized for disturbing her while the girl pointed her staff at them in fear. The purple streak was visible in his hair. He smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, asking the girl to help them. She looked at the guy in confusion, asking what. A group of 4 people walked along the road past the stones. The guy with red hair extended his hand and sighed, saying that they want to complete one task in order to change classes a second time. But they can't find a healer, and with a potion you won't get far. Oasis smiled, closing her eyes and touching her hair, saying that she already thought they were player killers. The guy with red hair looked at the girl in shock, asking about the player killers. Another guy in black leaned towards the girl, smiling, and said that there was a misunderstanding. Oasis looked at him questioningly. He continued that there is an unspoken rule in the underground city. The girl asked him about the rule. The guy smiled and looked forward, answering that players of the rank of priest are not killed. They walked forward past stones and trees without leaves. The guy in armor said that in this city the population is not distinguished by the presence of abilities, and even in an ordinary city it is difficult to find a priest. The guy in black robes closed his eyes, smiling and speaking. That's why they introduced such a rule, hoping to prevent cases of priests leaving the city. The girl looked at him in confusion, saying that's how it is. The guy in armor said that they were there and asked everyone to get ready. He turned to the rest of the group. The men looked forward with a smile, and the girl raised her head up in surprise. The system tablet showed the inscription, Ruined Sand Palace, rank, epic, recommended level, 55. The group stood in front of a large palace, with a high lattice gate. The wind blew, raising the sand under their feet. An ominous voice asked how dare they. A long corridor with high arches on the sides. At the end of the corridor a wide passage is visible. The voice continued how they dared to set their dirty feet on the grounds of his palace. Skeleton Skull wearing a dark hood. He had a golden crown on his skull. His eyes glowed with red light and he called the group vile mortals. Inscription on the system table, Saley Khan, King of the Desert. The band stood in front of the skeleton with serious faces. Oasis stood behind everyone. The boss flew up, golden light shining around him, illuminating the entire hall. He raised his hands up, bandages on his hands, clothes flying in the air, and he called for his warriors to rise. Many creatures formed from the sand, opening their toothy mouths. The creatures' eyes glowed with a golden light. Many monsters rushed forward, opening their toothy mouths. Saley Khan asked the monsters to bring him the souls of these mortals. Sand swirled around the Desert King, his robes hiding his boss's face. The sand swirled around. Oasis looked at this with a surprised look and realized that this was a cutscene, and it turned out that she was playing, skipping entire fragments of the main plot. One of the monsters swung a sword at Oasis standing still. The blow was blocked by a green shield. The man in armor stood in front of the girl, blocking the blow, and told the healer to step aside, and then they would sort it out themselves. The girl looked at him in surprise and agreed. Taunt skill, taunt. The man in armor raised his sword. Waves came from it and the knight's body glowed with orange light. Many monsters ran towards him. He was surrounded by monsters from all sides, and the knight sat down in a fighting stance, holding his shield in front of him. A root stuck into the mouth of one of the monsters. Its eyes dimmed and turned black. Skill, thorn armor. Many roots emerged from the knight's body, piercing all the monsters around him. A white staff with a round end and a colored pendant left behind a blue light. Skill, ice thirst. A guy in black clothes hit the ground with his staff. A blue ring emanated from it. Ice shards rained down on many monsters. The fragments flew over the monsters. Their clothes were covered with frost. The guy with red hair smiled and pulled the bowstring, saying that now it was his turn. Skill, rain of arrows. He shot many arrows that were surrounded by water, glowing blue. Arrows pierced the crowd of monsters, hitting them in the head, their eyes dimming. The group stood in the middle of the hall. The monsters crumbled into the sand. Only their clothes and arrows lay from the attack of the red-haired guy. The girl looked at the battlefield in shock, saying that it was amazing. The man in armor said that the three of them easily reached the boss's room. His face turned pale and he said that the problem was with the boss himself. The guy in black robes sighed and said that now the healer was with them and therefore it would not be difficult to destroy him. The guys smiled at Oasis. The guy in the armor said that they would take her to the battle site. And the red-haired guy slapped his chest with his fist and told her to consider it a tour. The girl smiled at them, closing her eyes and putting her hand to her chest, answering in agreement. 2 hours later, boss's room. In the middle of the hall filled with sand there was a huge golden ball that glowed. The skull of the Desert King. A red light burned deep in his hood and he loudly asked how dare they. The group fought with the boss. Blood was visible on their clothes and face. The guy in armor shouted that this was the last move and not to relax. Saley Khan raised his hands above him, and a golden rotating sphere of sand appeared above him. The guy in the armor frowned and, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was a sandstorm and that everyone should stand behind him. The red-haired guy ran towards him, holding a bow in his hands. The guy in black robes clenched his teeth and, breathing heavily, also ran to the side. Saley Khan looked ahead at them as sand rushed past him. A lot of sand was falling above the guy in armor, and he realized that it was too late. He thought that they had almost done it. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, his face covered in blood. The guy in the armor was illuminated by green healing magic. The blood disappeared from his face and he opened one eye. Skill, Sacred Shield. Oasis raised her staff high, standing in front of the guy. A transparent shield formed around them, and a mountain of sand collided with him. The red-haired guy exhaled, praising the girl, and she looked to the side while the sand collided with the transparent shield, saying that she wouldn't hold out like this for long. The guy told her to entrust this matter to him and she turned her head at him. Skill, Protective Shield. The armored guy's eyes turned white and he frowned, a yellow light glowing around him. He put a shield in front of him. The yellow dome protected the group from flying sand. Saley Khan with red eyes looked down at them. The yellow shield dissipated. The group stood in front of the king. There was sand around them. The king extended his hands to them. The guy with the white staff smiled, saying it was time to end him. The red-haired guy pulled the string of his bow, which glowed blue, and told Saley Khan to die. Blue arrows and ice shards flew forward. They pierced Saley Khan, who raised his hands up, his clothes torn. The king's hood was torn and he looked forward, saying that everything was in vain, his glory. Saley Khan fell. His clothes continued to tear, dissolving. There was no body underneath. System notification that says, Boss Monster King of the Desert Saley Khan has been defeated. The three guys shouted in victory. The guy in the armor joyfully threw his hands up. He hugged his comrades, who ran up to him, rejoicing in victory. The girl stood away from them, watching them hug, and the guy in black turned to look at her. They smiled widely, and the guy in black gave Oasis a thumbs up while the guy in the armor cried happily. Oasis smiled back at them, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she thought that this is why the game is fun. A system table appeared in front of the girl, and she thought that, however, of course. On the system window there was a message from Labo, which said where the girl was and a request to come quickly. Oasis looked at the notification while the three guys looked at her and thought that a little of everything is good. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at Oasis with displeasure and asked where she was. She looked away and awkwardly touched her hair, saying that she had joined another group and walked through the dungeon. Min-Call stroked the girl's hair with his palm and praised her. She exhaled and smiled awkwardly, thinking that this was a strange reaction. The guy stood in front of the girl, looking at her and asked if she had become friends with them. She replied that yes, they sent her a friend request. Min-Call put his finger to his chin and smiled contentedly, saying that everything was going according to plan. And yet everyone wants to make friends with the healer. Oasis looked at him in surprise and asked if this was good news for him. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, saying that the cost of completing the quest for a secondary class change is 25,000 shame points. Oasis exclaimed in surprise that 25,000 is a lot. An underground city with wooden houses. The guy continued that for her information, to change class for the third time you need 50,000. And for the fourth, 100,000 points. He extended his hand and frowned, loudly asking where he could get such a huge amount. The girl put her hand to her chin, looking at how he threw up his hands and asked him to play dirty tricks. She said that the highest number of points is given for killing a player. Oasis's eyes widened in fear and her face turned pale. She said, "Really?" Min-Call smiled evilly. A shadow fell on his eyes and he asked Oasis if she would introduce him to her friends. Field, Enchanted Forests. Oasis clasped her hands together and smiled widely, thanking the guys for coming. A group of guys stood in front of her, smiling and saying that if the healer herself called them, they would arrive without hesitation. The group was standing in the middle of the road in the forest, and Oasis said that she needed to get to the drainage city of Solitaire, and she was worried that she would have to go alone. But then she remembered about them and decided to contact. The red-haired guy smiled widely and said that they also needed to go there. The guy in armor also smiled widely, saying that since it coincided, then at the same time they would check the portal and look at the city. Oasis clasped her hands together and laughed nervously, smiling and saying what a relief. Silhouettes of guys with only smiles and eyes visible. There was a red light around them. They thought that they were lucky that she was the first to call them, and finally a healer appeared on their team. The group walked along the road. The guy in armor walked forward and said loudly that they were ready to accompany her even to the edge of the eastern continent. There were a lot of trees. The sky was covered with clouds. One of the guys said that since not a single game had ever gone without incidents due to their inattention. Oasis walked along the road next to the grass. The guy continued that this time they decided to take their time, starting to play Wings Online. He said that when they came to their senses, they were again drawn into a fight with the killing of players, and thus they gained points of shame. The group walked along the road while the red-haired guy told everything to Oasis. He said that then they settled in the underground city. The red-haired guy looked back at the girl and asked how she ended up there. She asked again in confusion. The guy said that it didn't look like she killed players either and how she accumulated shame points. The girl shuddered looking at him. She smiled awkwardly and touched her hair, saying that she was just starting to play with a friend and accumulated points because of him. The guy in armor sighed, turned to them and said that they, too, constantly forget about the rules and get into fights. The red-haired guy, smiling, pointed back, saying that the guy in black clothes was initially quiet and only recently began to wave his fists. The guy in the armor frowned as he turned around. They all turned back, where the third guy was not, and the guy in armor asked where he had gone. The two guys frowned and the redhead said that maybe someone called him. He always disappears somewhere during raids. The red-haired guy scratched the back of his head as they stood in the middle of the forest and said that he would at least give a warning when he left. The guy apologized to Oasis and said that he would go look for him. The girl smiled nervously, looked up at him and agreed, saying that there was no problem. A dark forest surrounded by trees. The redhead asked where the third guy had gone. The man in armor looked at him with displeasure and said to try calling him. The redhead stood checking the system window and said that he was not available. The second one asked if he had left. The red-haired guy put his hand to his chin and said that he was online. The guy in armor came closer, asking if a monster had attacked him. The red-haired guy replied that they weren't in the area. The red-haired guy smiled nervously and asked if a ghost had taken him. He jumped sharply, throwing up his hands in front of the second guy and screamed, saying what next. He didn't have time to finish. The second person's face turned pale, and he said something was behind him, swearing. The redhead put his hands in front of him, mimicking him, and stupidly opened his mouth and rolled his eyes. A purple light was visible behind him. He raised his hands again, saying that he would not fall for this. Behind him was a huge purple hand made of dark energy that was reaching towards the guy. A hand grabbed the guy by the shoulders and he turned around in fear, asking what it was. The hand abruptly lifted the red-haired guy off the ground while the second one stood nearby and watched. He screamed, and a hand glowing with purple light lifted him higher. The guy in armor turned back. There were blue pixels around him and he shouted to Oasis to stand behind him, and there was something there. When he turned around completely, there was no one on the road and he called out to the girl in confusion. 10 minutes earlier, Nam Min-call peeked out from behind a tree, smiling evilly. He thought Oasis had managed to lure them in. The guy watched the group walking along the road. He spoke the skill to the dark hand. The main character looked down. His hand was surrounded by a dark mist, glowing purple. The system window showed the skill of the Dark Knight. Dark Hand. It is possible to use one of the skills, shield, grab or claw. The guy screamed, grab. A huge dark blue hand from the fog rushed forward, palm open. The system window showed the Dark Knight skill. Dark Hand grabs the target and pulls towards the user. The group walked along the road past the trees. A guy in black clothes was walking behind the whole group. He turned around noticing something. A huge hand grabbed him, lifting him off the ground while the others in front talked. The guy disappeared, leaving behind only rising dust. The group did not notice this. A guy in black clothes clutched a staff in his hand, struggling and loudly shouting what it was. Nam Min-call looked up at him, smiling, and replied that this was the murder of a player. Skill, Dark Continuous Strike. With 2 blows, the main character pierced the guy who was flying in the air. He smiled as he landed on the ground. Dark energy emanated from the sword and the guy's body. The guy smiled, looking forward, and said that the first one was ready. Something was rushing through the trees until the guy in armor said there was something behind. He asked what it was, looking forward with a pale face. The red-haired boy raised his hands, mimicking him, with a purple light glowing behind him. He laughed, raising his hands and saying that he wouldn't fall for it, while a huge shadow hand reached towards him from behind. The red-haired guy screamed loudly when a huge hand grabbed him and dragged him somewhere. Nam Min-call stood on the ground on one knee, holding a sword in one hand. The red-haired guy in the air was cut by 3 purple blows, and the main character said that the second one was ready. The red-haired boy fell to the ground with a loud thud, letting out a grunt. The remaining man called loudly for Oasis. He stood in the middle of the forest, holding a shield in front of him, and asked where she was and that they were attacked. He looked around in the forest while Nam Min-call was watching him, thinking that he seemed to be a defender and could not be defeated with one blow. 2 strips appeared. The red one with the inscription HP was half filled. The dark blue one with the inscription MP was completely filled. The guy thought that there was half HP left. He was sneaking behind the bushes and thought, okay, it's enough. Nam Min-call stood up in front of the guy in armor who was walking towards him. Sweat dripped down his face as he called Oasis with a frown. The main character came out in front of him, holding a sword in his hands, and the man stopped. Nam Min-call was clutching a silver sword in one of his hands. The man in armor frowned and asked if it was him. The main character smiled evilly, holding out a sword in front of him, behind which dark energy was reaching, and the man in armor asked if it was he who attacked his comrades. The main character ran to the man, who put a shield in front of him. The man clenched his teeth and thought what kind of skill this is, and first he needs to use protection. Skill, Defensive Stance. The man put his shield and sword in front of him, standing in a defensive stance. An orange light shone around him. Nam Min-call grinned, looking to the side, and thought that in front of the dark aura, all defense skills lose their power. He launched a series of quick strikes at the man, who was standing in a defensive stance, leaving a purple light from his sword. The armored guy gritted his teeth. His HP bar dropped to half and he wondered how he managed to teach him a lesson. He thought it was too dangerous. The man's foot skidded across the ground. Skill, Shield Charge. Holding a shield in front of him, the man ran towards the main character, leaving behind a blue glow. Nam Min-call dodged his blow by jumping to the side. He thought that avoiding such attacks would not be difficult. He frowned and narrowed his eyes, thinking even more so. The main character shouted that he was vulnerable on his sides. The guy struck a quick blow at the man in armor and he turned around in surprise. He grinned and thought that the main character had been caught, and this was just a distraction to reduce the distance between them. He put his shield in front of him with a wide smile. An orange light shone from it. He thought it was time to move on to heavy artillery. Skill, shield bash. A strong explosion near the main character, who was slightly thrown away from the second guy. The man in armor exhaled and laughed, saying that the intensive training had not been in vain. He suddenly clenched his teeth and looked ahead in fear. The main character put his hand in front of him in the purple mist. A translucent purple shield formed in front of him, which cracked. The guy smiled and said that his shield was also not bad. System notification. Skill, dark shield hand, protects from one enemy hit. The man in armor loudly asked, did he block his blow? The main character laughed and removed the shield. The man frowned. A vein appeared on his cheek and he said that this could not be, and he had never seen such a brazen fraud. The main character extended his hand and dark energy gathered around it again. The man in armor opened his mouth wide, shouting who he even was. Nam Min-Call put his hand behind himself. There was purple energy on top of it, repeating the shape of his hand. Skill, dark hand. Nam Min-Call struck, dark energy striking the armored man. Skill, claw. The man frowned, looking ahead. He put his sword in front of him, standing in a dark space, and thinking that nothing was visible, and he could not move. The system window displayed the inscription, Dark Claw Hand. Immobilizes the enemy for 1 second and blinds for 3 seconds. The main character grinned, raising his hand with the sword, thinking that subsequently the damage would increase by 1.5 times, no matter how skilled a warrior he was. The guy ran behind the man, holding a sword. He thought that he could not withstand such a strong blow. Many blows that glowed with a purple light hit the guy who shouted. He fell to the ground and Nam Min-Call knelt in front of him, holding a sword in his hand. He smiled broadly and said that this was the 3rd time and that it was simple. The guy in armor lying on the ground said that he was a loser. The main character walked up to him and sighed, saying that in the player killing mode there is no place for meager techniques. He stood over the guy who was looking at him and shouted to Oasis that it was her turn. The armored man's face paled as he looked ahead. He told Oasis to run. The girl stood with her lips pursed and trembling. The man said that he was very strong, but Nam Min-Call hit him on the head with a shoe and told him to shut up. The man in armor raised his head to the girl who was holding a staff in her hands and told her to quickly run away. The girl clutched a golden staff in her hand. Skill, Resurrection. She raised her hand with the staff up, and golden light shone around her. The system window showed, Resurrection gives vitality to an ally who is in a state of death. Golden particles glowed brightly around the girl holding her staff high. The man in armor loudly shouted to her not to do this here. All 3 guys appeared from the blue pixels with shocked faces. The man in armor asked, this could have consequences. All 3 looked at Oasis. The system window showed, Consequence, Resurrection, replenishes the user's HP by 5%, and imposes a limitation in the form of slowness on all his subsequent actions. Remaining time, 179 seconds. The main character stood in front of a group of guys, holding a sword, saying that if users kill each other, the winner takes half of the shame points from the loser. A silver sword with dark energy around it. 3 guys stand in front of it in fear. Nam Min-Call continues, which means you can save the dead man and kill him again several times, thereby taking away all the points of shame from him. The eyes of the main character glowed ominously with a red light, and holding a sword in his hand, he invited them to count. The guys looked at the main character in fear, sweat flowing down their faces. A forest above which dark clouds were gathering. Birds were flying in the distance. The main character stood in front of the system table. 3 guys were lying on the ground, and Nam Min-Call counted 380 plus 190, 950 plus 475, then plus 237.5. If rounded it would be 238. In the end he said that he was confused and asked Oasis how much it was eventually. The girl stood next to the guys and said 73.63 with a sigh. The main character smiled widely, looking at the system table, and said that earning shame points is quite easy. He approached the guys trembling on the ground and thanked them, saying that thanks to them he was able to accomplish his plans. The guy in armor raised his head at him, breathing heavily, and asked why he was doing this. Nam Min-Call and Oasis stood near the lying guys. His cloak was blowing in the wind. He said that he did not have any personal enmity, and he just needed points of shame. He put his hand on Oasis' head, saying that he taught them a good lesson. He frowned, leaning towards the girl's face, and pointed his finger at the guys, saying never to stare at someone else's healer. The girl trembled, and tears poured down her cheeks. She began to stutter to apologize to them. The guys looked at her with open mouths and confused faces, thinking that they didn't think that she was at one with this psycho. They thought that it was not for nothing that he was operating in the underground city. Nam Min Kal waved his hand at them with a smile and said that since their points were increased, they had nothing more to do here, and he said that they would see each other in the underground city. He asked them to accumulate more shame points and he would come for them. A group of guys looked after him in fear. They watched Oasis and the main character walk away down a forest road. They disappeared behind the fog and the man in armor called out to the red-haired guy. Lying on the ground, he said that they should leave the underground city and that they would not survive in it if they fought with the players one-on-one. The red-haired guy looked at him and agreed. He said the guy was no different from a demon. Nam Min Kal walked through the forest with a smile. Oasis walked next to him with his head down. Underground City. The system window showed the inscription, "You have fulfilled the condition of the Demon King level 3. Another window showed, "The indicators of level 3 are open." The system window showed, "Demon King, level 3. Level 1. Attack power increases by 0.1% of the total number of shame points. Level 2. HP increases by 1% of total shame points. Level 3. Magical defense increases by 0.5% of total shame points." Nam Min Kal rubbed his chin with his hand, looking at the system window, and said with a smile that he now has some magical protection. He called Oasis, but didn't finish. The girl sat with her head buried in her knees. You could hear her crying. She clutched the staff in her hands, trembling and closing her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she muttered that they trusted her. The guy asked what was wrong with her. Temple of the Desert King. One of that group of guys said that a unique item had appeared. All three guys ran forward while Oasis stood in front of the system window with the main character's message. The guy in black clothes was holding a golden staff, and the group said that he was really unique, also a staff. The system window showed the power of the King of the Desert. The black-robed guy looked at the golden staff. He closed his eyes with a smile. The guy turned back. He stood up from the ground. The guy handed the girl a golden staff, while she looked at him in surprise, putting his hand to her mouth. He said that he didn't need it, so let her take it. The other two guys opened their mouths in surprise as they looked at this. They asked this seriously. In the Temple of the Desert King, a light was shining from a golden object to the side. A guy in black clothes leaned towards the girl, handing her a staff, and said that without her help they would not have received it. He took the girl's hand and put a staff in it, saying that in return, he asks to help them from time to time. He smiled at the girl, blushing slightly. Oasis looked at him. Her eyes widened in surprise and she agreed. A guy in black clothes stood leaning towards the girl, smiling widely, and said that he hoped they would work together. The other two stood behind him, also smiling. Oasis was clutching a staff with a gloomy expression on her face, tears streaming down her face, and Nam Min Kal loudly asked why she was so sad. He sighed, looking at the girl, and said that the underground city is a place for anonymous users, and they are all bad guys. He said that only a fool would believe a stranger whom he sees for the first time. The girl lowered her head, crying, and muttered that they were counting on her and she betrayed them. They asked to kill them, but on the contrary, she resurrected them. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, the main character put his hands on the girl's shoulders and said that as long as she was his companion, her tasks would be much more difficult. The girl raised her head to him with tears in her eyes and asked about something more complicated. The guy again shook the crying girl by the shoulders and shouted that their goal was to destroy this world, and asked if this was not an incredible sight, and that it would be vile and disgusting. The golden staff of the Desert King, in which a red reflection is visible. The girl said that they had given her a unique item. The guy put his hand on the staff in the girl's hands and said that this was some kind of item of the 50th level, and only artifacts of the maximum level have value. He held the staff in front of him, his eyes widened in surprise, and he said that this is real power. The system window showed the inscription, "The power of the King of the Desert. Rank, unique, item level, 50, strength, 25 out of 25, damage, 100-250, intelligence plus 20, magic power plus 20. He examined the staff while the girl looked at him with her knees pressed to her chest. The main character said that once this item was truly considered a luxury, he asked if they gave it to her. They really seemed to like her a lot. The guy's eyes widened and he stumbled on the last word. Oasis grabbed her hair and cried loudly again, saying that if they gave her such a good thing, then they were good people. The guy looked angrily at the crying girl and told her not to cry, and that this was how the staff was considered 5 years ago. But now no one needs it. He thought that in fact, it is still considered a good item and can be used up to level 70. The golden staff of the King of the Desert in purple light. The guy thought that it would last up to 90 for healers if they applied enhancements. He didn't think she needed to know that. The guy put his fist to his face and coughed. He stood in front of the girl, who was sitting with her head buried in her knees, and said that he was feeling sleepy and would go and lie down for a while, asking if the girl had reached level 50th. She answered in agreement and the guy walked away from her, turning around and telling her to get the quest for a secondary class change and run through the dungeon a few more times. He said that she needed to find other teams, because she would not calm down until she helped everyone in the world. The girl raised her head at him and stammered and asked, "That means those commands too?" Nam Min-kal smiled widely and said that they would meet the same fate as those guys. He waved his hand at the girl while she was gloomily silent and said that 2 or 3 more times and they could change the class again, and then they would go back to raising the level. He raised his hand, saying goodbye to the girl. His body glowed with a blue light, and there were pixels around him. The guy said that while he was gone, she would find a few more commands. Oasis laid her head on her knees and sobbed, looking away. She thought that maybe he decided that it was not at all necessary to have such a quality as humanity. She thought she needed to calm down first. The girl opened the system window, choosing something. A notification appears, use the fishing rod. The lake of the underground city into which a waterfall flowed. A red float from a fishing rod floated on the surface of the lake. The girl thought it was just a game. She sat on the boxes, holding a fishing rod in her hands and sighed. She thought that she was helping her owner. Someone approached the girl from behind, addressing her. A group of 3 guys greeted her with a smile and one of them asked if she was a healer. He leaned towards the girl, who turned to look at them and said that they were going to the dungeon for a secondary class change. But they did not have a healer. The girl clenched her teeth, turning pale when the guy asked her to help. She turned away from them and the guy with black hair, who was addressing her, looked at the girl in surprise. He smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, saying that if she was busy now, then she could do it later. The girl was silent, not looking at them and holding the fishing rod. The guy awkwardly said that it seemed she wouldn't agree. The other 2 began to leave, and the guy with black hair smiled awkwardly and asked her for forgiveness. Without looking in their direction, the girl asked if they minded. The group turned to her in confusion, asking again. Oasis lowered her head and, despite the group, asked if they really wanted to invite her to the team. The group stood around the girl sitting on the boxes and the guy with black hair said that of course they were even asking her to join. A shadow fell on the girl's eyes and she replied that she agreed and she also needed to change class. The fishing line twitched, going under the water. Oasis pulled the fish out of the lake, raising her arms high. A group of guys looked at her with a smile when she said she was interested in something. The girl turned to face them with a bright smile, holding a fishing rod and a fish on it, asking how many shame points they had. Gaia said it was not yet time to implement an in-game payment system. She said adding it now would make a huge financial difference between the players. The girl with a calm face clasped her hands together as she continued, which could eventually lead to the release of their game for ordinary users. Yeon Ha-soo said, "Did anyone ask her about this?" He checked the holographic panels with a sigh, saying that he was wondering when he would be able to increase his income by selling items and register the system to play big. Gaia closed her eyes and lowered her head, apologizing and saying that it was difficult for her to answer his question due to the constant changes in the stock market. The guy looked at her from under his glasses. He came closer to the girl and swore, saying that she is the best artificial intelligence in the world, and he gave so much money for her, and she just kept saying that she didn't know anything. Yeon Ha-soo waved his white-gloved hand and looked at Gaia threateningly, saying that he had always been curious. Artificial intelligence would also be in a bad mood if hit. The girl just smiled, closed her eyes and calmly replied that no, he could beat her as much as he wanted if violence would help him get rid of his anger. Yeon Ha-soo laughed, putting his hand to his forehead, starting to disappear into pixels and said that it was a joke and he is not a cruel person. He sat in a black chair, wearing green virtual reality glasses, laughing and pressing a button on the phone. The voice responded that it was listening to the director. Yeon Ha-soo took off his virtual reality glasses and told the manager to gather all the department heads. Naipalm head office, a large building with many glass windows. A crowd of people stood in a bright office corridor. Someone called Sang Shin-jai and she turned around with a dissatisfied face. Lee Dong-ha ran up to the girl with a confused face and asked what this unscheduled meeting was. The girl turned away with a sigh and said that she didn't know, and having taken the position of director, Yeon Ha-soo became too talkative. She took a deep breath again and frowned, saying that his unpredictability really bothered her. Yeon Ha-soo stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes invisible under his glasses. He said that starting next Monday they will change the tariff and introduce a cash system. Everyone at the long table started talking, asking again about next Monday and whether it was real. Lee Dong-ha nervously looked at the director and asked why so harshly, and the users would probably be indignant. The director put his hand to his face and asked about the users' dissatisfaction. He looked at the guy and asked how Nam Min-kal addressed them. He leaned on the table with his head down and said that it seemed like it had some impact on them and how the former director treated the users. Lee Dong-ha looked at him and said that he called them hunters. Hunters who go on a journey through the world they created, and they are assistants who help them in their adventure. A shadow fell on Yeon Ha-soo's face and he said, "That's it, hunters." He put his hand to his face, thinking. Suddenly the director laughed and all the employees looked at him in confusion. Yeon Ha-soo removed his hand from his face and said with a smile that this is why the company's profits are so worthless. He placed his hands on the table while the rest of the staff looked at him and told them to remember that from today on, users will be cattle. Sang Shin-jae looked at him angrily, asking what he said. The director held out his hand, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, and he said that they were their livestock, which they raise in a pigsty. He said that they were like pigs that glee when you throw food at them. The staff looked at him confused as he asked if they thought he was using too much language. Some employees tried not to look at him, keeping their heads down, and the director said that he didn't think so and that they would soon understand. Yeon Ha-soo looked down at them with a wide smile, saying that dissatisfaction is naturally inevitable, so he offers to throw them some food. He called the director of the planning department. The man responded in fear and looked at the director. Yeon Ha-soo looked at him and told him to replenish the balance of users who have a subscription according to its validity period, and also to make sure that they could buy half of the goods with in-game currency. He walked closer to the man who was typing something on a laptop and told him that they should distribute boosters of productivity experience points to all users, lasting 2 weeks. First, they need to appease them with gifts. Sang Shin-jae raised her hand and told them to wait and not to be so hasty. Yeon Ha-soo interrupted her and spread his arms, asking why this game was not making money. He clenched his hands into fists and said with a dissatisfied face that among users it ranks number 1. Then why does it barely reach the 5th place in terms of income among virtual products? Everyone sat at the table in silence while Yeon Ha-soo said that there was only one problem. It was all because of their mediocrity. Sang Shin-jae and Lee Dong-ha looked at him displeasedly when he said that the loser of all losers is Nam Min-kal. The director leaned over and tapped the table, asking about the hunters and saying that it was just a game. He frowned, looking to the side, saying that this was not the real world, but a fake one and something like an amusement park. He slammed his palm loudly on the table, so that the employee nearby was startled, and loudly continued that users should pay not only for admission. Yeon Ha-soo's face was distorted with anger and he loudly shouted that he needed to add paid drinks, food and goods, and he needed to sell everything he could, even his soul. The employees looked at him in fear and silence. Some looked down. The director straightened his brown jacket and apologized, saying that he was a little on edge. He asked, "They haven't received bonuses for a long time." The director stood in the center of the table, while everyone silently lowered their heads. He asked when the last one was it during the launch of the game? The employees looked at him in fear when he said that he promised them more income than before if they did as he said. He said that the bonuses would be decent. Some lowered their gaze, some looked at him with their mouths open. The employees began to whisper. Lee Dong-ha and Sang Shin-jae looked at them with confused faces, and the girl said, "Well." Yeon Ha-soo clapped his hands and closed his eyes contentedly, saying that they should make an effort for this, and he is looking forward to their suggestions for items in the game. Yeon Ha-soo walked around the office desk, passing by the employees and said that the launch will be next Monday, 5 days left. They will immediately change the settings to F2P. He turned back with a smile and said that in 3 weeks the 6th season would begin and at the same time the sale of a 100% boost coupon would open. The staff looked at it and Yeon Ha-soo asked that it seems they haven't come up with a name for the item yet. The director raised his hand, standing at the window with a smile, a yellow light shining behind him. He said, "Since the game is called Wings Online, then how about Wings of a Goddess?" One of the employees gave a nervous thumbs up and said it was a very good name. Yeon Ha-soo turned away and walked out the door, telling them to get back to work, and he still needed to see the directors. He left and everyone in the office fell silent, sitting at the table. Suddenly everyone smiled and started talking about what the bonus was for starting the game, and the director said that he would pay more. Lee Dong-ha and Sang Shin-jae looked at them silently and displeased. Nam Min-kal stretched in the blue pixel light and yawned, saying that he slept for 10 hours and felt great. Oasis turned to the guy who appeared. She immediately got up and ran to him, asking if he was already here. Nam Min-kal asked her. Nothing happened. The girl put her hand to her face and frowned, saying what happened and whether he heard the news. The girl said that starting next Monday the game will be free and paid items will appear. The guy asked her, the ad appeared. He opened the system window and sighed, saying that they were faster than he thought. The girl looked at him thoughtfully, putting her hand to her chin and thought that he must have been upset, because he was against objects for money. They stood next to each other, and the main character said that it was good. The girl asked again in confusion. The guy opened a system window in which it was written, partial payment, 1. For 2 weeks, try a point booster and increase productivity. The guy said that after level 70 the game becomes very difficult, and he was just thinking about how to develop further. He said that if he uses the experience point booster, he can easily increase his level before the start of the 6th season. He said that in addition to many useful items for money, it became much better. Oasis looked at the guy in confusion and was silent. She looked at the guy who was looking forward and thought that it was not that he was upset. On the contrary, he was actively going to use these innovations. She thought that now for him any change is a means to an end. Oasis put her hands to her chest and looked at him sadly. The guy asked what she did while he was gone. The girl shuddered as she looked at her and he asked if she had passed the secondary class change. They stood in an underground city near a lake and the girl said that of course, and she also met 3 new teams and she reached level 50. Nam Min-kal stroked her hair and praised her. He placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, squeezing it. The guy with a smile took his sword out of its sheath and said that now they would take turns harvesting from her new friends. Enchanted forests. Someone's screams are heard in the forest. Someone was screaming in pain. Oasis was sitting leaning on a tree. The screams continued and the girl shuddered. She held knitting needles in her hands and knitted something from yellow yarn, saying what a fool she was. Oasis sighed as screams could be heard from the forest, and holding her knitting needles said that she had missed 1 stitch. Nam Min-kal shouted that it was her turn and the girl turned around. The system window showed that Oasis had placed the hat in her inventory. The main character stood in the middle of the fallen group. Someone told Oasis not to come. The girl stood in front of them, holding a staff. She looked ahead, thinking that she needed to practice her knitting more. A huge golden beam of light can be seen among the trees. Oasis cast a resurrection skill, and the group screamed at her not to do it. The main character happily said that the goal had been achieved. The system window showed user nickname, Labo, class, Dark Knight, character, level 50, items, level 181, power, 170, agility, 5, intelligence, 5, health, 90, magic power, 0, shame points, 27,120. The guy looked at Oasis with a smile, saying that since all the conditions were met, it was time for the 2nd class change. The girl also with a smile wished him to be careful. The guy's hand froze over the system window, on which it was written, Quest 2nd Class Change, Heir of the Demon King 3, you want to accept the quest. Nam Min-kal stood in front of an open dark portal and turned to the girl, telling her to go with him in this quest for the team. She answered in agreement. The wounded group lay on the ground, coughing in pain, with a dark portal in front of them. Some said they were worse than demons. Tyrio opened his arms wide, smiling. There was a bright light behind him and he greeted the rising deity of the dark religion. The main character and Oasis stood in front of him while he said that the guy's shame points were enough to get the next class. He smiled widely and said that for such a high rank he had to pass tests. Tyrio stood in front of the two, saying that it wouldn't be easy and asking the guy if he was ready for them. Nam Min-kal smiled. A shadow fell on his eyes and he said that the harder the trials, the more valuable they are. Tyrio agreed with the guy, smiling broadly. He clapped his hands, which were in dark armor. In the red pentagram on the floor, a passage down was slowly opening. All 3 looked at the stairs leading down, dust rising there from the wind. Tyrio grinned and clasped his hands together, saying that now they will begin the tests. The system window showed, Event Dungeon, you want to start testing evil, attention. This dungeon has a high level of difficulty. Check the level of items and try to complete the dungeon in a team of 2 or more people. A huge hall. The blue ceiling was illuminated by a large silver chandelier. Oasis looked around and said it looked less like a dungeon and more like a room. A man in armor appeared in front of them. Oasis hid behind Nam Min-kal and covered herself with his dark cloak. A man with shoulder-length black hair clutched a sword in his hand. The guy said that this was one of the 3 warriors who, 100 years ago, defeated the dark religion and brought peace to the mainland. King of the Sword Cadnos Gargantua. The guy with dark hair frowned, his eyes glowing white. The girl looked out from the back of the main character, saying that such a great character. The guy calmly took the sword out of its sheath and said that no, it was his shadow. He said that the dark religion created the shadows of the warriors who defeated it. A man in a hood, behind whom no face is visible. Underneath are the faces of people made of dark energy with white eyes. The main character continued that the Dark Knights learned the attack tactics of the three warriors by fighting them. So the story says, the shadow of the Sword King stood in front of them, glowing with white light. The guy thought that they actually used existing NPCs because he was too lazy to model new ones. Nam Min-kal stands in front of Sang Shin-jai, clasping his hands together and asking her to make new characters. The girl gives him the middle finger and says that she already has enough to do. Cadmo's Gargantua frowns, looking at them with a serious expression on his face. The main character holds a sword in front of him while Oasis hides behind him and tells her to get ready. This character is set to level 50, but combat AIs are usually the highest level. The knight runs forward towards them. Skill, Dark Hand. The main character raises his hand, about to strike. Cadmo's Gargantua swings his sword at him. With a sweeping blow, he hits with his sword the purple shield of the main character, along which cracks run. Nam Min-kal says that they are on a completely different level from everyone they have fought so far. The Sword King spirit clenches his teeth, his white eyes glow, and he swings his sword again. He strikes towards the main character, and he closes one eye and clenches his teeth. The guy's clothes tear a little from the blow when he fails to dodge. The guy thought that in addition to his agility points, all his other indicators were at the highest level. Cadmo's Gargantua strikes again with his sword, holding it in both hands. The main character thinks that his blows are too fast and difficult to return. Nam Min-kal dodges the spirit's attacks, thinking that if he tries to get into range, he will quickly catch up, and that we will have to keep it as it is for now. Cadmo's Gargantua delivers a sweeping blow to the guy, who covers himself with his hands, holding his sword out in front of him. The main character's HP bar drops below half. He thinks that he is a warrior who fights only with his own strength. Nam Min-kal covers himself with his hands, clenching his teeth while blows pass through him, and thinks that he can cope with some fast swordsman. Cadmo's Gargantua freezes and the main character stands in front of him, holding out his sword. He thinks that one round is over, standing in front of the spirit, who raised his hand to strike. The guy realizes that it is now his turn and shouts healing to Oasis. A green healing light appears around him. The girl looks at them aside, holding a staff in her hands, and says that she has started and will add a buff to him. The girl presses the staff to herself and whispers a spell. System windows show buffs. The swordsman's blessing increases the strength of a team member. The aura of a guardian angel increases the health of a team member. The melody of the wind increases the agility of a team member. The main character praises her, smiling widely. Skill, Dark Aura. The guy runs towards Cadmo's Gargantua, holding a sword in his hand, followed by a dark aura. Skill, Dark Sequential Strike. The spirit of the Sword King is surrounded by a dark aura and the reflections of many blows. He clenches his teeth, raising his hands, but next to the blows the inscription misappears. The main character looks up at him questioningly. He nervously holds the sword in his hands and clenches his teeth, thinking that the problem is in the agility points and he never hit. He thinks that their difference in agility is too big, so there is a punishment. Nam Min-kal looks to the side and thinks that he needs to make up for this deficiency with the help of items. He paid too much attention only to leveling up. Cadmo's Gargantua smiles and laughs widely, his white eyes glowing. The main character clenches a sword in his fist and asks him funny questions. He frowns, a red glint in his eyes as he asks how a creation can laugh at its creator. A shadow falls over the guy's eyes, and with a crazy look he says that he will torture him properly. Cadmo's Gargantua looks at him with a calm face. The main character turns around and runs away, saying that later. He runs past Oasis, who looks at him and shouts that he needs to buy some equipment while she replaces him for 3 minutes. The girl turns pale and opens her mouth in shock, clutching the staff in her hands. She turns towards the man in armor. Oasis moves in fear as she looks at the spirit in fear. The girl asks why such a stupid situation is happening again. Oasis clutches the staff in his hands, blocking the blow with it. Numerous system windows indicate that the weapon defense was successful. Cadmo's Gargantua delivers many quick blows to the girl and she twirls her staff to block them. She thinks there's a 40% chance of reducing weapon defense if you add 60% strike. Oasis holds her staff in front of her, one eye closed. Everything around her blurs with colored spots. She understands that she won't last long like this. The spirit takes a defensive stance and clutches the sword, looking at the girl with white eyes. She's breathing heavily, tears in her eyes as she thinks she's only lasted 1 round and needs to recover as much as she can while she has a minute. Oasis spreads her arms out to the side, gold and green light shining around her as she floats above the ground. Skill, Healing wave. The girl looks around and frowns, asking the main character what if she really dies. Nam Min Call waves to her from the aisle and tells her to be patient a little longer. In response, the girl asks him to help her. Cadno's Gargantua quickly runs towards the girl again. He delivers a powerful blow, throwing Oasis aside, causing rocks to fly around him. The girl blocks another blow with her staff. She squints, her face turns pale from another blow. Clutching the staff in her hands, the girl breathes heavily from the blows coming at her, thinking that she can't stand it anymore. Cadno's Gargantua leaps high above her, raising his sword behind his back for a powerful strike. The girl's eyes widen as she looks at him, and her mouth opens, realizing something. A powerful blow hits the ground, rocks crack, and dust rises into the air as it passes over them. The system window shows the defense against weapons was successful. Oasis exhales, holding a small dagger in front of him with a smile, and shouts that it's time to use the beginner's dagger with 100% chance of damage. The Sword King spirit grits his teeth and looks at this in surprise. The dagger in the girl's hands cracks in half and she opens her mouth in surprise. The system window shows that the weapon's durability is too low, the equipment is destroyed. Oasis looks in confusion at the fragment of the dagger in his hands. She purses her lips, looking up in fear. Cadno's Gargantua smiles widely, eyebrows drawn together. He raises his arms to the sides and runs towards the girl with a smile. She presses a piece of the dagger to her chest and cries, realizing that she is finished. Cadno's Gargantua swings his sword wide, leaving a bright blue explosion, striking forward with a powerful blow. Oasis covers his face with his hand and opens one eye. She looks to the side, a red torn cloak flutters in front of her. A man in dark armor, his bracers glowing red. The girl stands behind him, asking if this is the main character. The guy puts his hand in luminous bracers in front of him and praises Oasis, saying that now he will take care of it. He stands in front of the spirit from which the blue light emanates and calls to him. Nam Min Call invites him to try to hit him, holding his sword in front of him. Cadno's Gargantua clenches his teeth, looking at the guy with anger. He runs towards the main character, who is standing in a defensive stance in front of Oasis. The main character's red cloak flutters around him, and he raises his sword, which glows with a purple light, saying that this time he will be very hurt. Skill, Dark Sequential Strike. Nam Min Call struck wide. Dark energy and dark bloody splashes emanated from his sword, his cloak fluttering behind the guy's back. The severed head of the spirit distorted with a grimace of anger. His head fell to the ground, other parts of his body falling after it. Oasis put her hands to her chest and looked at the main character with delight, realizing that he managed it with one blow. She shouted to him that he was amazing, and the main character in armor turned to her and showed two fingers. The face of a girl with blue hair materialized from the blue light. Oasis pointed a finger forward. A girl in a black outfit and with bright glowing blue hair was floating in the air. The main character said that this was the shadow of Kyrie Elson, the legendary archmage and the second of the three great warriors. He said that the goal of this quest is to destroy all three warriors. Kyrie Elson raised one hand. A huge glowing sphere of blue fire formed above it. Oasis looked up in surprise, saying that if she hit him, the blow could hit his head. The guy answered in agreement and said that these fireballs come in a series of explosions, so the shield of the dark hand will not stop them. He put one hand on the girl's shoulder and said that he had a secret weapon for this case. The girl smiled and joyfully said that he always has a way out. The archmage threw a huge fireball at them. Nam Min Call placed two hands on Oasis' shoulders, leaning towards her and apologizing. The girl looked at him in confusion and fear. The guy picked up the girl in his arms. A huge blue fireball was flying at her back, and the guy exclaimed the shield of a secret friend. There was a blue flame around Oasis. She started crying and screamed loudly, thinking what kind of crazy her owner was. The blue flame completely covered everything. Kyrie Elson raised her hand, blue fire burning under her eyes. She looked down. The main character stood in front of her. A fire was burning around him. He raised his sword up, pointing it at the archmage, and told him to tie his friend's shield. Skill, Dark Sequential Strike. The guy cut Kyrie Elson's body into two parts. She opened her mouth in surprise, dissolving in blue flame. Large hall. Blue flames were still burning on the floor. The guy said that this character only has one skill. You need to dodge the fireballs and the game is over. He looked at Oasis lying on the ground. Smoke was coming from her. Her clothes were burned. The guy said that he would not forget her sacrifice. The girl displeasedly said to resurrect her as soon as possible. He asked her if she was offended, and the girl just sighed, appearing from the pixels and saying that this was not the first time. and just let him give her time to prepare. A man in long clothes was walking along the stone floor. Oasis and the main character looked at a man with white hair and a long white robe. The guy clenched his teeth under his helmet, saying that it had begun. He said it was the shadow of the last warrior, Archbishop Eden's chronicide. In front of them stood a man in voluminous clothes that fluttered in the wind. His eyes were covered with white hair. Oasis looked at the guy standing behind him and asked what class he was. He replied that he was a priest. The girl looked at the man in front of them and said that it was the same as hers, and that they say that the priests fight weekly in duels, and the main character can easily deal with him. Nam Min Kal wound up his sword, stood in a fighting stance and said that this is a battle priest, and that he is the strongest among all three. His sword was surrounded by dark energy, and Oasis raised his eyebrows and asked if the battle priests were so strong. He replied that they were not strong. Eden's chronicide placed his hand on his yellow robe. He threw it off. Under the cassock there was armor and a long skirt. The main character said that the battle priests are disgusting. Oasis put her hand to her chin, asking again. She looked at the man in armor in confusion and thought that there was so much strength in such a thin body. The main character ran across the stone floor, asking Oasis for a buff. The girl held the staff in both hands and replied that she understood. Skill, dark hand. Nam Min Kal raised his hand, which had dark energy around it and purple light around it. He slashed at Eden's chronicide, cutting it with 3 purple cuts, a massive hammer visible behind the spirit's back. Skill, claws. The system window showed that it stuns the enemy for 1 second and deprives him of vision for 3 seconds. The Archbishop covered his face with his hands. Dark energy swirled around her. Behind him, the protagonist pointed his sword at him. Skill, dark sequential strike. He hit Eden's chronicide with a series of quick strikes that emitted purple light and cast dark energy. Eden's chronicide's health bar dropped, but was more than half. MP was full. The guy clenched his teeth, his eyes glowed red, and he thought that this was only a quarter of his strength. Eden's chronicide put his hand behind his back, gripping the handle of his hammer. He raised his hand. Blue lightning came from the hammer. The body of the spirit was illuminated with the same blue light. A hammer flew from above towards the main character, sparkling with blue lightning. The same hammer was flying towards Oasis, and the girl turned to look at it. 2 hammers landed on their heads, blue lightning coming from them, while Eden's chronicide stood between them. His arm extended high with his hammer. The system window showed the Hammer of Dawn, stuns enemies within a radius of 25 meters. Oasis trembled, saying that she could not move. The main character calmly stood still and said that of course she could not, she was stunned. Skill, healing hand. The spirit extended his hand upward. A blue light shone from it. There were many blue pluses around the Archbishop. The red HP bar of the spirit was completely restored. The MP bar went down quite a bit. Nam Min Kal, wearing a helmet, looked forward and said that now she understands why he said that about him. Oasis looked ahead in confusion, saying that she was convinced of this. The guy stood behind the priest, saying that he puts all the points into health, equipment at the highest level of defense, skills, various types of healing, and only things like stunning. They won't be able to kill him. We'll make sure that he will never die. He said this is the so-called zombie priest. Nam Min Kal stood with his back turned, holding a massive hammer in his hand, with blue mist around his feet. The guy continued that his strategy is to exhaust the enemy so that he himself falls behind. Oasis looked at the guy in shock, eyes wide open, and asked how to catch him and if it was possible. Nam Min Kal looked at the girl through the slits in his helmet, through which his eyes were not visible, and said that fortunately, he is an NPC, so he cannot restore MP with the help of a potion, and they will attack him until his points drop to 0. The girl clutched the staff in her hand, turned pale and asked how long this might take. Black energy emanated from Nam Min Kal's sword. He leaped over the priest, arms raised high, holding his sword, and said that they would know when he died from their blows. The hammer, from which blue lightning emanated, quickly flew down. Eden's chronicide raised his hand high with a massive hammer, and the other 2 landed on the heads of Oasis and the main character, leaving blue lightning in their wake. The guy looked irritably at the priest through the mask, and thought that he had been hitting him on the head with a hammer for 4 hours now and he would soon go crazy. Oasis called the guy, and he turned to her. The girl said that the spirit could no longer be restored. The spirit raised his hand with a faint blue light emanating from it, looking at her questioningly. Eden's chronicide's HP bar was showing more than half. His MP bar was completely down. The main character held a bat in his hands, asking if she was exhausted. Oasis looked at the guy who was holding the bat and asked why he needed it. He replied that he wanted to show him what it was like to get hit in the head, and whether she thought that death by sword would be lenient. Eden's chronicide looked at them questioningly, tilting his head and raising his eyebrows. Nam Min-call raised the bat above his head and said it was time for revenge. He loudly asked how he liked it, and Oasis nervously clutched her staff, looking at this and thought how good it was that she was not an NPC. The guy said the quest was completed. The system window showed the class change quest, defeating the Demon King 3, defeating the Shadows of 3 warriors, Sword King Cadmos Gargantua 1 of 1, Archmage Kyrie Elson 1 of 1, Emperor Edens Chronicide 1 of 1. Quest completed. The guy threw the bat over his shoulder, moving away from the spirit, who was trembling and pulling his hand up. There were a lot of bumps on his head. Nam Min-call said that it was time to complete the class change. Oasis bowed to the spirit and wished him to rest in peace until the next regeneration. In the large blue hall, dust was rising from the wind. Oasis said that there was everything here. A swordsman with multi-dexterity, an archmage with 1 fireball, and also a zombie priest. On the floor of the hall lay the spirit of a priest, with crosses for eyes and many cones on his head. The girl stood behind the guy and asked if NPCs were like that. What about real users? He answered if she thought what she was saying. The helmet from Nam Min-call's face disappeared. He stood in front of the system window, telling her to watch the competitions of previous seasons later. The system window showed, hide the metal helmet and a checkmark opposite the inscription. He said that this is not a competition, but a competition of perverts. Whatever was there, some unimaginable players constantly appeared. The crowd watched a huge screen that showed the 2 players fighting. Nam Min-call continued that this is why the competitions in this game are very interesting, and they are also recognized as global esports. He smiled. His eyes covered his hair and he said that it was a breathtaking sight then. Oasis looked at the guy sadly and thought, what if the game crashed? She stood behind the guy, who had his head down, his staff clutched in his hands, wondering if he would be happy. Tyrio congratulated on passing the test. He said he knew the guy could handle it. They stood in the same hall, on the red pentagram, and the main character replied that it was nothing. Tyrio extended his hand, smiling, and said that from now on he will lead the army of the Dark Order, and he appoints him Dark Commander. The system window showed the quest for the 2nd class change. The victory over Demon King 3 is complete. New skills, developing a Dark Order stronghold, preparing a Dark Order army. You can move to the base of the Dark Order in the underground city. Nam Min-call sighed, clenching his hands into fists. The next system window showed, start developing the military base of the Dark Order and preparing the army. You will learn the details at the military base. Tyrio extended his hand, looking at the 2 and saying that now the main character is the leader in the underground city, and let him devote himself entirely to serving the Great Crow. The guy looks at the system window, saying what it means during the 2nd class change the ban is lifted. Oasis looks behind him and asks what the branch of the Dark Order is in the underground city. Nam Min-call turns to her with a smile and says that she will know when she sees it. Tyrio extends his hand and points his index finger forward, smilingly saying that now let him go and the whole continent will know about the Dark Order. Underground city. A man in a black cloak with a hood was walking through the city when someone called him by the name Dean. The man turned around and asked who dared to call him by name. Oasis and the main character stood in front of him. The guy smiled and waved his hand, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Dean winced when the guy came closer and greeted the commander. Oasis put her finger to her lip, remembering that the main character burned him in the alley to open the portal, and thought that judging by the way he was shaking with fear, he still remembered what happened. Nam Min-call extended his hand and asked where the Dark Order's base was. The hooded man smiled villainously and said that they had come to the right place and asked them to follow him. Small wooden structure. The main character looked at her, standing behind the hooded man, asking the same thing. Dean reached out his gray hand to the doorknob. He opened the door, pointing inside. A man was squatting inside with his pants down. Oasis and the main character flinched, shouting that this was the restroom. The man who was sitting inside ran away and waved his fist, shouting that even dogs are not touched when they defecate. The system window showed a message. You want to activate the base and options and cancel. The main character stood in front of the system window, covering his nose with his hand, and thought that he had chosen in the settings a random choice of the entry point to the base, and why in such a place. They stood next to the wooden toilet, looking at it. In a hole on the ground, inside the toilet, a purple portal slowly opened. It opened completely, covering the entire hole. Dean smiled and raised his hand as he stood in front of the toilet and told them to come in quickly. Nam Min-call clenched his teeth, swearing, and Oasis covered her face with her hand, lowering her head, saying that she felt bad. The cave, swearing was heard in the distance. Oasis and the main character appeared from blue pixels while the guy cursed loudly. He coughed, his face turning pale as the girl covered her nose with her hand. She opened one eye, holding her nose with her hand, and asked what it was. The guy wiped his face with an iron-gloved hand and looked up with red eyes, saying that this was the place where the military base of the Dark Order was located. Branch of the Dark Order base in the underground city. The two of them stood in front of a wooden fence in a huge cave. A bright light was shining from the base. Oasis said that everything was destroyed here. A torn red flag fluttered in the wind. Two people with purple hair stood in front of Oasis and Nam Min Kal, greeting the main character. A girl with long hair and a black long dress introduced herself as Alpha. The second girl in a classic suit, black shorts and short hair introduced herself as Beta. They stood at the entrance to the base, and Alpha said that they are the caretakers of this base, and now that the main character is the owner of this place, they will explain how this base works. He asked if this suits him. Nam Min Kal put his hand to his chin, thinking that even though he had done it, so much time had passed. He agreed with the caretaker's proposal. Alpha put her hand on the gate as she walked inside and turned to the main character, saying that first she would explain the basics of working with the base, and asked to follow her. They walked through the gate, and Alpha, pointing with her hand, said that the bases of the Dark Order were everywhere on the continent. Beta continued that the underground department was only one of them. She said that, however, the equipment here is very crude. 3 tents on the ground, next to the fence. In the center there is a fire burning, above which an iron pan is suspended. The caretakers continued that they must improve and rebuild this base. A small weapons kiosk with simple weapons lying on the counter. The pickaxe lands on bright blue crystals. The caretaker said that the resources are necessary for the growth of the base. The group stood behind a huge stone golem. A purple light glowed in the center of its body, and it held a pickaxe in its hands, standing next to the stones. The caretaker said that the resources are mined by him. Alpha pointed at him with her hand, saying that at the moment they only have one golem, but their number can be increased at the request of the army commander. She said that besides stones, golems are also known for cutting down wood and mining iron ore. They are used for a variety of jobs, and the more they put into getting more, the better. Oasis looked at the girl in confusion and asked about investing. Alpha replied that they could invest shame points and gold into the development of local facilities, and from the number of golems to the production of troops and the modernization of facilities. A base that now only had a few tents and kiosks. The caretaker said that for everything you need glasses of shame and gold. Nam Min Kal looked at Oasis and said that now she understands why he needs so many points of shame. A light bulb lit up above the girl's head and she answered in surprise that shame can be used even in this way. Short armored goblins looked at the standing group of people. One of them opened one eye slightly, looking at them. He turned to the others, shaking one, and began screaming in an unknown language. The goblins lined up, putting their palms to their foreheads and holding spears. The caretaker said that here the main character could create troops of the Dark Order. She said that parenting costs shame and gold. It also takes a certain amount of time. An hourglass and a pile of gold, above which are a pair of round black spirits. Nam Min Kal looked at the 3 goblins who were saluting and thought that this was still a level 1 barracks, so there were goblins here. The warden said that trained troops could make incursions. A bunch of goblins run towards a huge minotaur, who growls, spreading his arms. She continued that from clearing the dungeon of a large monster, many goblins holding spears chase the people running away in fear. The caretaker said that before robbing players or even invading villages, fighting big monsters brings gold. A black wanted poster with a photo of the main character and his nickname Labo. The caretaker continued that clashes with players bring shame. There was a red light behind Beta. She said with a calm expression that however, if he performs a mission that is not up to the level of the troops, he may fail. She said that he would require the use of funds on his troops, and asked him to keep this in mind when carrying out missions. The warden said that his barracks are finally here. He can give all the instructions for the base here. A green tent with torches burning on either side. Nam Min Kal walked inside. There was a wooden chair with red upholstery. Alpha and Beta stood on either side of it, asking for orders. The main character hummed thoughtfully, an old chair with red upholstery illuminated by the light from the torch. He said that was not bad and sat down on a chair. The guy smiled, saying that he liked it. He continued that the fact that he is starting from the bottom. Nam Min Kal smiled evilly. The shadow of his hair fell on his eyes, and he said that he really liked it. Oasis thought about what to do. She looked at the guy with a surprised face. The girl thought that in this simple and rough base he was sitting on an old and shabby throne. The figure of the main character sat in dark armor on a throne, legs crossed. Some parts of his armor glowed red. The hero was surrounded by the same red light. The girl thought it felt like he was a king. The guy grinned evilly, looking to the side with dark red eyes, and asked where they would start. Underground city. Several people walked along the city streets. A man approached the two people and called out to them, saying that it was interesting that they were still alive in the underground city with such equipment. A man wearing a black mask and black hair rubbed his hands and shouted that he guaranteed the lowest price in the country and 100% security of the transaction after that. He said that they could trade gold very cheaply and become stronger by asking what they thought of it. The two people turned away from him, sighing and telling him to forget about it and not waste the money. The guy shouted to them to wait. He put his palm to his face and said that he did not offer this to anyone, but he also accepted enhancement stones instead of gold. The two turned to him and he spread his hands, saying that in their days, everyone is at the maximum level, so there is no need for enhancement stones, and if they sell them at the transaction center, they will take a lot of money from them. He said he would pay them handsomely so they could sell them to him. One of the guys pointed his finger at the second one and asked if he had any strengthening stones. He answered in confusion that he had a supply in the storage room. The guy in the mask put his hands to his chest, while one of the guys told the second that he didn't use them anyway, and should sell them and upgrade his equipment. The second asked if he should. A man in a black hood was watching the conversation of three people from the building. Someone was counting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. The guy in the mask looked at the system window and said that today he again exceeded the norm and was sure that the boss would like it. He walked further. Someone was standing behind him. A figure in a black hood walked behind a masked guy. He turned his gaze to the side, looking at the hooded figure. The guy in the black mask ran around the corner. He looked to the side and asked who this guy was and why he was following him. The masked guy jumped onto the roof of the building, landing on one knee and thinking that he wouldn't be able to keep up with his rogue class body. The guy looked back. He exhaled, saying that it seemed that he had come away. The figure of a man in a hood stood in front of him. One of the houses in the underground city. The guy said that he didn't do anything like that. He sat in front of the man in the black hood, looking at him nervously, and asked if there was anything wrong with buying enhancement stones. The figure hit the guy in the face. The man kept his foot on the guy's face. Only his eyes were visible under his hood, and he said to take him to Akasa, and he had a question that he wanted to ask him in person. A masked guy and a hooded figure were walking along a suspension bridge. The masked guy laughed and said that he was either strong or stupid, while the hooded man looked at him in confusion. The masked guy turned to the man and said that he didn't think there would be only one or two of them at their headquarters. He called the guys. Many people were running across the ground. The guy in the mask put his hands on his hips. There were many people standing behind him. The hooded man was silently looking at them. The masked guy frowned and shouted at him to answer honestly and who he was. The hooded man said what a stupid joke this is and put his hand down to take it off. He removed his hood and sighed. A young guy with black hair pointed a saber at the crowd, saying that they were fools and were just playing, breaking into groups. The guy in the black mask frowned as he asked. He pointed his finger at the guy, screaming to kill him, and the crowd ran towards him. The man swung a massive hammer. The guy with black hair dodged. A large explosion occurred at the site of the impact, and the stones shattered. Another man swung his sword at him. The guy with a calm face dodged the blow. The other jumped over the guy, raising his arms high above him. His eyes suddenly widened. He clenched his teeth, and a blue light fell on his face. The man found himself floating in the sky against the backdrop of a large moon. He waved his arms, holding a large sword. Skill, full moon. The guy with black hair left a circular cut around the man who jumped up into the air. His eyes turned white and he let out a groan of pain. The man's body was cut into 2 pieces, and the guy with black hair landed on the ground. Someone in the crowd said it was Kane, and others looked at him in surprise, asking who it was. The person said that the runner-up in the Mudu competition, Kane. The crowd looked at the man in black clothes in front of them, and the man continued that he was a monster hunting bounty hunters. Psychopathic player killer. A guy with disheveled black hair, a gloomy face and gray eyes. A man in the crowd said, Hunter killer, Kane. Someone shouted for everyone to stop. The crowd turned to look at the person. A man walked on the ground, saying that this was indeed Kane. Akasa smiled nervously, looking at the guy, and asked how long ago it was and he had not abandoned the game yet. The guy with black hair looked at him calmly while Akasa asked when was the last time they met. Was it last year? He said that he thought he stopped playing because he hadn't heard anything about him. Akasa raised his hand, smiling nervously and sweating, saying that it was nice to see him again after so many years. But he thought that this was a lie and why Kane suddenly found him. A guy with black hair stood calmly in front of him in the crowd, holding a sword in his hands, and asked why he suddenly began buying enhancement stones. Akasa sighed, frowning, and asked again, asking that he was curious and that's why he came. He raised his hand as the guy silently looked at him and said that the Season 6 update was coming out soon and he wasn't buying them because he thought the price would go up. But he just liked having the intense heat and it was just such a good feeling. Kane looked at him with a calm gaze, his bangs covering one eye, and he asked if he had heard that he was fired. Akasa just threw up his hands and shook his head, saying that of course he heard, and thinks that he was fired because that fool worked on it. He said that he did not think that Anchovy would be thrown out like that. Akasa raised an eyebrow and asked that he hated him, right? Kane smiled and replied no. The guy with a big crazy smile said he hated him so much that he wanted to kill him. Akasa looked at the guy in shock, his face turned pale. Kane clutched a saber in his hands and asked that they were close with him. The guy with blue hair pointed at himself and asked nervously, asking what Kane was talking about. Kane began to approach him, holding a saber and saying that the named blacklist that GMS used to monitor among the so-called villains, he had the most contact with Mr. Anchovy. Akasa frowned and shouted, asking what he was saying about him having complaints. He agreed with this and said that this could also be called contact. Kane calmly said that the main character left it to him. He stood in front of a guy with blue hair, asking why he did this. He said that it was an opportunity to expose all the fraudulent users if he took an example from him. Kane asked why the main character deleted him. Akasa turned pale, remembering how he asked Nam Min Call for forgiveness, and said that he went to the company on his knees begging and asked if Kane was here to dance around his dark past. The guy with black hair calmly looked at him, saying that he had suspicions about the connection between the main character and him. Akasa frowned at the guy and said that he thought he was making too many assumptions. Kane said that once Anchovy was fired, Akasa suddenly started buying up enhancement stones that no one wanted. Glowing green crystals. Kane continued, standing in front of a crowd of people, that Akasa, a scammer who had been living off barter for the past 5 seasons, was buying up items that no one had bought before and suddenly began stocking up on them as soon as Anchovy left the company. The guy with black hair raised his eyebrows, saying that he could imagine it. The main character told Akasa that in the future this product will become more expensive. He asked why, and answered because he received something from him. Kane asked why the main character made a deal with a scammer. Akasa looked at him with a frown, sweat dripping down his forehead, and he remained silent. Kane leaned towards him and frowned, continuing that the protagonist needed an illegal deal that was made in secret. And Akasa can provide everything that exists in this game without getting caught. Akasa closed his eyes and smiled, saying that the guy came up with a really good story. Kane abruptly grabbed his clothes on his chest. He approached him and with a crazy look told him not to look down on his feelings. He said that he wanted to take revenge on the main character for years, and does Akasa really think that he can no longer smell him? A shadow fell on Kane's face, his eyes widened, and he demanded to know where the main character was. The guy with blue hair looked up at him while the other one held his clothes and frowned and demanded to let him go. Kane frowned and asked him again. Akasa screamed that he said to let go. The guy with blue hair put his hand forward with a silver dagger with flames around it. He swung the weapon near Kane's face, the dagger leaving flames behind it. Sticking his dagger hand out in front of him, Akasa raised an eyebrow, asking if he seemed like a weakling for being polite. He stood in front of the guy with his hand out. There was a crowd of people behind him, and he said that a long time ago Kane took second place in the competition, and he has been running for many years. The guy with blue hair said that he can't even be a professional player anymore. He killed ordinary players and tainted himself. The crowd stood in the middle of the underground city, holding weapons in front of Kane. Akasa clutched the dagger in his hand and said that Kane's face irritated his eyes, and he thinks that Akasa will give up his place. The guy looked at the other threateningly and pointed a silver dagger in his direction. Kane lowered his head and said that he was not in second place. Akasa frowned, asking what he said. The two of them stood next to each other, and holding a sword in his hand, Kane said that he won the competition in the first season. The other told him that it was a lie, and he took second place. Kane said that his opponent made a dirty move and he deserved to be disqualified. He stood thinking about the figure in white clothes and Nam Min Call. The guy continued that the main character did not pay attention to it. Akasa looked at him nervously, asking that the reason he was looking for him was because of the result of the competition. Kane raised his sword at him with a threatening expression on his face and said that he was asking for the last time where the main character was. He said that if the guy didn't answer him, he would kill them all, and Akasa clenched his teeth in anger, looking at him. He frowned and started shouting that Kane was crazy, and so that he wouldn't get carried away with this, he told the guy that he was an outcast. Kane looked at him with a crazy look and a smile, saying that he likes it, and the most interesting thing about this game is the PC. Akasa ran at the guy, yelling at him to shut his mouth and telling the others to grab him. An underground city, the light of a lamp shone in the mine. Akasa closed his eyes and smiled, laughing. He sat on the ground, with his arms and one leg cut off, pixels flying from them, saying that Cain was a crazy monster. Many people were cut into pieces while lying on the ground. Weapons were stuck into them, their eyes were open in fear, and they dissolved into pixels. Akasa asked him if he was even human. Cain stood in front of him, holding a sword, half of his body was hidden in shadow, and he asked to tell him where the main character was. He clutched a saber while standing next to Akasa, who had his hands cut off, and told him that if he didn't answer him, he would chase him until he did. He said that he would continue to kill him, repeating this several times. Akasa sat leaning on a box of dynamite, looking at the guy in front of him, and Cain continued that he would chase him every time he changed his hideout and kill him again. He looked down at him with a crazy look, saying that Akasa can't do anything in this game, and that's the kind of person he is. His hair was tousled by the wind as he looked down at Akasa, saying that this was his last chance. He asked again where the main character was. Lobby of VR World. The two stood in a blue space, surrounded by multiple screens. Nam Min-kal stood in front of the holographic panel, thinking that all his plans were going smoothly so far. He thought, what if he started by destroying the wings? A city with a large chapel. In front of it there is a statue. The whole city is on fire. The guy thought that they would treat him with suspicion. Nam Min-kal in heavy dark armor and a red cloak on his back. He thought he should look like he had nothing to do with it. He thought that first he needed to change his address. The main character was standing near the holographic panel, typing something. He thought that just like he said to Sang Shin-jae and Lee Dong-ha, they made it look like they moved to their hometown, and they manage everything remotely from home. Large white two-story house. The guy thought that he would connect the characters in his main account. White capsule with transparent glass. The protagonist thought that keeping a concurrent log would provide an alibi. But essentially they fake logs by running multiple applications. But Napalm essentially fakes logs, launches multiple applications, and blocks access to remote execution. System window with the inscription access denied. Nam Min-kal thought that he should first break into the security system. He thought that even if he knew all the weak points of the security protocols, it would take weeks. The main character placed two hands on the holographic panel, typing something. He looked to the side and smiled, thinking that however, he has one of the best AI in the world. Oasis stood in a black suit, typing something on a holographic panel with a smile. She turned to the guy and said that everything was done. He smiled back at her, answering well. He placed his index finger on the game start button on the panel, saying that should they test and log in his main character after such a long time. A knight in massive white armor and with a large silver shield. The system window showed user ID, Anchovy, Profession, Ascension Paladin, Character Level 90, Item LV 894, Mysterious Forest Swamp. The trees are without leaves, the sky is clouded. Waves passed over the surface of the swamp. The voice asked the man who he was. A huge monster crawled out of the swamp. Its body was covered in white fur, and there were black horns on its head. He said that man awakened this body without any fear. Lord of the swamp ghouls. The creature clenched its hand with black claws. Green mud remained on its fur. A man in white armor walked along the ground. Nam Min-kal, in the body of his main character, cut a huge monster with one blow, saying that he was the one. The monster's severed body fell to the ground while the main character stood nearby. He turned to Oasis and asked her how much experience she had. Oasis stood near the chopped body of the monster. The second character, Nam Min-kal, stood nearby. The girl said that one person only gets 519 experience. Nam Min-kal, in the body of his character in dark armor, put his hand to his chin and said that the difference in their levels is great, so there is no point in hunting in a party. The girl turned at him in shock. Nam Min-kal turned to the girl while the other guy's character was standing in front of them and said that since dual access is possible, it is easy to change characters and manipulate them. The girl agreed and said that it was strange. The guy's eyes darkened and his head dropped. The girl stood next to the Labo character while the paladin in white armor said that he could not manipulate them at the same time, and if one side moved, the other side remained motionless. He extended his white armored hand and said that if the activity logs of these two accounts were active at the same time, they would remain in the system and no one would suspect him. Oasis looked away and said that was the perfect alibi. The guy, again in the body of a character in dark armor, asked her to book a ticket. Oasis fearfully put her hand to her chest, asking him to stop changing characters all the time. She looked at the guy in confusion and asked about the plane tickets and why he needed them. A paladin in white armor, standing next to the second main character, said that on a 3-week round trip to Bali before the Season 6 update, the girl grabbed her hair, screaming for him to speak in one character. She clasped her hands together, standing opposite the paladin, and asked why Bali. The guy told her that there was a person he should meet on the trip. The paladin's body in white armor began to dissolve, and he said that he had done enough tests. Nam Min-Call returned to his second character and sighed, asking if they could return to intense training. Oasis followed him and agreed. The guy looked at the system chat window. A message from Akasa was displayed there. He asked the main character to log in. The guy looked down at the window and answered if he wanted revenge. Akasa looked forward sadly, typing back that this was not the case and texting him that Kane had appeared. Nam Min-Call looked at the message in surprise and asked about the hunter-killer Kane. Akasa sat at the table in front of the system window, typing back that yes, and the problem was that he recognized his ID. The main character smiled. He asked Akasa, he told him. The guy with blue hair furrowed his eyebrows and pursed his lips, writing back that he was sorry and Kane had made a mess of their hideout. He looked at the message in the system window, and the main character replied not to worry about it, and that it was enough that he talked about it. Akasa remembered how Kane looked at him and wrote that he had crazy eyes. He frowned, looking at the system dialogue window. He wrote that the main character should be careful in any case. Nam Min-Call sighed and smiled, looking down at the system window, and thought that Kane was still the same. He thought it was even better. The guy looked up with his red eyes. Someone said loudly that he was pleased to meet them. Entrance to the mysterious forest. A crowd of people stood on the road in the middle of the forest. Some were sitting on horses, and shopping carts were visible. A guy in a pointed hat and white hair smiled and raised his hand, saying that to introduce himself, he sells a bunch of things and has been playing for 3 seasons. He asked you to believe in his instructions. One of the men in armor said that a max-level bard player was leading them, and this time they would arrive without problems. The second guy told him that they were lucky today. Nam Min-Call and Oasis were standing behind the whole crowd, and the girl asked what all these people were doing here, and the guy replied that most of them were merchants. The girl asked again. The main character said that they make money by selling each city's branded goods to other cities. A cart filled with cloth with a hooded man sitting on it. The guy continues that they don't put branded items in their inventory. They can only be loaded onto special equipment called carts. Additionally, when they use them, they cannot use portals. A cart attached to a horse rides along the road. Nam Min-Call said that if someone wants to sell branded goods, they will have to pull the cart and move it themselves. But in the fields between the cities there are monsters and NPC bandits who appear only to carry out raids. 2 bandits are galloping on horseback behind a moving cart, waving weapons. Nam Min-Call continued that even field bosses do not move regularly, and if it is too risky to move alone, they gather in groups. Several people in iron armor gathered in a circle, standing next to each other. The guy said that usually the leaders are the highest level players. A bard with white hair stood in front of a crowd of people, shouting that their destination was the city of Solar Terra. He said that they had to go through a wild forest. It was a foggy field, so if they got lost, it would be easy to fall behind. Forest with many trees. A man with white hair stood in front of the people. 2 knights were sitting on horses, and the guy continued that if they got separated from their companions, then don't panic or move, let them send him a private message. He said there was something else important. A man in armor looked at him while sitting on a horse. The white hair guy with a serious face pointed forward and said that there are 5 field bosses in this forest, and they are quite strong mobs. But if they don't attack them first, they won't attack them, so he said never attack them. He stood in front of people on horses and with carts and asked if everything was clear to them, and they answered in the affirmative. The girl looked at the people in confusion and, standing next to the main character, asked why they were following them. Nam Min-Call smiled ominously, lowered his head and looked at the girl, saying that they had an important operation and the code name was to warm your nose without touching it. A group of people were walking along the road with carts behind them, and the guy said that they were using these traders, and they will kill the field bosses, trees through which sunlight shines. Men in armor and horses walked along the road. The ground shook and a couple of people on horses looked up in surprise. One of the men looked to the side and asked what it was. The second told him that an earthquake was possible. One of the guys looked up in fear. A huge tree with yellow eyes and a wide mouth towered above him, and the guy said in fear that it was a field boss. Behind the frightened crowd, a bard with white hair said that it was an ancient ent. He smiled, holding out his hand as everyone looked at him, and said that this is a level 70 boss, but he remains calm unless they attack him first, so there is nothing to worry about. The guy who was standing right in front of the huge tree turned back and said that it was a relief and he definitely couldn't handle it. The group was moving from a huge tree and the bard said that they would just calmly pass by. The guy with glasses and red hair walked with the rest of the group. He suddenly looked to the side questioningly. An evil ancient ant stood above him, his mouth open in a roar. The guy stopped. Several people took out weapons. The redhead asked if he was sure he wouldn't attack. The white-haired bard smiled and said yes, so no need to worry. The guy with red hair turned around. A huge fist of an ancient ant was flying at him. A huge tree hit the ground with its fist. A large impulse went through the impact site. Several carts were thrown to the sides. Someone shouted that he was attacking them and told everyone to get ready. The white-haired bard looked at this in shock, saying that he was sure that the ancient ant was an obedient boss. The people behind the bard looked at the boss with fear, and behind them stood a man in the shadows. Nam Min-Kal was translucent. He smiled and his red eyes glowed as he said that among his 2 professional skills, this one was his favorite. The system window showed, Shadow Step Level 1, envelops your body in shadow and allows you to go to a lower level of stealth, increasing movement speed by 50%, duration 10 seconds. The white-haired bard looked up in shock, his mouth open. He thought that he was sure that the ancient ant was a harmless boss. The huge tree raised its leg over the 2 fleeing people and the bard wondered what they had done wrong. The boss's foot slammed down to the ground, leaving behind a blue explosion. The bard extended his hand as the people looked at him in shock and shouted that there was no other way, and they would have to fight. He told them to prepare to fight. 2 guys turned to look at him in fear. The guy in armor asked if they would fight. The second one loudly asked if they didn't have a plan for such situations. A crowd of people ran in panic. A guy with a bow shouted to everyone to form into groups. A man in armor said that they didn't have time. Someone shouted that the ancient ant was advancing. The boss waved his huge hand. With one blow of his hand, he threw up and pierced several people in the air. His blow left behind a blue light. The people in the air screamed. The white-haired bard clenched his teeth, mentally cursing and asking why he suddenly became aggressive. A group of 4 people shouted that they would take care of him. They ran through the crowd. Behind the group, a girl in a white healer costume and blue hair was running. The system window showed level 90 Puring. The second was a guy with glowing yellow hair and eyes, holding a yellow sphere in his hand. The window showed level 90 Jade Bead, a man in a black hood and a cross-shaped weapon. The window showed level 90 Moonlight Cutter. A girl with long white hair and a sword in her hands was running ahead. The window showed level 90 Storm. She shouted for the others to do enough damage, but not to attract the boss. The ancient ant raised his leg over a group of people about to attack them. Storm dodged the blow. A large impulse from the blow passed near her. The girl looked back and raised her sword to strike. She was surrounded by blue fire. Skill, double slash. Storm dealt 2 blows to the ancient ant, which glowed with a bright blue light. Jade Bead held a bright yellow sphere between his hands that sparked sparks. He extended his hand with the sphere. Long yellow lightning emanated from his body. Clothes and hair fluttered with energy. Skill, Thunder Strike. The crowd watched as a huge yellow lightning struck the boss, causing the ancient ant to shake. The man with the sword and armor smiled and said that they were tanking it for them. People ran towards the ancient ant, holding weapons. Someone pointed a finger at him and shouted that they would kill the boss. Nam Min-Kal smiled slyly, putting his armored hand to his chin and said what a wonderful atmosphere. He was sitting by one of the trees. A yellow light from the battle was visible to the side of him, and the guy said that they had all met recently. But it was quite nice to watch them fight together. Oasis stood next to him, with her hands folded behind her back, and asked displeasedly, "Is it normal that they don't help with him?" The guy smiled and put his hand on his knee, saying that everything has its time and let her not worry. He thought that with his attack level, he was more than confident that he would shift the boss's aggression towards himself. A huge ant with an evil look. Yellow lightning flashed above him. Nam Min-Kal thought that he did not have enough stamina to survive all his attacks. The guy smiled and narrowed his eyes, mentally asking everyone to wait a little longer. He turned to Oasis and asked her to help them. The girl agreed and asked how he was doing. Nam Min-Kal told her that he would join later. The girl ran forward, saying that she was coming, while the guy looked after her. He smiled and sighed, looking at the girl and wanting her to show him how much she had grown. Oasis held a golden staff as she walked forward, her hair and clothes blowing in the wind. The golden staff of the Desert King. Green particles of light emanated from it. Oasis shouted the name of the sanctuary summoning skill and pointed her finger forward, pointing her staff in the same direction. Green light emanating from her. The system window showed the summoning of the sanctuary. Healing players within a radius of 30 meters for 2% of total health per second, duration 8 seconds. A green light illuminated the guys holding weapons. One of the guys looked at his hand. His face was covered in blood and he asked if this was a cure. Skill, wound healing. Oasis extended her arm, jumping slightly. Skill, guardian angel aura. The girl held the staff close to her with both hands and closed her eyes while casting a spell. Skill, healing wave. The girl spread her arms to the sides as green healing swirled around her energy. Two guys looked at Oasis, one of them thanked her, and the second guy asked her to heal him too. The girl frowned and shook her head, saying that she was sorry, but that was all. Nam Min Kal put his hand to his face looking at it and thought Oasis did a great job. He thought that she stopped healing just when the boss could notice her. First of all, a good healer is one who has a perfect sense of timing, and who does not use different abilities to protect the entire squad. He remembered how Oasis thoughtlessly cast spells and was attacked by a huge snake and mentally told her that she needed to survive. The crowd stood in front of Oasis, behind which there was a purple light, and the main character thought that the healers should live as long as possible, because this is the only way they can continue the battle. The black Nam Min Kal armor that glowed with purple light. He wondered if he should go out little by little. Skill, shadow walk. The guy's entire body was surrounded by a purple light as he walked forward. The system window showed, surrounding yourself with shadow, you go to a lower level of stealth, increasing your movement speed by 50%, duration 10 seconds. The ancient ant with glowing golden eyes screamed loudly, its arboreal mouth opening wide. A crowd of people stood under Ent while he shouted loudly. The white-haired bard turned pale and shouted that they were one step away from killing him. Nam Min Kal stood in front of the tree with a sword in his hands, and thought that if he does a lot of damage now, his contribution will be small. He smiled. The purple color still surrounded him, and he thought that landing the final blow would give him extra points. The main character's sword was surrounded by dark energy. Skill, shadow cut. The guy struck the ancient Ent. Violet energy flowed from the blow. Ent turned his yellow eyes to the side. He raised a huge hand over the main character standing in front of him. Nam Min Kal looked up. A shadow from the hand of the ancient Ent was falling on him from above. A purple light was visible near the tree. The guy clenched his teeth and, holding a sword glowing with purple light in his hands, jumped away from this place, and mentally said, "A shadow from a ray of light." An ancient Ent on whom a shadow fell, there were cracks in his chest through which a ray of light passed. The man's silhouette passed through the boss's body, cutting right through him, his sword spinning rapidly. The system window showed the skill, Shadow from a Ray of Light, an exclusive skill of the Dark Knight, teleports a person behind the enemy with a spinning weapon, causing additional damage. Damage from the first hit, 150% of attack power plus 10% of the current health of the enemy. Damage from the second hit, 300% attack power plus 10% of the enemy's maximum health. If you miss with the first attack, the second cannot be activated. If both hits hit the target, a special effect will be activated. Exhaustion 3 seconds, bleeding 5 seconds, skill cost 15% health. A huge ancient Ent fell to the ground. A round hole was visible in his body, and dust rose from his fall from the ground. The system window showed that the boss of the age-old Ent was defeated. People in the crowd looked at it, pale and trembling in shock, thinking that it was fast. Oasis looked at the system window on which the reward 3 dice was written and clicked on the receive button. 3 dice were flying over the girl's hands and he looked at them, thinking that it was 3 dice at a time. The blue-gloved man put his hands to his face and shouted that they were starting to distribute items from the boss. He stood on Ent's body and shouted that there were a couple of useful items and if someone needed them, then let them roll the dice. The crowd below answered him in agreement. Oasis looked at the guy who was standing in front of the system window and asked how many cubes he got. The guy frowned, looking down, and said that he had no idea, and it wasn't that important, since the boss was level 70, and his items were garbage. He thought that what his value is this. On the system window, 20 coins were displayed. It was written, 20 boss coins from the illusory forest. This is the key item for defeating the field boss. Coins can be spent on purchasing items in the Adventurers Guild. Nam Min Kal thought that what he wanted to buy from the guild cost at least 100 coins. He looked away with red eyes. The guy turned towards the group of people, looking at them. He thought that this meant that he needed to repeat the procedure a couple more times. A bard with white hair drank a red potion. A red light illuminated him and red pluses flew around. He wiped his mouth with his hand, while 2 people behind him said that it was unexpected, and they killed him somehow. The bard looked forward from under his hat, which cast a shadow on his eyes, and thought that it certainly didn't seem to him that someone had attacked the boss first. He wondered if it was someone from their group or if a player passing by decided to make fun of him. He looked at the group of people standing in the distance, clenching his fist, and thought that he would hardly be able to recognize it. He turned to everyone. His white hair covered one eye, and the guy loudly said that they should continue on their way, and they should arrive at the campsite as quickly as possible. If in their state another boss attacks them, then they will definitely not cope. A group of people looked in his direction in shock and fear. One of the guys rolled his eyes and asked if this was possible in theory. The other guy wiped his face with his hand and sighed, saying that he had often crossed this forest, but had never fought a boss more than once. The white-haired bard frowned and said that it wouldn't hurt to be careful. He thought that what they said was true. Accidentally meeting the field boss twice was almost impossible. That's just it. A huge blonde girl in the red light. She was wearing a short black dress. The girl's eyes were completely black, with red pupils. Bee antennae were visible from her head, and a bee sting behind her. A group of people stood under her and looked at her. The system window showed the field boss, Queen Bee. Two people from the group raised their heads up, looking at the Queen Bee with fear, and one of them said that this cannot be. The bard looked at the people in armor and shouted that she was many times stronger than the one they had met before and said to attack her from a distance. Three people with staffs stood together. One of them raised his staff and said to attack. A girl with bee wings was flying high in the air. There were yellow honeycombs around her. 3 charges of magic were flying towards the girl. Someone shouted to make her come down. The Queen Bee put her hand out in front of her. A honeycomb formed in front of her, creating a shield, and the blows hit them. The white-haired bard watched with wide eyes, shouting that the queen bees were almost immune to magic and if possible, let them attack physically. The hooded girl pulled back the string of her bow, shouting to get ready to take aim. She shouted fire. Many archers shot at the queen bee who was flying in the sky surrounded by honeycombs. The bee girl flew down through the arrows flying upward. The guy with the bow, pulling the string, narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. The queen bee landed in the crowd, leaving a powerful blow behind it, sending several people flying to the sides. The queen bee was holding one of the people by the clothes with a smile. His head and leg were flying down. Pixels were emanating from his body. The guy in the armor raised his sword above him, looking at it in shock and shouting that she was attacking. The queen's bee feet kicked off the ground. She pushed off, flying high into the sky. Cutting through the air, the bard shouted that he said to make her come down. One of the people turned to him angrily, asking how they should do this. The bard replied that he would pierce the wings with arrows. One of the people was kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, with people standing over him. The bard asked loudly. They didn't see what the archers did. Queen Bee turned around, flying through the air. She put her hand behind her back and a huge yellow burning sphere appeared above her. The bard thought that she was attacking with magic while in the air. He looked up with fear on his face, his mouth open, thinking that she was a serious opponent. And even archers would not help here, they had no chance. A huge fireball hit the air. Queen Bee covered her face with her hand as there was a huge fiery explosion next to her. She screamed loudly, covering her face with her hand, her transparent wings burned by the fire. One of the people covered his mouth with his hand in shock, asking what happened. One of the people in the group pointed to the tower between the trees, saying that there was someone there. Others turned to the tower. Min Call was sitting on the tower behind the cannon, from which smoke was coming out. He grabbed the handle on the cannon and it glowed orange. The cannon began to glow when the protagonist aimed it. Another cannonball fired towards the queen bee, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The girl again covered her face with her hand from the explosion and the fire burned the girl's second wing. She quickly fell to the ground. A huge momentum from the impact rose up, and the crowd looked on in shock, exclaiming. Queen Bee lay on the ground, her eyes widened in surprise. People surrounded her, holding weapons in their hands, and someone shouted to attack her. Someone pointed a finger at the huge girl lying down, and the group ran towards her, attacking her, shouting to kill her. Min Call stood on the tower and watched them from top to bottom, thinking that he designed the game so that everyone could use their surroundings. But these fools didn't even realize it, which prevented them from looking at the battlefield more openly. Because Wings Online, its structure is quite simple and friendly. He looked down, noticed something and said that this was the final blow. The group beat the queen bee and a stinger came out of her bee belly. It flew into the air, green liquid dripping from it. The guy in armor, holding an axe above him, looked at the sting in surprise. It quickly pierced the guy. A huge hole from the sting formed in his chest. Queen Bee clenched her teeth, kneeling on one knee and holding her stinger out in front of her, breathing heavily. The bard, looking at her, shouted loudly that they had caught the second phase and told everyone to press on. The queen bee held her stinger behind her back and held her hand out in front of her. She swung her stinger. It flew past a crowd of people. One of the guys looked at it in shock. The girl pulled the sting. A group of people were thrown into the air, their bodies cut into several pieces as the queen bee looked on. The white-haired bard looked up in shock, thinking that they had almost won. He thought that they were still not strong enough to defeat her. The sting quickly descended onto the bard's head. He closed his eyes and covered his face with his hand. The sting stuck into the ground behind the bard and he looked back at it. He turned his gaze to the side, his eyes widening in shock. Skill, shadow from a beam of light. A huge column of purple light tore apart part of the queen bee's body and she screamed loudly. The white-haired bard looked on in shock, holding his hands next to his face. Nam Min Call landed on one knee surrounded by purple light. With a smile, he extended the hand in which he held the sword and said that the final blow was completed. Someone called the bard. One of the people in the group looked at him nervously, sweat running down his face, and he asked if this was all and they wouldn't face another boss. The bard stood in front of them with his head down. He thought that this was definitely not a coincidence. Meeting one field boss was possible, but meeting two was unlikely. The bard remembered the man who dealt the final blow to the queen bee, and the ancient ent, thinking that the man who dealt the last blow was clearly his doing. The white-haired bard clenched his teeth, his face contorted with anger. Trees in the forest, someone laughed loudly. Nam Min Call sat on a tree branch looking at the system window and said that he had earned as much as 30 coins. He smiled looking at the system window and asked who would be next. A couple of leaves fell from the tree, and the main character looked up in surprise. His red eyes widened and his mouth fell open. On a tree branch on top of the guy sat a huge white hippogriff with blue eyes, growling loudly at the guy who was sitting on the branch. The system window showed, Master of the Forest, Hippogriff, Level Unknown. Nam Min Call was breathing heavily. Blood was visible on his lip. He looked up, holding one hand and clenched his teeth, saying that he barely managed to escape, and he was lucky to run into a hippogriff that crawls out of the den once a month. The guy looked at the monster flying in the sky, saying that a little more and he would have torn it apart. The guy's eyes widened as he looked up in surprise, telling him to wait. The hippogriff flew through the sky above the trees, and the main character wondered if he had flown to the merchants. Several people in armor were lying or sitting on the ground. Oasis extended her hands towards one of the guy's hands, a green glow emanating from her hands. She put her hand to her forehead and smiled, saying that she was finished. The guy turned to her, sitting on the ground, and thanked her with a smile, saying that it must be hard when there is no one to help. The girl put her hand on her side with a smile and said that it's okay, because her job is to treat people. Someone called her and the girl turned to look at the person. The guy with black hair held a large blue potion in his hands with a smile, saying that it was not much they could repay her with, but he asks her to accept this gift as a thank you. Oasis shook her hands, looked at him in surprise and said that she was just doing her job. She said that besides, isn't it too valuable a gift? A large potion that the guy was holding in his hands. There was a large golden stopper on it, and a blue light emanated from the potion itself. The system window showed a special mana restoration potion that instantly restores 100% mana. The guy with black hair smiled broadly at the girl and said that for them, warriors, it is practically useless, and he was lucky to get it in yesterday's raid, so Oasis has nothing to worry about. Oasis looked at him silently and nervously, squeezing her hand. Trees in the forest through which light came. Oasis held the blue potion in her hands with a wide smile. She remembered how Nam Min Call led her to become a healer, and thought that she really did a great job as a healer, and whether the main character would praise her for it. She walked along the road in the forest, wondering where he had disappeared again. The girl thought that he was not fighting the boss without giving them time to regroup, and thought that it would be better for her to send a message. Oasis chat window with the main character. The girl asked where he was. It was clear that the main character was typing. Suddenly, a lot of messages with zeros came in response. The girl looked at this in shock, standing in front of the chat window and asked if he was pawning. Someone screamed, swearing, and the girl turned her head towards the scream. Someone shouted for everyone to get ready. A huge hippogriff stood in front of the girl. His blue eyes glowed with blue light. Armor and blue shields were visible on his body. The system window showed the owner of the illusory forest, a hippogriff, level unknown. Oasis looked up in shock at the huge monster. Someone called her. A guy in armor and with black hair stood in front of her, holding a sword in front of him. He told her to wake up. The guy looked around and shouted that they would never be able to cope with him. He shouted at her to run, but something suddenly fell on the guy. A huge hippogriff stepped on him with its clawed paw, almost hitting Oasis. The girl looked down in shock. Looking at this, another huge paw with sharp black claws stretched above her. The monster suddenly lowered its paw again, trying to hit Oasis. A powerful impulse passed through the ground. The girl screamed. She was sitting on the ground next to the hippogriff's paw. Two people were lying under her, trembling. They told her to save herself now. Oasis looked at the warriors with a frightened look, calling out to them. Storm ran towards the hippogriff holding a sword in her hands. She turned around and called loudly to the bard. He looked at the running girl. The guy with white hair nodded, looking at her from under his hat. The bard picked up his guitar, playing a tune as an orange light shone around him. The system window showed the melody of life, a buff with a positive effect that increases movement and attack speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Storm's eyes glowed white, orange light shining around her as she ran. The girl jumped and raised her hand with the sword to strike. She threw a powerful punch that emitted a blue light and landed on the hippogriff's head. One of the warriors in the group pointed forward and told the others to attack. Others ran towards the hippogriff, who raised his head and opened his beak in a cry. The archers lined up and pulled the strings of their bows, aiming at him. Many arrows were flying in the sky. Many arrows rained down on the hippogriff, and there was a blue shadow next to him. He lowered his head. A shadow fell over him, his blue eyes glowing brightly. The hippogriff raised its head, opening its beak, and a hurricane began to gather above it. A hurricane was approaching a group of people. Someone told them to move back. Another shouted that it was too late. People flew into the air. One stretched out his hand, trying to grab onto something. The group flew around the hurricane, holding their weapons, leaves and pieces of earth flying nearby. The hippogriff stood with his head raised, 3 hurricanes circling around him. 3 people were lying on the ground, their weapons were near them. Fallen people lying on the ground. Someone tried to say something. Oasis held out her finger, trying to say something again. She breathed heavily, extended her staff forward, and cast a resurrection spell. The system window said that her mana had been used up. She breathed heavily, lowered her head and said that she couldn't do it anymore. The girl pursed her lips, apologizing to the main character. A man in an iron black glove put his head on her shoulder, asking why exactly, and Oasis's eyes widened in surprise. Nam Min Call looked down at the girl and she turned to look at him when the guy said that she was doing great. The girl turned to him with tears in her eyes, asking again. They stood in the center of the road. Nam Min Call stood next to her and praised her for her good job. People with weapons were running along the road. The man in armor and black hair turned to the others and shouted that they had to do this, kill this monster. Many people were running forward and the guy in armor turned around, asking the people behind to take care of the wounded. 2 healer girls raised their hands up. A blue light glowed above them. Skill, resurrection. A blue light illuminated the people and they rose to their feet. The bard stood with a guitar, looking at this in shock. The hippogriff stood in front of a crowd of people who were holding weapons, and someone shouted that the hunt for the hippogriff was declared open. Oasis looked at this in surprise, asking when they had time. Nam Min Call smiled while the girl looked at him, covering her mouth with her hand, and said that the other merchants, they left an hour later than them. The girl asked and he calculated it. The guy nervously replied that of course. The bard ran his fingers along the strings of his guitar. Vines with thorns came out under the protagonist's feet. They wrapped around the guy's body and Oasis told him to be careful while looking at it. Nam Min Call began to fall sharply, and he looked down in surprise. The vines held him upside down, the guys wrapped around his legs, and the bard stood in front of him. The system window showed the skill, Summon Vine, summons a vine that envelops the selected target. The bard asked if it was him and the guy looked in his direction. In front of him stood a bard with a guitar, as well as the evil Storm and Jade Bead. The bard asked who set the bosses on them and dealt the final blow. Oasis wanted to run up to him, saying that they had misunderstood, but someone in a massive glove put his hand on her shoulder. The man looked with irritation towards the main character, saying that it was better for her not to interfere, and he didn't know why they were in the same squad, but the main character crossed the line. Nam Min Call was hanging by his feet in front of 3 irritated people. The white-haired bard pointed his finger at him and shouted, asking if it was fun for him to cause suffering to others. Nam Min Call smiled, looking at the bard and said that he was very happy. Oasis sighed and tiredly put her hand to her forehead. The 3 looked at the guy, and Jade Bead said that he was just a crazy troll. Storm looked at the bard and said that the main character had the mark of the Inglorious, and they could hand him over to the guards. She said, let him sit in prison, maybe he will come to his senses. The main character asked if they were all at the maximum level. 3 people stopped, looking at him in surprise. The guy continued that they must have adjusted the level of the items. He hung upside down while the bard looked at him. Nam Min Call said that didn't they come into this game to enjoy an exciting adventure, to escape from reality for a while. He smiled widely, looking at the bard with red eyes and asked what they thought. The guys who joined them later went to the boss through force, without blood and tears in the online game. He said no, that's the fun of it. Each raid is so unique that it's simply impossible to pass by. A group of people are fighting a hippogriff, arrows are flying at him from above, the monster lifts its head. The guy continued that the thrill they feel when facing a strong boss, the sense of accomplishment from successfully completing a raid that seemed impossible. Several people look at the main character, one frowns, the other looks confused. Nam Min Call continues that camaraderie with players who have been through hell with you. With a wide smile, still suspended by his legs, the guy said that he only reminded them of the fun of the game, which they had perhaps forgotten. The hippogriff opened its beak, screaming loudly, and raised one of its huge paws. The guy in armor held a weapon and pointed at the monster, saying that they almost killed him and not to slow down. A man with blue hair and armor ran up to the bard and said that they should join too. The white-haired bard clenched his teeth in anger. He looked at the guy hanging on the vine and told him that he was justifying his actions with nonsense. The vines on the guy's legs began to unclench, and the bard said that the boss's death was more important. Nam Min Call hit his head on the ground when the vines let him go, and Oasis immediately ran up to him. The bard turned away, telling him to consider himself lucky. However, the white-haired bard walked forward with an irritated expression on his face, saying that he was admitting that he felt pleasure for the first time in a long time. Nam Min Call smiled, looking after him and holding his head as Oasis extended her hands to his head, which gave off a green light. In the middle of the forest, a crowd of people stood next to a huge hippogriff, which lay defeated on the ground. One of the men stood in front of the monster and put his hands to his face, shouting that they were starting to sort out the loot, and if they saw something suitable, let them roll the dice. The system window showed 3 dice and the inscription, "You received 3 dice as a contribution." Nam Min Call thought it was only 3, but that doesn't matter. He stood with 3 dice in his hand, looking at them. The guy thought that since this was a boss who appeared before the start of the season, then there was no need to expect useful items. The system window showed the heart of a hippogriff, a red heart that looked like a crystal. There was an inscription at the bottom, "Time left." The orange bar was full. The inscription, "Would you like to roll the dice to secure the reward?" The answer options are yes and leave. Nam Min Call mentally exclaimed that he might choke. His eyes widened in shock and he opened his mouth, sweating. He thought that this was the reason why he accumulated coins by killing bosses. A red heart that looks like a crystal on a dark stand. He thought it was to buy the heart of a hippogriff. The main character smiled broadly and tossed 3 dice in his hands, thinking that he was planning to buy it, since the chance of this item falling out was quite low. He thought about Gaia. The guy threw the dice into the air with a wide smile, wondering if the goddess had blessed him. Cubes with blue, red, and dots began to fall. The blue die showed 6 and the guy thought that today the goddess was clearly on his side. The black cube showed 0, and the guy fell silent. He looked at the table with the results of the throw. In first place was Storm with 9 points. In second place was the main character with 7 points. In third place was Piece of Cake with 5 points. The guy frowned. Sweat was running down his face and he thought that he wouldn't get a 1 the second time. The red die rolled a 1. The system window showed that he received 8 points in total for the throws. Nam Min Call fell to his knees and grabbed his hair with his hands, cursing loudly and saying that they were joking. Oasis called out to the guy who was sitting on his knees with his head down, shaking. She held many small dice in her hands and said with a smile that she must have made a significant contribution. The guy looked at her in surprise when she said that she had gained as many as 6 packs. He held out his hand and shouted for her to quickly give them back. Oasis asked again in shock. The group with shopping carts was moving along the road. The main character was holding a hippogriff's heart in his hand and Oasis asked what it was for. The guy smiled, looking at the heart and said that he was needed in order to level up to level 70 in the blink of an eye. Oasis looked at him, asking again. A bright yellow light glowed next to her. Someone said they had arrived. Many said that they see the city and see it almost every day, and why today it is so beautiful. The group stood far from the gates of the big city. The sun was setting over the horizon, turning the sky orange. Someone thanked everyone for their help. The girl looked forward, with tears in her eyes, and folded her hands to her chest, thinking that this is what Solitaire is like, and how beautiful. A Chinese-style city building was visible. The setting sun was shining on it. Someone said that not without incident, but they reached their goal. The bard with white hair smiled as he stood at the gates of the city and thanked everyone and said that here their paths diverged, and if fate allows, they will meet again. A group of people who stood in front of the bard, saying that they did a great job and thanked him. People came into the city, wishing others a pleasant game and that they would see each other again, and Oasis silently looked at them. She wondered what Solitaire was like. The girl ran into the city with a smile, thinking that she wanted to find out as soon as possible. Nam Min-kal caught her by the clothes and the girl rose above the ground, telling her to wait. He held the girl by the clothes, saying that they could not get into Solitaire, and the girl put a finger to her lips, asking why with tears. People entered the city through the guards, and the main character said that they were inglorious, and if they entered, the guards would seize them and throw them into prison. Oasis turned pale and trembling, pointed her finger at the city, asking if there were any other ways to get to this beautiful city. Nam Min-kal sighed and smiled, saying that as long as you are inglorious, she will only be welcome in the underground city. He dragged the girl away from the city and she planted her feet on the ground, leaving a mark and shouting for her to at least mark him in the portal. She waved her arms while the guy dragged her along the road, shouting that there was no holiday. Pub 3 kilometers from Solitaire, a wooden pub door with lanterns on either side. A man sits at the bar and drinks something from a wooden glass. A bartender stands next to him at the counter. A man loudly places a glass of drink on the table. A man with dark skin and a scar on his eye shouted in displeasure what a terrible taste this beer had, and it was as if they had poured beer for him. The bartender with gray hair and a beard said that since he was not satisfied with beer, why not drink rum, and his rum was the best in the area. The man grabbed the bartender by the neck, stood up and lifted him off the ground and shouted, "Is he really joking and he has already lost his appetite? How will he compensate?" The girl who was sitting at the table lowered her head and screamed loudly. Two people turned to look at her. She put her hands on the table. A girl with dark skin and green hair. She had a wolf skin cap on her head. She asked who was so loud that it was not letting her sleep. A guy in a panda suit and with a blade of grass in his mouth suddenly opened the doors of the pub, calling Grizzly. A man with a scar on his eye was hung upside down. His face was swollen from the beating and he was crying, asking for help. A guy in a panda suit asked what happened. The girl with green hair said that he turned out to be inglorious. The man twitched, suspended from the ceiling, and muttered that he was wrong. The girl continued that he is a loser who only knows how to pester weak NPCs. The guy in the panda suit looked back at him, saying that God be with him, since something else is more important now, and he found an inveterate inglorious. Grizzly looked at him, putting her hand to his chin and asked how inveterate. The guy in the panda suit smiled and said that more than 20,000 of bad reputation. He immediately accepted the request. The girl with green hair rolled her eyes, twirling a strand of hair between her fingers, and said that the reward wouldn't even give her enough food for 2 weeks, and it would take 2 weeks to track him down. And is the guy sure it's worth it? The guy smiled and leaned over. The shadow of the hood fell on his face, and he said that they did not need to track him, since he was not far from Solitaire, and the beauty of it was that he was level 50. He said that he is not alone. There are 2 of them. Nam Min-kal and Oasis stood at the stairs that led to large doors. The girl asked if they were going to the dungeon again. The guy answered in the affirmative. The system window showed the test of the dungeon boss, the Temple of the Forgotten Guardian. Difficulty, high, recommended level, 75. A large stone building. Bright golden grass grows nearby. A staircase leads to the temple. Nam Min-kal and Oasis were walking along the dark corridor of the temple, and the girl asked what the dungeon challenge was. The guy sighed and answered that it was a dungeon in which you only need to kill the boss, and that's it. And as soon as you enter, the boss appears, and after killing him, that's it ends. He closed his eyes while Oasis looked around in confusion and said that he tried to create a couple of specific dungeons so that the players would not get bored. And this was one of them, but unfortunately, everyone quickly got bored with this innovation, so everyone soon forgot about it. He said that, however, there was no better place for us to find. The 2 stood in front of a huge angel statue. The black stone was glowing red. Next to the statue was a huge sword that was glowing yellow. Oasis asked, "This is the boss," and Nam Min-kal answered in the affirmative. From the boss, on the ground, there was a purple circle, and the guy said that if you step beyond this line of the circle, the boss will wake up and the game will begin. Oasis asked if they could defeat him. After all, the recommended level is 75. The guy said that before they couldn't defeat him. A huge statue of an angel that held a sword and glowed red from the inside. The guy showed Oasis the heart of a hippogriff and said that everything would be fine with him. The system window showed that the heart of a hippogriff, a catalyst, increases the effect and rank of all potions by 1.2 times. The remaining number of uses, 100. The girl asked about the catalyst. Nam Min-kal smiled at her and said that, simply put, it can be applied to everything you can touch. In this case, it can strengthen any 100 potions. And her attention was probably attracted by the figure of 1.2 times, which in itself does not play important role. He said that what many people miss, however, is that it can also increase the potion's rank. He said that higher rank potions than ordinary potions would not be much help against the boss monster, the heart of a hippogriff with fog swirling around it. The guy continued that if you enhance them with the heart of a hippogriff, potions with a regular debuff will be transformed into a debuff of a higher rank. 3 potions in different bottles, red, green and purple lights that shine brightly. A huge dragon with sharp teeth that emits purple mist. The main character said that this could work against bosses. The system window showed an inscription that the heart of the hippogriff was used and an improved basilisk poison potion was created. Nam Min Call smiled and held in his hand a long bottle of green potion that emanated a green mist. He looked at Oasis while holding the potion that was floating above his palm and said that he had created an improved poison potion, and what the girl thought would happen if he threw it at the boss while outside the circle. Oasis put her hand to her chin and asked if he will not escape damage while the player is outside the circle. He said she was right, the statue won't do anything as long as the player is outside the circle. A huge statue holding a sword in its hands. The guy said that the player would not be able to cause damage until he entered the circle. Nam Min Call sharply threw the green potion forward, saying that only if the player does not use cunning. The potion crashed onto the floor, leaving behind a green mist. He started spinning around the huge statue, glowing red from the boss, and the guy told Oasis that he didn't even move, and if you use the script's vulnerability correctly, you can do something like that. The main character sat down on the ground while the girl stood nearby, and with a smile said that all they could do was sit back and wait for the experience points to come to them, asking if that's cool. Oasis looked at him in confusion and awkwardly answered in the affirmative, thinking it was a bug. Nam Min Call looked at her with a smile and advised her to keep her fingers crossed. He said that with some chance, this boss might drop a legendary. The girl put her hands to her face, stars appeared in her eyes, thinking about the stone statue and the legendary item. Oasis was holding the main character by the cape, waving her legs, crying and screaming for them to come back and try again. And this time she is sure that the legendary will fall. The guy responded by saying that she thinks that the legendary that has not fallen for 10 hours will only appear because he doesn't want to. He walked forward while Oasis pulled his cloak and said that they are already level 70, so they will come here as soon as they change classes. The girl muttered about the legendary. He sighed and looked down, saying that it was not his fault that she did not fall. A guy in a panda suit and a girl with green hair stood in front of them, and they stopped. The girl smiled, narrowed her eyes and said that she had found it. The guy in the panda suit closed one eye and with a wide smile asked what both inglorious people forgot in Solitaire. He said that it didn't matter, he just had nothing to do and could the two of them be considered a gift from above. The guy looked at them, turning to Oasis, and the girl raised her head at him. He abruptly grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her behind him away from the two people, saying that she had better keep up. The guy in the panda suit smiled and said that he would play catch up. Grizzly told him to wait. The girl with a smile held a huge axe with blue flames around it and said that it wouldn't be fun if it all ended quickly. A field of wheat. The sun was setting over the horizon. Oasis asked why they didn't fight. And when the main character was level 25, he easily defeated 2 players who were superior to them. Nam Min Call sat down, hiding in the wheat, and holding a sword, said that these 2 are bounty hunters. They make a living by catching inglorious players. The difference between them is significant. He said that not only are they the maximum level, where after 4 class changes open a new system called trait. Oasis asked what it was. The guy said that in a nutshell, you can strengthen 3 traits of your character: attack, defense, and utility. 3 icons against the background of the starry sky. On the first there is an image of a sword, on the second a shield, on the third a bottle of potion. The guy said that 1 point for every 10 levels. They can be distributed among all traits, or concentrated on one. The 2 of them sat in the grass, which was illuminated by the setting sun, and the guy said that the difference between level 90 and below is very different. Oasis said that he wants to say that. Nam Min Call opened a system window with a list of friends, where Akasa was in the sign on the connection, and clicked on his name, saying that at the moment their chances of winning are 0. He said that he was reluctant to resort to this strategy until recently. The guy opened a chat window, where Akasa replied that he was here and began typing that he had a request for him. Oasis asked what strategy it was. Nam Min Call held a golden sword in his hands and smiled and said that the strategy called garbage collects garbage. The guy in the panda suit looked back at Grizzly as they walked through the wheat field and asked if she was sure they were going there. The girl said there weren't many places to hide nearby. The guy asked how much she had studied everything, and the girl next to him raised her hand, holding a spear, and took aim. She sharply threw a spear towards the guy. He He dodged and the spear flew over his body. Nam Min Kal blocked the blow from the spear with his sword, clenching his teeth. The system window showed that the blocking was successful. He walked backwards on the ground with his feet. The main character frowned, looking forward, and thought that he received such serious damage even when he was blocking. He thought that she must have maxed out her attack. The guy in the panda suit hit Nam Min Kal hard in the stomach, causing him to open his mouth in shock, his eyes turning white. He fell on his back and the guy in the panda suit stood in front of him with red eyes and a raised fist. Oasis called him. Skill, healing touch. The girl extended her hand, from which came a green light. Grizzly looked at the girl, asking how many times she should repeat it. She jumped over Oasis, who looked up at her and swung her spear, saying that she needed to get rid of the healer first. Nam Min Kal got down on one knee, holding a sword in his hands and looking at the girl with anger. The system window showed that the shadow from a beam of light, an exclusive skill of the Dark Knight, teleports the player behind the enemy with a spinning weapon, causing additional damage. Grizzly looked at the guy behind her, who was holding a sword in his hands. She turned towards him and struck him with a spear, cutting off the main character's hand in which he was holding the sword. Oasis looked at this in shock and called the gentleman. Nam Min Kal fell behind Grizzly, who held her spear behind her back with her arms raised high. She turned around with a scary face and asked what that just happened. The guy in the panda suit put a gloved hand to his face and said that this was the first time he had encountered such a skill. Oasis, holding a staff in her hands, ran in fear to the main character, calling him again. A guy in a panda suit jumped on her and raised his hand to strike, asking where she was going. He struck the girl with a strong blow, and she flew back due to the force of the blow, screaming. Grizzly walked the earth barefoot and said that she had met enough people with hidden classes. Nam Min Kal got down on one knee and clenched his teeth, looking at the girl. She raised the spear above her head, looking down at the guy, and said that for the first time she tensed up when he attacked. She struck the guy's chest with a spear and he groaned in pain. Nam Min Kal opened his mouth in shock, his hair covering his eyes. The HP bar has dropped almost completely. Grizzly stood over the guy, holding her hand on the handle of the spear, and looked at him, asking who he was. Someone said to take your hands off him, and the girl turned to look at the man. The main character smiled, breathing heavily, and said that he was on time. He called the name Kane. A guy with black hair stood gloomily and looked at the girl, throwing his weapon over his shoulder. The main character closed one eye, lying on the ground and breathing heavily, said that now the most interesting thing would begin. Kane stood in front of a field of wheat, drawing his sword from its sheath, and said that you should not touch someone else's thing. He looked forward with a crazy look and pulled out a blade from its sheath, from which a red glow emanated, saying that otherwise you could be left without a hand. Grizzly smiled, putting her foot on the main character's chest, causing him to cough, and with a smile asked if he was his friend. She said that she didn't care whether she let him go or not, he wasn't that valuable, and that was another matter. The girl smiled broadly, looking at Kane, and said that there was bigger prey. She looked at the guy with black hair, who stood calmly, and said that this was the bounty hunter Kane. He stood opposite a girl with green hair, holding a weapon, and asked if they knew each other. A guy in a panda suit approached Kane from behind and said with a smile that as a hunter he might not know his fellow worker, and that he was glad of fate for such a gift. He said that it is quite rare to find players with more than 1 million in bad reputation. Kane's hair covered his eyes and he opened his mouth, saying that since they knew him, they should realize that the two of them couldn't handle him. Grizzly and the guy in the panda suit smiled widely, looking at him with crazy eyes, and said that they would be the first to kill the monster among monsters. Kane stood between two people in the middle of a wheat field and said that they would look, and there was nothing more pleasant than killing one first and seeing the expression of despair on the face of the other. The guy in the panda suit raised his fist to strike and ran at the guy, saying that he was bluffing. He struck Kane, hitting him in the shoulder. Grizzly leapt over Kane, raising her spear hands to strike. She struck, but the guy blocked it with his sword. The guy in the panda suit raised his gloved hand to punch again. Many blows hit Kane and he covered his face with his hands. The guy threw one last strong blow. Kane flew back from his force. He hit the ground and rolled further across the grass, falling. Kane opened his eyes in surprise, looking up. He looked at the two players who stood above him and said that they were not ordinary losers. The two players ran towards Kane again, who sat down on the ground and said that's right. He took his sword with a smile, looking at them with a crazy look, and said that the most fun in this game is killing players. Oasis looked at the main character, raising her hands above his arm, healing him with magic, and asked if they knew him. Nam Min Kal looked forward with an awkward smile, and said that not in person, but he had been looking for a meeting with him for a long time, and the main character asked Akasa share its location. The two of them looked at the big explosion ahead, and Oasis asked if he could definitely handle 2 players. The guy replied that she should watch and listen, she would have something to learn from him. He said it's rare to get the opportunity to watch PK between high-level players. Kane held the sword, clenching his teeth, with 2 players on either side of him. Kane was breathing heavily, a shadow falling on his face. He lowered his sword, 2 players lay on the ground in front of him. Grizzly, with a severed arm and leg, sighed and looked at the guy, saying that the rumors were not wrong and he was strong, and that it was not for nothing that he took 2nd place in the competition. The guy in the panda suit looked at him, sitting on the ground, and said that since he is so strong, why does he kill players, and isn't it better to take up martial arts again and aim somewhere higher? The guy, breathing heavily, looked down at them and asked about martial arts. He said that it would be possible, if not for the one who calls himself Labo, and then he almost named the first nickname of the main character. He didn't have time. A golden sword with dark energy pierced his chest right through. Kane turned around. The main character stood behind him, surrounded by violet light, and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. The system window showed Shadow Walk level 1, surrounding himself with shadow. The player goes to a lower level of stealth, increasing movement speed by 50%. Kane looked at him, and in a trembling voice called him by his nickname Anchovy, cursing at him. Skill, Shadow Cut. 2 blows hit Kane and his body was surrounded by dark energy. He screamed loudly. Kane's HP bar has almost completely dropped. Grizzly looked to the side and asked what was going on there. A guy in a panda suit sat next to him. They dissolved into pixels and he said that he didn't know, and said that they would first return to the village. The girl agreed. The main character raised his head with a wide smile and laughed, saying that he killed him. His body was cut into 2 parts and he froze with a smile on his face. Kane ran away from him with an angry face, holding a sword in his hands, from which sparks emitted, cutting the main character into 2 parts. Kane turned to him with an angry expression on his face and said that he should have paid closer attention to his opponent's health. HP Kane strip with very little left on it. Oasis called out to the main character in fear, holding a staff in her hand. Kane drank a red health potion. He stood in front of the girl, wiping his face with his hand, and called her. Oasis looked at him, trembling. The body of the main character, which was cut into 2 parts, lay a sword nearby. Kane told her to resurrect him, and his death alone was not enough for him. Oasis flinched, looking at him in fear. A wheat field. The sun was setting in the background. Nam Min Call shouted loudly for them to discuss everything and Kane to listen to him. Kane stood over him, blocking the sun and casting a shadow on Oasis and the guy. He said that if he said anything about the Season 1 finale, he was not going to listen to him. Nam Min Call looked at him silently, frowning. He asked to just listen. During the Season 1 martial arts competition, individual sparring, a circular arena with 2 people in it, spectators sat around it, watching. Final between Kane and Aren, where Kane lost by a large margin. Kane is standing on one knee, leaning on his sword. Behind him is a guy with a white scarf, his hand extended with a sword. As the winner and first place holder, Aren on stage waving, people stretched their hands in front of the stage, rejoicing. All the honor and glory was given to Aren. The main character said that Kane was forgotten as a loser. The guy with black hair clenched his teeth, looking down and silently looking at the guy. He stood in front of him while Nam Min Call stood on one knee and shouted that everything was because of him and he was aware. He shouted that Aren cheated in the final. The guy with the white scarf extended his hand with the sword forward. Behind him, Kane received a blow to the shoulder. Kane clenched his teeth, looking back, and the guy shouted that he received absolutely impossible damage and the game did not count it. His words were simply ignored. Kane screamed something and is led away by 2 guards with their hands on his shoulders, and they even made fun of it. Comments from users: Cockle, who saw Kane protesting at the game yesterday. Jug, the dude just couldn't accept defeat, so he's indignant. Apch, oh, definitely a loser. Cor Van, I agree. The difference between his skills and Aren is significant, but he cannot admit this, and therefore is offended by everyone. Bach, the person took 2nd place. Why is he still unhappy? Twep, because the world will only remember the winners. Kane said he was criticized as if he were a bully, unable to admit defeat. Kane's face contorted with anger and he shouted that Nam Min Call was the host, the developer, and ultimately the director who oversaw the martial arts competition. His voice shook with anger. Oasis and Nam Min Call were sitting in front of the guy and Kane said that if he had told him that Aren cheated, he would have defended his honor. He pointed the weapon at the main character and clenched his other hand into a fist, saying that he would not have sunk to such a life. Nam Min-call put his hand to his chin and asked if that was the only reason he decided to practice PC. Kane shouted that it was right to destroy this game. Kane walks with a sword in his hand, his eyes glowing red. Behind him there are many dead players, and there is blood under his feet. He said that he began to kill every player he met. Nam Min-call smiled madly, holding his hand to his chin and opening his eyes wide, inviting him to play a game. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked about the game. The main character said that they would fight in a duel. He put his hand on his knee and smilingly said that if he wins, the main character will go out to the public as Anchovy, his developer nickname, and tell everyone what really happened in the first martial arts season. Kane stood in front of him, clenching his hands into fists, and asked the truth. Nam Min-call said that if he wins, the main character pointed his finger at Kane and, smiling gyro, said that he would become his subordinate.